talked to about it. Said they were not willing to take it out of contingency.
Hey Nadia, what's the name of the hangout?
Christians revel in the thought of burning me, number 2.
Wait, say again?
Christians revel in the thought of burning me, number 2.
Oh, okay.
Has a list been assembled of these Christians?
At the very least, Pastor Donnie Romero. We're not willing to take it out.
One.
Hey Nadia, what's the name?
Maybe his sentiment is motivated by envy, I suspect.
Gonna get my headset on. I'm too deaf to actually hear when it's on speaker.
Anyway, I said maybe his sentiment, his malevolent sentiment, was fueled by envy. I suspect it often is such sentiment.
Yeah, I mean, sinners, you're gonna burn and all that sort of thing. Now it's like, oh well, whatever that thing is, goes to me out and whatever. God will take out revenge for me by burning it in hell for eternity.
You know what, Nadia? I just noticed something weird. I can see on you the reflection of your monitor. I think it's a reflection. Some kind of weird. Oh,
yeah,
like a glare?
Yeah, I see it too.
I see it.
Pretty awesome.
Yeah.
It's her aura. It's her aura.
You're right.
Cool.
It's the glory of God resting on her.
That is a sign of Nadia being the angel of atheism, I believe. That's
or the next
angelness.
Or the next worker for AOL.
Worth plausible.
Okay, Nadia. AOL, that's the sign.
Yeah. Maybe I should have titled it something about groundhogs.
Yeah, I think a more provoking title would be better. Yeah, like fuck God. Or something.
Nadia, the archangel of atheism.
The groundhog's in Seattle.
Oh, how about vaccines or vaccinations? That was an interesting topic yesterday.
That was pretty funny.
Yeah.
You were talking about vaccines?
Vaccinations. Tommy Hall was your arcane revelation. And
it was poison.
Oh, come on.
It helps to have Bible verse.
I got them shots. I'm not saying not to get them.
Okay. Well, yeah, there's preservatives, and these preservatives exist in many products. Mercury was used in tuna cans. Yeah. And
actually, mercury in fish, it goes mostly through you.
Well, so does mercury when it's in your blood in these small doses. That's why it's safe to use it. And even if mercury was causing the problem or any problems at all, they've stopped using it. So it's not a concern right now, anyway. They're using better preservatives.
I still wonder if the AIDS virus came from polio vaccine.
Are you trolling on purpose to just make me happy?
I heard it was CIA. The AIDS.
Oh, shut up, you trolls! They just me.
Well, no one else is talking. I'm sorry.
Super duper clearance. That's the only way I know. I have super duper clearance.
How about H1N1 virus? The genesis of that being somewhere near a pharmaceutical plant in Mexico City.
Never
No.
heard that.
No, yeah, that's what I heard. No, it was George Bush's brother. Yeah, that was it. George Bush's brother, who was the head of security in Tower 1. I get confused about the thousands and thousands of facts of conspiracy theory. They all get mixed up.
Yeah.
Indeed. How can I keep track of them? They have to have a list somewhere.
It
Okay,
was
now
the
we.
thermite in vaccines. Yeah, that was it. That's what it was. CIA thermite.
But where are these conspiracy interests comes from in the US? It's not always been there. It's a new thing, or it wasn't like that for 10 years ago, or was it always so popular?
Yeah, there's always been a
So-
National Enquirer type.
Yeah, really?
Oh yeah, you used to go to the supermarkets back in the day, and there'd be a National Enquirer, which would tell you about like Bat Boy or something crazy like that.
Okay.
I think it's risen in social prominence with the internet. That, you know, before about 90,
Yeah.
95 or so, 98, 99 is when it first, conspiracy theory, along with all us noble zealots thereof, really began to fire up. And now there's new revelations every day of, you know, reptilians, planets,
Yeah.
anything, anybody suspect, you know, anybody could be part of them.
It's been around longer than that. The internet just made you aware of it.
Yes.
It has to do with the structure of your brain.
Yeah, oldest human.
Scans will prove it.
Is it right beside the God
Yeah.
structure, or is it the conspiracy structure? Or?
Well, in your case, I think it has to do with your reptilian brain.
I concede. I'm outed.
Yeah, conspiracy thing? Or I'm not sure the conspiracy thing's distinct from the right wing sort of
Please
cognitive frame
elaborate.
altogether.
I'm confused on what you're talking
What's
about.
that?
I was confused at what Fudd was talking about. Like,
Reptilians?
yeah.
I don't use making up stuff.
No, the limbic system in the brain.
So conspiracy
Wasn't-
rely on that specific part of the brain.
There was a
Yeah.
documentary on them called V.
I woke up with a female reptilian one night after a wild night on the town, kind of like that Axe commercial.
Oh, dude, I hate it when that happens.
Yeah. Get your ass beat as you're running, you know.
Yeah, I could use. I don't know. No,
Chocolate
I
Cheerios?
don't think it's the same. Nope. Pizza.
Oh, pizza. Sweet.
Really like cheap, gross, whatever pizza.
Is it a microwave pizza?
Yeah.
We
I
don't have
Microwave
these in Czech
and
Republic.
then
We don't have these. I always wanted to try a microwave pizza. We only have the what is it called? Oven pizzas. Oven frozen pizzas.
very
taste
same. It's only really supposed to be done in the oven, but
All right.
no microwaves anyway.
I like Totino's.
For what?
Yeah,
It's a
tried
brand.
Totino's.
Totino. Pretty greasy, but
That was the problem.
Were there too many trans fat in the Putino pizza, Nadia?
What?
I'm saying, were there too many trans fats in the Putino pizza? For you?
There are probably too many in this one too. Anyway. Yeah.
You cannibal.
It is a problem, but it's not a distinguishing factor. Yeah. Yeah. Go back to like. I need to get back to some kind of weight loss regimen or something. But give it a while. Something.
Do trans fats know that they are fats when they are born and change from carbs to fats, or is it something else?
Damn you.
I
Stole
have
my
no
joke.
idea.
That was my premise of a joke. Damn you.
Yeah.
Well, actually, no, it was
Speaking
not
of,
yet.
what?
Never mind.
Another 20 zillion units of vitamin C we need. Yeah, there we go. True enough, Felina. Or Helena. Okay. There's speaking of the trans, your Bruce Jenner actually made the announcement, and conservatives are going crazy about it. For instance, Bruce Jenner will embolden athletes to defy biblical standards. Whatever that biblical standard is for athleticism. Where does the Bible discuss athletic competitions? I don't know.
Oh. Are you talking about
Except
Corinthians?
What?
Is it in 1 Corinthians or 2nd? Like the body's many parts? Or, oh, sorry, run the race. There's two of them.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well. Yeah. Well, Bruce Jenner seems more secure in her life, I guess. When is she gonna announce her new name? I wonder. People.com doesn't have a new name announced in the article.
That ain't good.
What's that? Alabama Judge Roy Moore says the institution of marriage that God ordained is under sustained attack from federal judges. Isn't Roy Moore the Ten Commandments weirdo? Ten Commandments installed in his courtroom.
Did you ever hear that song, The Cat's in the Cradle? It's about when you're eating Chinese. Let's see how this will go. That when you eat Chinese, it isn't pork or chicken, but a fat Siamese.
I never caught that lyric. Wow.
But the food tastes great, so you don't complain. But that's not chicken in your chicken chow mein.
If all the cats that are put down in my precinct were instead maybe harvested or processed into solvent blue or solvent green, and then, you know, boxed up, put into little chicken nugget form, you know, something tasteful, breaded chicken nugget form, and sent to, you know, starving third world countries. I mean, all this resource, all these kitty cats just going and filling up our landfills.
So you want to feed Africa cat nuggets? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
That seems like
Yes.
I want to be made into chicken. I want to be made into nuggets.
Do you?
Nadia nuggets?
Yeah. There we go. I don't know who would eat them anyway.
I heard of somebody nibbling on an Elvis relic. You know, trying to nibble a string off of it to somehow eat it, consume it.
I think the trouble would be everybody would be too worried about the trans fats.
What is good in the hood, everybody?
You.
Ah, thanks, Tommy. How you doing, man?
Yes, thank you.
Just talking cat nuggets.
Soylent Nadia.
Cat nugget.
And Soylent Nadia. Soylent Nadia will not take off because of all the trans fats.
Nuggets of Nadia.
There you go, sweet and sour chicken. I mean, not chicken, but cat. You could freeze them like banquet meals and send them off to third world countries.
Excuse me.
And about sweet and sour Simon.
Yeah.
Think you should put that in your will, Nadia, that when you die you want to be turned into nuggets?
I have a vague feeling that will not be honored. Actually, my wishes won't be honored regardless, but anyway.
Nadia, if cat nuggets were real, would you eat them?
Yeah, maybe. It might not taste very good.
Maybe in ranch.
Yeah, everything is good.
If they were breaded, I would think I'd give them a chance.
Yeah, same here.
You'd certainly find out if you had cat allergies.
A little teriyaki sauce, you know, they could cut it.
Soy sauce goes a long way, man.
Yeah, it does. I love this stuff. Am I a cannibal because I ate a fingernail?
It's somewhere in Asia they do some kind of. There's some animal we consider a pet, like a cat or a dog, eaten somewhere in Asia.
Holy cow!
Well, that's what
I don't
happened.
think it's actually news. I just can't remember which one of cat or dog it is.
Eat your grandmother. Your holy cow. I know I'm scraping the bottom of the barrel here, please.
Well, they're all cousins.
We could have buffets, or you could eat Siamese buffet.
Now that sounds delicious.
You know.
It's true though. They are all cousins, very distant cousins, but anyway.
$8.99 comes with a drink and fortune cookies, though.
Super size.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Double wide.
Talk about feeding the family. Yeah, feeding the family to the family.
Recycling at its finest.
Yep.
This is terrible.
That chicken, that cow, that I don't know, whatever other animal we eat, pigs. They were all cousins.
I mean, what's the difference between breastfeeding and self-sucking? I'm sorry, I retract that.
Yeah, just don't mind the prion disease. Think it no mind. Don't get mad about it.
What kind of disease?
Prion disease.
Is that a phenomena associated with breastfeeding or something?
It's associated with cannibalism.
Oh, wow.
It's actually something to do with like some kind of protein fragments or something. So you can't even cook it out of the meat. It's in nervous tissue.
Wow.
And well, mad cow disease was caused by it.
Yeah, it's like some kind of cerebral spongiform encephalopathy and Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease.
Wow.
Turns your brain into sponge.
It's too late for me.
I guess it's wise to spit instead of swallow. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, I never thought twice about it. But
Damn, Tommy, for a saint, you sure can talk dirty.
Hey, I have liberty, man. I have liberty. I can go there. It is not forbidden. It is not prohibited.
That's cool.
But yeah, it can get pretty
I've literally never heard of Bruce Jenner.
Bruce Jenner?
Hmm?
I'm sorry. He's a Wheaties, famous Wheaties character on the front of the Wheaties box. Olympian.
Okay.
Bruce Jenner. I think that was him.
That sounds about right. They said he was an Olympic athlete and Kardashian something. Like, who the fuck are the Kardashians and why do I care?
Mm.
Are Wheaties even good? I don't think I've had them.
They're okay.
I just checked them out because one of them had big tits. Well, that's pretty much the reason for my small interest in them.
I like cornflakes.
There's a lot of pop culture in sports I don't know, Helena.
Buckwheats. They had maple syrup on them. Pseudo maple syrup.
A lot of sirens.
Welcome to Oakland.
You must be just on the street where the fire company is.
From nearby. Not quite on the street, I'm at. It's like the nearby intersections like 15th and Martin Luther King. They're like 18th and Martin Luther King.
Yeah, are you nearby those stations, like the fire station and such?
Hmm?
Oh, okay, that's why.
What are you, about 3 blocks away then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Subway sounds about good right now.
Mmm.
Meatball sub, Tommy.
What's that?
Meatball sub sounds good, Tommy.
That mystery meat. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
We don't know what it is, but we're just going to put that in the back of our mind.
Over 1% meat. Yes.
At least 1 to 7.
Between 1 and 7% real meat.
And a lot of filler.
Cow skin, things like that. 1% cow skin. Chicken beak, whatever. It's all good.
And whatever they found behind the fridge.
Blues and a lot of it.
Yeah, the pink slime is not that bad. I mean, they do hose it off with, what is it? Darn it.
Pretend you're eating ice cream.
Yeah, that alkaline stuff. Or is it ammonia that they use?
Ammonia is pretty strong.
Whatever. They kill everything that's in it.
Dawn. Antibacterial Dawn.
Hey, let's see. Are you talking about like radiation that sends through a radiator or something?
Yeah, they just dose it up with lots of chemicals to kill everything in it and then wash them out.
Yeah.
What are you munching on over there, Nadia? Oh yeah, the pizza.
Yeah, it's the pink slime and so on sounds like almost advertising for vegetarianism already.
It's supposed to be fine textured.
Supposed to be finely textured what?
Meat. That's what it was really supposed to be called. It's probably
It's
why.
it's only pink because they hit it with carbon monoxide afterwards.
Yeah. They were just trying to get a little more meat off the, you know.
Never mind the animal suffering. It's actually gross too.
Yeah. ABC got sued over that, but they didn't. They weren't. They didn't get found guilty of slander or whatever.
Was it an ABC documentary? What is that?
No, the network got sued because they termed they came up with the term pink slime, and yeah.
Okay. I find it pretty shocking that ABC did that. They're usually in bed with, well, whatever corporate interest is involved.
I know.
Yeah, I guess now and then they can have them fighting.
G-Man just put out a
Really?
video. Sorry, I was reading.
Oh.
Oh man.
Wait, he didn't debate Dawkins, did he? I want to laugh.
Cool, Richard Dawkins.
Damn it.
That would be pretty funny.
I haven't seen a hangout of his recently.
I think G-Man just exaggerates himself on purpose.
In what way?
Been on hiatus.
I don't know, I just think he, what's the word I'm looking for? I think he knows what he's doing, and I think he knows it's kind of silly of him to do it, but I think he does it as, you know, to get views, probably, or just for entertainment. He's admitted himself he's pretty animated.
Live action role playing.
Yeah.
Acting.
Pretty much.
I'd like to see him and Jesus go at it.
Yeah, have they ever went at it?
I don't think.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. G-Man doesn't seem to. I don't think he would hang with him. I think he wouldn't have the tenaciousness not to kick him. But I don't know. Hey, we're all changing. We're all growing. But Jesus or Jesus is very tenacious. He is a tenacious character. And G-Man seems quick to eject, relatively quick to eject, or quick to dismiss. But anyway. I lasted 2 minutes in G-Man's room.
Wait a minute. G-Man kicked you out?
All we need is 10,000 more people like you, and it could happen.
Hey, Tommy, G-Man, did he kick you out before?
Yeah, it was early in my G+ career when I wasn't as polished and charming as I am now.
That's quite rude, sir. I think that booting people, unless they're being absolutely ignorant and screaming and yelling, causing a ruckus, I don't think you should be booted.
Well, I was absolutely ignorant, and I don't know if I yelled, but I did say something that...
Oh, you were being rude, sir?
Well, I said something that somehow was ever so mildly contrasting with something he believed. You know, I held some view that was not an exact match of his, which constituted, you know, grounds for ejection.
Of course, I understand.
My You know how I say excuse me, excuse me, excuse me?
Yep.
Yeah.
He's booted me for that.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, that's something G-Man would do.
It's 7 o'clock.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it was because he was getting a boner. I just don't believe that.
You know, I used to believe G-Man was playing a character, then I saw he had videos where he was outside evangelizing, and then it threw me off. I'm thinking, would he really go that far?
Yeah, he's sincere.
He's sincerely a character.
I guess we all can't be totally enlightened.
Nah.
Yeah.
Ow. Ouch.
I'm wrong about most things.
Me too.
I guess if you can't be annoying enough on the internet, you go out and street preach.
That takes some guts.
Whatever God
I've never
demands.
seen that. He actually filmed himself doing it in New York. I've never seen anyone even try it in New York.
In New York, never, no street evangelist in New York on 42nd Street.
Have a good night, Helena, or afternoon, or whatever.
Were you saying something, Nadia?
Just wishing Helena well, and
Oh. Well, I was going to say, I've seen G-Man actually go up to, I think he's has videos where he goes up to the Black Hebrew Israelites and says stuff to them, which I thought was pretty ballsy.
Yeah, it is courageous. But he's black, too. He can get away with it being black, you know, or at least a darker skin tone.
I'm Cuban. They say I'm from some Israeli tribe or something like that, or Hebrew tribe or whatever.
Right.
Whatever the hell they call them. I'm like, well, I mean, it's a nice thought. I do have a Sephardic Jew somewhere in my ancestry, but in the meantime,
Doesn't make me a Jewish. At least not according to the standards of, well, actual Jewish people.
I dated a Greek girl one time. That was very interesting.
I guess then if you're in an area where there are street preachers, you should carry a spare wallet. And when they get you on camera and try to street preach to you, you throw your wallet at them and say, "Please don't kill me," and run away.
Yeah.
or please don't burn me in hell for eternity.
And then you call the police on them.
Or just go up, offer them the wallet if they'll just fuck off.
Well, we got real cold weather up here, so, you know, about 6 months out of the year, they can't go door to door, really.
The
Jehovah's Witnesses.
people were not absent. I lived right across from a Black Hebrew Israelite. I guess I don't know if it's a church or an office, but it's out by between 124th and 125th on Madison. That'd be like wandering around. They had these dashiki things they'd wear. They're a bit odd, but you know, pretty distinctive. I mean, they stood out.
Wherever everybody loves white women. Shit.
Well, they wouldn't preach to you though. They went on patrol, and people actually liked them because they kept the bums out. I don't know that the bums were actually that dangerous, but they did smell bad. And there were, it's not that far from a church by like 125th and Malcolm X. There's a church somewhere around there. It's actually famous for having anti-gay signs. I couldn't actually find it. I don't know how it's buried, but it's like actually right by there. There's a subway stop, 125th and Malcolm X. I'd like walk to all the time. I think it's only like a block or two away. And there's a, what is it? It's something technically to do with AIDS. That I actually went there, and it's more by 124th, so I actually went like a block south, close to where the church should be, and still didn't see it. They had a Harlem Shake restaurant. Restaurant literally called Harlem Shake, made milkshakes.
Oh, that sounds like a good place.
Yeah, I actually tried it just for the hell of it. It's like, oh, jeez. It kind of really got to me. I had to, like, you know, sit back, test myself, take more medicine and stuff afterwards. But the thing is, when the other places I found the religious people were, okay, number one, they're Jehovah's Witnesses. That would sometimes get into my apartment building or whatever. They'd always be like so embarrassed when I'd open the door and they'd see who I was, and well, they just like hand their stuff and run away. And pretty much they knew. It's like, oh, that's really queer, and our religion says really bad things about them. And you know, and they just be embarrassed and run away. Which I think is kind of how most people respond to the issue. And there was Jehovah's Witnesses again, I think, in the Union Square subway station.
Oh, yes.
I have not ran into.
All I do is just go ahead.
See, I don't think there should be any solicitations like at malls, subways, public transportation.
Why not?
Well,
That's
if
just
not
me.
there, then where? Where is the right time and place to do it?
Well, I guess they could do it if they're on a sidewalk, between the sidewalk and the street, so that's legal. I suppose they could do it at bus stops, not bus shelters, sorry, where you wait.
All the malls in my area have no soliciting signs, so they'll throw you out for doing that.
And that's really not what people go to a mall to listen to.
Is that Leningrad?
Is that what?
Leningrad, where that mall is, where they'll throw you out for soliciting.
No, it's pretty much the
Pyongyang?
entire area of, well, every mall I've been in has had no soliciting signs. You need to, like, have written permission from the owners of the mall or some such.
Can you smile at the girls?
Well, I don't know. You smile at the little girls and say, baby back ribs. And parents tend to freak out.
Hey, I was too friendly to a couple kids at a baseball game, and they asked me to leave.
Damn, that's harsh.
Why?
They must have thought I was a sexual predator or something. You see, I come from a small town, and this one's now 170,000 about, but I guess my roots, you know.
Yeah, my town's kind of small. I actually saw the horse once.
Oh yeah, horses come to my dad's place, walked across, and let him eat the grass on the lawn. We didn't care.
Well, I mean, there was just the one.
Just one? Okay. Yeah, this was more for recreational. You're just going down the road.
Didn't used to be that way, Glenn. Before a certain social paranoia about pedophilia kicked in. It used to be, yeah, things were much more relaxed, and you know, now almost by default, if you're male, to interact with children is suspect and dangerous, socially dangerous.
Yeah, people are more paranoid now than ever, it seems.
But I mean, if you're a female, it's like, okay.
It reminds me of the communist purge of the 50s a little bit.
Yeah.
When did it ever stop?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Good question.
Well, it's like a famous person going into a room for an interview with a female. She could say something after they left the room. That's why you got to have 3 people in there. The male knows he's honest, but he has to have, you know, protection for, you know, a witness there.
I carry one of those spy pens or one of those ink pens that you clip to your shirt pocket. Has a little bitty lens.
Yeah.
And it saved my ass a couple of times, not for pedophilia charge or sexual impropriety, but simply for misrepresentation. You know, sometimes folks will just make up bullshit, you know, lie like hell.
People are not fans of my practices and still
Some people
say.
can be really nasty. I mean, like digging your nails at me.
They're not fans of what, Nadia?
Not fans of my, I guess, sexual practices and so on, but at the same time, you know, this whole predator thing, or trickster thing.
Oh, yeah.
Like, not only do I, not only do I inform everyone, it's kind of like, you know, given how badly my appearance has deteriorated, it's like the only reason guys are remotely interested in me anymore.
Makes me want to go look at some erotic art just thinking about it.
Thinking about what?
It makes me want to go look at some erotic video art just thinking about false accusations and social paranoia over sexuality.
One time I went into an adult store and there were some movies and I'm like, holy crap, I didn't know you could do that. Then I just left. Scared the hell out of me. I didn't know you could do that.
There's a lot of crazy things one can do.
Yeah.
Like make their own bungee cord and jump off a high place and then they kill themselves.
That's fun.
Fucking crazy people.
What happened to David Carradine? I've heard 2 stories. One that he was murdered and 2 that he accidentally died during, you know, some type of sexual activity of some sort that was a little bit specialized. Anybody got any understanding on that? The guy that played Kung Fu and Kill Bill, David Carradine, I think his name was.
David Carradine?
Yeah, that might have been him. Grasshopper, Kung Fu.
Let me see if I can find his name on you.
I think I heard 3 stories. one, that it was suicide, two, that it was murder, and three, that it was an accidental death due to some type of rope activity that had to do with rope. I liked him a lot, though. That Kung Fu show was just fantastic as an adolescent. I really liked that one.
Yeah, Roy Moore is very nuts. Like, I don't know about David Carradine, but yeah, it's like in principle, like the more general, I don't know, fornication issue. I mean, it could be bigger in my case. I don't know. It's not really.
I can't find it in anything.
Oh well.
Casting.
I mean, I think Bible comes pretty close to explicitly condemning gangbangs, at least orgies. So it's like, yeah, I've not bothered in quite a while. The last one was like late July 2013.
Whoa.
This may be completely off the wall, but does anyone know if Punxsutawney Phil saw his shadow?
Yeah, I did.
Bummer.
Is that good, or is that 6 more weeks?
That's the 6 more weeks of winter.
Damn it.
So you think winter will end earlier this year?
Kill that.
I think it'll be somewhere around March 21st.
Well, the more winter, the better. To keep the moratorium on evictions going longer.
Do you like winter, Nadia?
It's a Harold Ramis classic. Groundhog Day. He directed it.
Thing about cold is you can always put on more clothes. Thing about heat is once you're naked, you're still sweating.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, I like sleeping with like 2 blankets, leaving the temperature low.
The
a lot more
other
easy.
factor, of course, is that if there are cold temperatures outside, we'll tend to go a little bit lighter on evictions and such, which would help me.
Think it's going to dip below the 80s over there?
66.
That's not too bad.
It gets colder at night. It gets into the mid-40s at night.
It's 36 here.
I think it's like 10 here.
It's a nice, warm, balmy, 27 degrees, windy, rain, or, well, it was a liquid at some point.
And it's 38 degrees in downtown. Boop.
Yeah, 14 here in Sioux Falls.
Yeah, you practically live the life of Fargo, don't you?
Yeah, not quite as bad, but yeah.
Do people from Minnesota talk like leprechauns?
No, they don't really have an accent, really. Like Iowa. Or
Yeah, no accident. Yeah, no accent. Yeah.
I know. I don't know
Hey, you
about
think it's going to
international.
be raining again today? Nah. Guys, yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to be there or anything. So, you hear about that triple homicide out in Fargo? Yeah, real shame, real shame.
Anywho,
Never heard that one.
No.
I heard about that homicide that went on in Pennsylvania like a month ago. The guy, a veteran, that killed his wife and like uh, her mother and dad. Do you remember that fund motion?
I don't know. I don't remember that one.
It was a multi shooting sites. One or two people did survive though.
Okay. Father J13 should be banned from my channel. Oh, how are these people seeing it, responding to it?
Have you had to block anybody today?
Not today, but yeah, there's somebody who's blocked my YouTube channel that people are responding to. Or should be banned from my YouTube channel.
Yeah, that's strange.
Okay. Banned from channel. Looks like it might not be banned. Might not have been banned as needed. Might have only had him blocked on G+.
Do you know who Max Trivium is?
Yes.
Did you block him?
No. Why?
Wonder if Punxsutawney Phil has an account.
Oh. I suspect I know where everybody else went.
Where? I wonder where Mr. Tommy went. He just left.
Probably got bored. Warning on responsive script.
There's some crazy people that comment on your videos sometime, Nadia, or your hangouts.
Okay.
Just thought I'd let you know.
Huh. Actually, it's tough to tell what he might have meant by that, but still.
I wouldn't even worry about it.
Yeah. There's probably plenty of decidedly disparaging things that go around. Mine is kind of ambiguous. Who knows what?
Yeah. So how are you feeling today, Nadia? Feeling okay?
Tired.
How many hours of sleep do you think you obtained?
I don't know. I look terrible. I look fat.
What was that?
The fat on my face is like disgusting. It's like pretty. I don't know, when it changes your face, it's,
Weird.
it
It's
hurts a lot more than what?
it's weird. It's dark here, and you got bright sunlight outside your window.
Yeah.
How can that happen with a flat Earth?
I'll never understand flat earthers. Ever.
I'm not sure well, the entire kind of way someone has to do that kind of explodes the entire notion of what belief is. Right? Because in a way they know better. And they know you have to believe, but at the same time they're sort of like forcing this belief and so on. So they have I don't know, almost in Romans 1:20 sense, like the suppressed knowledge of the earth being round.
Are
That. And go ahead.
I was just going to ask, are the majority of flat earthers Bible believers?
Yeah.
Well, that explains it.
It's got to take some special kind of faith to go with that particular worldview.
I never
Well, the
understood.
Bible doesn't really demand it. I mean, what?
I was just going to say, I think you were going to say the same thing, Nadia. I was going to say, I don't think the Bible really says the earth is flat. And I don't understand the doctrine of a young earth either. It makes no sense to me.
Yeah, there are a few Bible verses that used to.
I think it's a guy
back
called.
up the earth being flat, and what's that?
Sorry, I think it's a guy called James Usher. If you want to wiki that one. He's the guy that first did the dating of the young Earth creation. He did a genealogy of Jesus or something. I can't remember.
I never thought it mattered if the Earth was old or young. I don't think it would disprove their God, in their opinion, or whatever.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, let's see. James Usher, with two S's, was the Church of Ireland Archbishop of Armagh and Primate of all Ireland between 1625 and 1656. Yep. Established time and date of creation is the night preceding Sunday, 23rd of October, 4004 BC.
What time is it in the afternoon?
I think it was shown that he was actually off by 15 minutes.
Well, it's the night preceding that Sunday.
The night preceding, of course. Yeah.
Proleptic Julian calendar. So, and he had those. I don't know what you call them there. The thing around his neck that he's wearing is pretty wild by today's standards.
Have you got a link there, or I'll look it up?
Yeah. I'll get the link.
Raising me. It keeps raising me on the button.
I think in Elizabethan England there were a lot of whiplash cases that just spread around Europe.
Yeah, well, the Church of Ireland was very prominent, I think, church. It was, it's an ancient, it's one of the older Catholic churches, I think. Well, in the north, I mean. Say that.
What do you call those things he's wearing around his neck? I used to know. Can't remember now.
Let me have a look. It's a ruff. If it's Elizabethan. Yeah, a ruff. Oh dear.
Let me see.
Ruff, I think. Just R-U-F-F.
Yeah. Yep, that's turning up on all the hits. Wow, some of them actually look good. Like
Elizabeth, yeah. Her ones are cool.
well, granted, I'd have to maybe look a lot more feminine in general, but
yeah, not at all.
That's that's not too bad in terms of fashion. I can work with that.
Yeah, they're cool.
Welcome back, Mr. Glenn.
Yeah, my computer cut out there.
Yeah, the way they did it there, so actually opens up the neckline a bit in front. Seems to work a lot better than just a straight up disc all around or whatever. Elizabethan Ruffs and James Usher, the person who established the timeline for younger creation.
And you said he did that in BC?
No, AD. 1630.
Oh, okay.
Something, maybe a bit later.
Sir James Lightfoot supposedly improved it to 9 a.m. October 3rd, 4004 BC.
Well, it's just the audacity. It's the audacity I love. That's what I find funny, and that is the good point because, of course, it was made by I mean, I've heard it by a few people, but I remember Hitchens making the point that it's the improbability of the story that lends credence to the veracity or the fact of Jesus being a real person. You know, if they'd simply made it up, they wouldn't have put all these contradictions in. So the fact that there are all these contradictions shows that something really was going on. You know.
Yeah, that's the historic method. Haven't you heard?
That's the implausibility argument, as far as I'm concerned.
Yes, the implausibility argument for God.
Yeah.
The entropy of theist philosophies.
Sirens.
What on earth does it mean? Oh, hello. Oh, I thought somebody new joined you. Oh, Bob. Welcome.
Sorry, Nadia, I didn't mean to cut you off.
My favorite argument.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I think my favorite argument is the one regarding the huge amount of evidence that they have that the Bible is real because they have so many copies of the Bible. And it's always been all I could do to just say, yeah, well, they had pretty good Xerox machines back then.
They didn't, no. That's why we lost the Archimedes, you know, the lost work. I can't remember what they called it. Manuscript.
Yeah. Yeah, it fell behind the machine.
No, they scraped it off and reused it for hymns or something.
These was from that manuscript pretty clearly came very close to inventing the calculus in almost 300 years before Christ.
Yeah, yeah, incredible feat.
Yeah.
I mean, several other people got there before Newton in terms of coming up with the idea, but not being able to understand the meaning of it. You know.
Hey, Christian.
Howdy, y'all. How we doing today?
Hey, Mr. Hillbilly.
Hi, Jim.
Howdy, Nadia.
Good to see you on. Good to see you on. Happy Groundhog's Day.
Did he see a shadow or whatever it was?
Yeah.
Apparently,
I think he saw a shadow.
He was pretty pissed, apparently. He bit his handler.
Did he really?
Oh, he does that every year.
Yeah, I guess that's why they wear those thick gloves.
Well, I hope it's none too serious a wound.
So what's the topic of conversation today?
We're going on about the history of young Earth creationism, and it was what is it, Becky Bowden, or Meleagris Feast, or sorry, Meleagris Feast, or Jade was going on about how 20th century Seventh-day Adventists were the ones to, I guess, is it popularized? It's probably a better way to describe it. The position, or whatever. The actual fundamentalist people from the early 20th century weren't actually directly involved with promoting anti racism. But still.
Well,
and of course,
I wasn't aware of that.
James Usher. There's a bit of a track record. I don't think it's like objectionable or discrediting or anything. Let me see. Young Earth, 7th. Okay. There's Giberson's essay on it, which I can put a whatever on. I don't know. People have like creationism as their big thing to go on about. For some reason, it doesn't come up very high on my priorities.
How about this one?
Well, when it comes to... Oh, I'm sorry.
How about this one then? I heard another conspiracy theory. Not a conspiracy theory, a hypothesis that Noah's flood could have happened in the Black Sea before the Channel of Isthmus became a channel. Okay, so the theory is the Mediterranean is the only sea, and that the bridge between Turkey and Asia was blocked, and then gradually wore away, and then over a very sudden period of time, the civilization living in the valley, which is currently in the Black Sea, was flooded. They all moved north, and then formed the tribes that moved down into Sumer.
Hello, Aramine.
Moved south, sorry. Two things.
Yeah, I've heard of that too, actually, as far as like local flood theories.
Yeah, I thought it was quite a good one, especially as Göbekli Tepe is kind of founded shortly after that period, within like 600, 700 years.
Okay, so we had Malek, Robin, and Ermine just joined. Welcome all, and happy Groundhog's Day.
Oh,
Happy Groundhog Day!
Yep, it's Groundhog Day again.
And
Where's
again. And again.
I love that movie.
Great movie.
Without a doubt.
I like it when he keeps getting slapped by that lady. He tries so hard to get her attention.
Yeah, I put up the paper for Seventh-day Adventist origins. So I guess the modern young Earth creationist movement, but
I'll click on that.
Well, the modern young Earth creationist movement was actually not so modern because it's been around since the beginning of the Bible. Since the beginning of God's Word, we've known that God created in 6 literal 24-hour periods.
I'm sure that the kind of literal interpretation had some constituency, but I mean, for instance, Irenaeus, Origen, and Augustine, I mean, all had non-literal interpretations they favored. So.
Had what?
I said Irenaeus, Augustine, and Origen all had non-literal interpretations.
Well, that don't make no never mind to the fact that if you read it the way it's written, it doesn't leave you the option of going with a non-literal translation. See, the fact is, the way it's written, it tells us, because it's written in a historical narrative, it tells us right off the bat that this is history. This is not metaphor. This is not poetry. This is nothing of the nature. This is historical.
Irenaeus and Origen would have been speakers of at least Koine Greek.
Problem is, on these articles, they're so long. And
Probably Augustine as well.
I read so slow.
Possibly Origen, or possibly, sorry, Augustine as well. Augustine was a few centuries after. Irenaeus and Origen were close enough that I think. Actually, hang on. What was Origen? I'm gonna check. I'll just check all three. Why not? Okay, Origen was 184 to 253.
184.
Okay, Irenaeus. Early 2nd century to 202. So, and then Augustine of Hippo. Much later, 354 to 430. So. Okay. So Irenaeus was probably almost definitely a Koine Greek speaker. Origen had maybe 100 years or so between him and Paul. I guess Paul's death or whatever, and then Augustine's a bit further out. Okay. So they were pretty close to the writers, at least the New Testament. Old Testament, well, that's a question.
Well, Jesus himself even talked about how a literal creation, a literal interpretation of Scripture, in that he said, haven't you heard it read that in the beginning God created them male and female? So again, that shows us that even Christ himself was very much a literalist when it came to the creation narrative.
Yeah, but it says that woman's made out of man's rib, so man must have been made before woman.
Yes.
So you said they would. You just said they were both made at the same time.
No, I didn't say that at all.
Well,
I said that
what you
Jesus
said.
You really ought to take a look at chapter 2, because chapter 1 gives us the narrative of exactly how the days went down, and chapter 2 gives us a better narrative of the 6th day of creation.
Well, sure, but at the same time, I think the words of Christ that you cited maybe don't have as deep of an impact on the issue as you're suggesting.
Oh, actually, I believe they do. Now, if you're talking about how Christ looked at Scripture, Christ quoted that Scripture to tell us that, again, God created, that in the beginning God created, and he created in a specific way, a specific order, a specific hierarchy, if you will. Now, does that directly address the young earth issue? No, not necessarily. But once again, I think that is kind of a non-issue. I mean, it's not the fact that we've got the earth created, all creation created 6,822 years ago, or 47 billion years ago, or trillion years ago, whatever it is. It don't matter. the fact is the fact that in the beginning, God created. I gotta go off here so I can make a test cut. I'll be right back.
Okay, well,
And I got this book.
as much as someone might believe them to be the case, but it might be that it's more, I don't know, this kind of historical evidence for people having believed likewise doesn't seem to be that available. To be honest, I'm not actually sure how the ancient non-literalists rationalized it.
I don't think they did take it literally. It seems to me from the early church fathers, as soon as they got into theology, they realized straight away you couldn't take it literally. If you have any
Well,
kind of
yeah,
theology, it's almost
Irenaeus,
impossible to take it.
Origin, Augustine. Yeah.
So I
Those three
think
made
that's
statements saying non-literal.
And then later on, of course, they found the bristlecone pines in California. Whoa, these trees are like really, really old.
Yeah. Well, what James Usher did could have been done, well, by the Jews prior to, I don't know, any claim of having visited the earth and whatever. But the Jews never bothered. And Christians after Christ, well, don't seem to have bothered until James Usher. So, if there were a belief in literal creation, there were an attempt to, would there have been an attempt to date it before James Usher? And weren't people of antiquity and such perfectly capable of doing what James Usher did?
There are a couple of examples where in another gospel, I'll try and think of the name of it in a second, a couple of people tried to do the lineages of Jesus through the line of David.
Are you talking about the beginning in Matthew?
It might be in one of the Gospels. I thought it was in one of the non-canonic Gospels. I think they're called. Someone like Nicodemus or Thomas, or
Of course, the Babylonians
Well, I got
had
family trees.
Oh, sorry.
Say again.
The Babylonians had a lag. Babylonians had a timeline based on when Marduk created the world, but their timeline was a little bit longer than Usher's.
Yeah,
about a factor of 100.
But why didn't someone in the time of Christ or earlier produce an attempt at a timeline based on genealogies, just like Usher?
I don't have a good answer for that.
My study Bible has a time.
The chronology, I don't know how the chronology was based. Apparently some guy named Berosus did it, but unfortunately his writings are kind of lost.
What was the guy's name?
Berosus, I think it was. Don't know the spelling.
Can you wing the spelling? I can't tell from your pronunciation.
Beroou. Something like that. It's Greek, isn't it? So it might not be a U there.
Yeah, I think it was Babylonian, but I'm not sure. But Marduk was the god at the time.
Bursus.
Yeah, late Babylon.
Apparently he had a number of volumes, but apparently all copies were lost, so I'm kind of curious as to how they even know they existed.
Yeah. Are you still going through that article?
Okay. So, the Babylonian flood. Oh, Gilgamesh.
Hey, Seamus.
Hi,
Hello.
Seamus.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hey.
Of course, the Brahmin Hindus have the oldest cosmology of all.
They overestimate the ages of the
Yeah,
universe.
it's old, yeah, it's way older than what we've measured it to be.
I guess I believe in the old Earth, but
What's interesting about the Vedas is the date they were actually written down in. I'm not absolutely certain, but I believe it's AD. So they were orally transmitted for 5,000 years or something.
Yeah. Well,
I could be wrong about that.
James Usher himself was clearly operating on a sort of young Earth presumption. So he kind of already believed in the young Earth when he was going into it, calculating a date. So it had to have been around.
Yeah, I think.
Trick is, why is it attested to as well?
Why? Yeah, it was explained to me. I mean, I heard it growing up through Anglican kind of propaganda that it was about, he was a particularly rigorous mathematician type person, and he wanted to, stop the doubters, basically. So he did it literally through all the information he could possibly get about the number of people, and then literally just added up ages and came to a number. And then that then gave him the theory of how old the Earth was, and then he started, advertising that, so to speak. There's a better word than that, propagandizing. I'm doing three things at once here, so sorry. But yeah, I think that's the origin of it. It comes exactly from there. Before anybody had done that, a few people had done like genealogies to get Jesus into the line of King David. But
Well, that's right there in the Bible, isn't it?
it could be actually in the Bible. Yeah, I haven't read the Bible for about 30 years.
Yeah, two different Gospels give like genealogy. I guess two different genealogies.
Okay, that could be what I'm reading.
It's like a single line of lineage, so in each case, not like a full family tree branching affair. So the two lines given are different, but I mean there can be two paths from David to Jesus anyway.
I think they're both supposed to be male genealogies, though.
Not sure. Oh, well, good to have you back on, Seamus. We missed you.
Yeah, we did miss you.
Thanks. I wasn't gone that long. It's probably about maybe a week or something.
Were you really gone for a week?
Probably. I might have popped in here and there, but I really haven't been around since, I don't know, it might have even been over a week. It's hard to tell. Doesn't matter though. But how have you guys been?
All right, we were wondering, where's George Clooney?
Good to see you, Shameless.
George Clooney. Uh-oh. Are you telling me Seamus is all hot and sexy like George Clooney?
He is. He's a younger version. If you look at George Clooney when he was on The Facts of Life, shorten his hair a little bit, it's Seamus.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
It's like, that was 10 years ago, a photo from 10 years ago, though.
Oh, whatever. A girl can dream.
Main thing is, well, who knows? We were just, we try to trace, like, the, I don't know, history of thought about young Earth creationism.
About what?
About the Seventh-day Adventist, about young Earth creationism.
Oh, okay.
Seventh-day Adventist thing where they popularized it in the 20th century, but, I mean, obviously the idea was around quite a bit earlier. I mean, the guy who came up with the date is clearly from the 1600s. That's neither here nor there. Always plenty of exciting issues like, who knows, what is it? Presupposing metaphysical naturalism. There you go. Is it a presupposition or not? Welcome, Josh. Good to have you on.
Hey, Josh.
Happy Groundhog Day.
Thank you. You too.
Yes.
Get down.
Actually,
I thought I saw a groundhog behind you.
Uh-oh.
Watch out.
I'm going to get my hat on.
Sorry.
Actually, you might know more about this than we do. We were trying to like trace like the history of young Earth creationist thinking.
Mm-hmm.
James Ussher.
Yeah.
We know was in the 1600s, and we just don't know of like the earlier sources for it.
I don't know. I think he was just taking it in a liberal direction.
Your hair's not quite as curly.
Yeah.
What's up, Shamos?
Hey, Josh. How you doing?
Hey, pretty good.
All right.
Are we ready to defeat some arguments today?
I don't know. We'll see.
Oh, you should have been here last night. You know the Ask an Atheist guys?
Mm-hmm.
Tried to bring Michael Martin's transcendental argument for the non-existence of God against a pagan.
Yeah, that was hang and tag or something. I don't remember.
I want to hear that. Do you remember how that went? Let me hear that. Can you sum that up for me, Nadia? The transcendental argument for the non-existence of God. I'd love to hear that.
Well, one is that sort of logic is ultimately contingent on God, so Essentially, it could be otherwise, and then contradictory things could be. Next one is miracles ruin the uniformity of nature, so science can't really be done. Third one is divine command theory renders morality subjective, so objective morality goes out the window too. And a pagan clearly doesn't adhere to, well, their gods as the source of logic or whatever, or well, divine command theory is morality. So he was pretty inappropriately using the argument against the pagan.
But was he saying like morality? Was he trying to say morality was subjective when he was making that particular critique? Was he taking that approach with it? 'Cause
well, I said divine command theory is subjective. I can give you a link to.
you from that transcendental argument, if you flipped it, you would have to argue that logic just came to be, and it's natural, and which I could probably see that argument going alright, but the morality argument, he's going to have to say that morality is not objective, because objective morality is kind of the inclination towards God in a sense. It seems to me he would try to argue the opposite, which it's interesting. I would love to. Who was it?
Ask an atheist.
Oh, okay.
He's kind of not not used to actually presenting like an atheological argument, so he inappropriately used this one. This is specifically a response to Christianity, so it doesn't work against pagans.
Is that Ocean?
No, it was Von Halton.
Oh, okay.
It's phrased almost as a response to the tag. It's not very fully fleshed out in the article there. I mean, there are kind of enough, I guess, obvious counters that you have to really kind of anticipate and address up front to have it be something fully fleshed out. But I guess the article gives a sketch of it, and it's kind of phrased as a sketch. It says what would a transcendental argument look like? So.
Well, I'm a fan.
And actually,
I'm a fan of the tag argument, so I would love to see it flipped in the reverse and hear that. It would be cool.
Yeah. There's a longer series of arguments here. Yeah, Michael Martin Frame. So the two of those kind of had some back and forth in a series of articles that you can I guess Frame raises some objections and Martin answers them. Yeah. Oh, it's not Frame, it's Butler. And there are only 2 rounds. So Butler's defensive tag, critique of Tang. There's one follow-up and a second follow-up. So doesn't quite go as far as I hoped, but still.
Did you say that Michael Martin was here?
Just here being where?
Like Michael Martin was in your in this debate room.
Oh no. But the published debate from '96 or '97 with somebody Butler. Let me see which Butler. Michael Butler. So yeah.
Yeah, I've known about the Tang argument. Haven't really given it much thought. I don't think I when it was around when I was looking at all this years and years ago. I don't think it really I mean it's just I don't think it's something to really delve into. I'm more I don't know. I hate to label it like that, but I just kind of think that's just silly. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't really think it's that strong of an argument, but on the other hand, this Ask an Atheist guy is almost what you would call like a presuppositional atheist. So I figured it would go along well with his style.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's a good guy. He's got a good heart. He's just he's like, I guess what some people would say, like a strong atheist, or I really get bugged by all these terms. I guess he truly knows or believes that there is no God, and he's pretty. I guess he would almost be like anti-theist, but I really wouldn't put that label on him. But he's pretty. It's not like militant, but he's just pretty staunch in his positions. But besides that, he's a pretty nice guy.
But if he truly knew, wouldn't he have to have a justification for his true beliefs? I mean, it takes a bit more than proclaiming God is impossible repetitively.
I call it a revelation, Nadia.
A revelation? Yeah, maybe.
Well, I
have Oh, good. Thanks, Seamus.
No, I actually had an argument that I haven't pitched for a long time that just shows you how absurd strong atheism really is. It's pretty simple argument. It kind of goes like, okay, so what we're going to do is we'll presuppose, we're going to do two separate thought experiments, and we're going to basically take on the two opposing worldviews presuppositions, right? So, all right, we'll start from the Christian side. Let's presuppose that the Christian God is true, right? So, if this is in fact true, then then God itself, the Christian God, could reveal Himself in such a way to Christians, or so that they would know, so that the Christians would be justified in believing in God if He was in fact true. Okay, so that's all I'm trying to establish there. But now we're going to move on to the other thought experiment. Let's say that atheism is in fact true. So we're assuming that there is no God. The world came about by whatever means, randomness, abiogenesis, evolution, all the way down the chain. There is no God. Okay, if that is in fact true, let's say that I'm just your average strong atheist. I have no way of knowing that there is no God, namely the Christian God or anything like this. Like right now, there's no way to scientifically measure how to like a being that transcends space and time. There's no way to measure this. So even if atheism is true, you're still not justified in being a strong atheist because you have no way to confirm that other than gut feeling, which is just kind of absurd. So what I'm showing you is a strong theist, someone that absolutely asserts that he knows God. If his worldview is true, that's highly possible. But let's assume that the atheist's worldview is true, and he says there absolutely is no God. He has no way of knowing. He's just bullshitting. So, anyways, that's the argument.
Well, I'd say it's the distinction between fallibilism and infallibilism. And where I guess infallibilism. Actually, it's more than infallibilism. There's, I guess, a quasi-skepticism where you ultimately can't really know that you know, because you can have your justified belief, but then having that access to ultimate truth is not entirely possible. And where I think there are like two different lines of questioning whether that's actually a sign of superiority that one can know that one knows, and secondly, whether one genuinely can know that you know that way, whether that I guess claim or belief that one has that access to that ultimate truth is justified. So that's kind of where I think a response might go.
It's kind of an interesting argument.
Reasonable, or
say that again.
Oh, sorry. I was just saying, is that sound like a plausible counterline or something like that?
Well, I mean, I'm all for hearing an atheist, a particularly strong atheist, tell me exactly what his justification is and how he knows for 100% certainty. Because I mean that's what I'm interested in here.
Do you claim to know for absolute certainty?
Do I?
Yeah, I think almost all of us would disclaim.
Yes, Seamus, yeah.
Yeah, I do, in fact.
Okay, that's cool.
I think almost all of us would disclaim absolute or the 100% certainty. I think there are a few infallibilists or a few who regard like a priori affairs as deductively concluded or whatever. Yeah, as 100% certain, but still.
I have a
my claim absolute certainty or 100% certainty knowing 2 + 2 = 4.
Yeah, that one's a difficult one, Nadia, because I believe the Russell guy, Bertrand Russell, yeah, that's it. So in his book in the mathematics, he took 400 pages to prove that 1 and 1 or 1 and 1 = 2. So that one's always tricky.
People have figured out how to do that much shorter.
Yeah, I'm sure. But I love the guy just because he did it.
Whitehead was the other one.
Yes, of course. Yeah. Was he a Jewish rabbi?
I'm not sure.
I think he might have been. Might have had some kind of Jewish connection. Wouldn't surprise me. But I think that the finite or whatever the other argument is just as weak as the tag argument. And I, as an atheist, would never put it forward.
You said Alfred North Whitehead, right?
I believe that's his name, yeah.
Yeah, he's not a rabbi.
No.
Not a theist, not a Christian. He said something remarkable. I have a quote here. I don't think I'll read it, the whole thing now. Well, here's what he said. I'm just going to skip a lot of the quote.
Can you say who the quote's from first?
Alfred White Northhood.
Thank you.
Yeah, this quote's too big, and I'm not gonna say it, but basically what he was saying that science arose in a specific. It's no accident that it arose in a specifically theistic context in Europe.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just way too big. Here, I can
agree on the grounds that you know, things like alchemy were definitely thought of as the work of the devil and had to be done behind closed doors. Even though a lot of Christians partook in the very action, they were condemning it at the same time.
Here's the quote.
I'm not sure that science itself, you know, was necessary. Thank you very much. Necessarily comes from Christianity. I think there are definitely roots into much earlier civilizations.
Well, it comes from a Jewish Christian understanding of the rationality of you know, the rational the discoverability of a rational world. That it's not built on a Greek view of chaos, or, you know, a pantheist view of the world as divine and therefore shouldn't be fooled with, but as that it can be understood and that it can be used to our advantage, our technological advantage. That's what a lot of historians have seen. A lot of historians, sociologists, have and philosophers have come to realize.
Sure, but I mean that all predates Christianity by, you know, 500 years probably.
Yeah, I'm not saying that cultures didn't contribute. I mean,
well, no, directly specify exactly what the method was that was to be used, and the fact that God could not be used in this method.
Well, the way, not of a specific religion, but of a worldview, of the, you know, of a rational world that, you know, that was built on rational principles. That's why we can formulate things like natural laws that govern it, or that, you know, describe it.
I mean, all these are ideas which I've heard in Greek philosophy, and I could probably point you to specific people within the Greek tradition that hold these views, and they all predate.
I gave you one, Alfred White Northhood.
Well, if you go back to, you could then go back to the Old Testament and say that there's scientific knowledge there as well, and I don't think that's a far stretch, because, you know, when you think about it, just making a tool out of a stone is a scientific process.
Well, I don't think it was, you know, in the Old Testament.
So, you know, you have to grant that science itself is just a natural process of humans.
Oh, well, I don't think so, because science, a lot of these sociologists and historians and philosophers are saying science really didn't arise in Greek culture. You had things that were incorporated and that were used to make the eventual formulation of science here in the 16th, 17th centuries. But, you know, so that's why we're indebted to a lot of cultures, especially Greek culture. But by and large, the worldview is from, you know, a Judeo-Christian worldview. And it's not like they immediately, you know, said, aha, we know science now. No, it was still a gradual process. So the truth is probably somewhere in the middle, but it's because of the, you know, the belief in God, belief in the rationality of the universe, and the discoverability that it eventually led to that.
Sure. Okay. So it definitely predates Yahweh. I mean, I'd just like to point out that the Arabic scholars in Baghdad used Babylonian tables of star charts.
The reason why...
Hang on. Let me finish. They used Babylonian tables, okay, of star charts, plus star charts that they made themselves to work out what the constellations were and how they worked and how they moved around. Okay, this is science doing this. Okay, the Babylonians far predate, any kind of notion of a single god. Okay, so to equate a single god with science, I think, is an equivocation which shouldn't be made on the basis that we can see in pagan cultures where there are many gods, science working perfectly well. And that's throughout the whole of history. The pyramids could not have been built unless they had developed a scientific tool to do it.
You had it.
They have a master god, all of them?
Well, hold on. You had it in an embryonic stage in a lot of these cultures, but it was really pushed forward and developed by the Jewish and Greek, Jewish and Christian notion through the Middle Ages and into the 16th and 17th century. And that the Arabic culture, for example, the reason why science didn't come from them, even though you have elements of it there, is because Yahweh is the view of Yahweh. The view of God in Arabic culture is transcendent. That is, God is completely above and beyond our understanding, or saying this about Yahweh, saying this about God. Excuse me. So God does something out of His own whims, and there's not a rational picture. That's the difference. And I'm not just saying this because of my viewpoint. I'm just saying what others have said, other philosophers, historians, sociologists.
Okay, I appreciate the point. I understand that you're making the point that a belief in one God has helped science progress faster than it would have otherwise progressed. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
That's essentially what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I would, as I said, I would point to the fact that science has existed in all the cultures which were pagan before that.
Oh.
Hang on,
Okay.
I haven't finished. Let me get through it. So that's the first point about science being ubiquitous to the humankind. And then secondly, I would say that there have definitely been examples, especially in the Middle Ages, where I think what you're talking about was a battle. There were Christians who believed in science, but there were quite a few, especially in the hierarchy of the traditional churches, that didn't and saw it as dangerous. Hang on a minute, I haven't finished. Let me get to the end of the point first. Okay, so we can see this because the Vatican records, which have been opened up to some degree, definitely confirm that there were trials done which were biased, and obviously we know from just myth history about the very famous characters, but there's a lot more behind the scenes as well.
Mm-hmm.
So those are definitely slowing science down, and what actually happened through that period, through the Renaissance, and the reason that science was progressive is because all of the people in the South, which were under Catholic rule, okay, all of those scientists knew that their views were heretical, and they moved to Northern Europe, where the Protestants were. And it's not that they weren't heretical amongst the Protestants, it's just the Protestants didn't burn them for it. Okay, so that's why Northern Europe suddenly took on a boom. Okay, and that's what Alfred North Whitehead is referring to. And I appreciate that point completely.
Yeah, I don't know if you
in the south of Europe, it wasn't that way. Okay, what happened in Islam is exactly the same. They flourished for 200, 300 years under science until let me finish. Until they had a dogmatic revolution, okay, which banned it. Then the empire froze and then started retracting. Okay, so it's quite clear from history that the use of science is what's progressing us as a human species, not the use of different types of religion.
That's almost completely incorrect. I've read a number of these books. I'm trying to find it. For some reason I can't find it. Triumph of Christianity by Rodney Stark. a few others. It really talks about this, and you have Alfred White Northhead underscoring the point that where science arose, how it arose. Again, it was from a conceptual. It's from a worldview, fashioned after a worldview that sees the world, the external world, as separate and rational, that it can be discovered and manipulated for the benefit of mankind. Now, these points that you made about inherent conflict between science and religion, almost all of these cases have been exaggerated, including the case of Galileo, Copernicus. There's so many of these that have been exaggerated. And this is what I believed all throughout college. I believed, well, I mean, how can this be so? So I started reading, started doing investigations, see all types of quotes from these scholars. For example, the Dark Ages, historians don't refer to it as that anymore because they know that that label is wrong. They call it the Middle Ages, not the Dark Ages, because there was so much, there was technological advance and so forth in different places. So yeah, it's been really a caricature of modern secularists to paint the Christians as these people out to get scientists and so forth. Yeah.
Actually, the modern connotation of Dark Age is something of an inappropriate interpretation of what the term was kind of meant to describe. It's actually meant to describe kind of interruptions or, I guess, less availability of historical records. And given that modern archaeology and so on has been able to recover recover a great deal more than, say, people who coined the term at the time they did had access to. They are not as dark, not as we actually have a window into them that the people who coined the term didn't have. I mean, the darkness they referred to was essentially, that knowledge that the historical records being able to have visibility into it, right? Not a matter of its kind of moral character or anything like that. So the modern connotation is actually very inappropriate to what the people who coined this term actually meant by it.
Yeah, what I think is miraculous is that, with the fall of the Roman Empire, that civilization in a lot of places stayed together. You had the Holy Roman Empire, you had, Christians just keeping society together in a lot of respects. It's amazing, and I think we, I don't for that reason, I don't know. I kind of hinted at this before. I don't know how good of an argument that an atheist or a non-Christian can give, saying that, well, all the horrible things from church history. I don't know what type of epistemic status that has in trying to show that Christianity is false or unpreferable. It really, made all these things possible. This one book I have, for example, I've mentioned it before, How Christianity Changed the World. It has mentioned, or it goes over 400 pages, how Christianity led to not only science, but improvements in let me get to it. Improvements in human life and well-being, freedom and dignity, the Christian imprint on education, economics, liberty and justice, abolishing slavery, just different things, art and architecture. There's so many improvements, so many things that I think we're all indebted to the church, really. And I'm talking about the church universal.
I would say that there's very common, like, gross misunderstandings of the arc of history and such. I mean, for instance, the fall of the Roman Empire is even like a gross misnomer, right? It's a major territorial loss, such as like the Western Roman Empire, but the Eastern Roman Empire, remained standing for another 1,000 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's a rather gross mischaracterization of
because of Christianity.
If that actually represented, right?
Well, because of Christianity held civilization together.
I think it was used. I think it was in play, but I would be wary of, I don't know, ascribing any single factor, number one, and I guess number two, like giving too much causal force to it.
Well, I don't ascribe everything to it. I mean, I'm not saying that different cultures didn't contribute, in different ways. They certainly did. I mean, and I think that is God revealing Himself through different cultures also. I'm just saying that I think it can be argued that God has been revealing Himself through the historic process. But more than that, I don't think it can be argued that the problems through church history are somehow give the non-Christian warrant for thinking that Christianity isn't the correct view or something. I don't know.
What principles of Christianity led to the abolishment of slavery and architecture and all that stuff you mentioned? I mean, you're just reading apologetic books that really have no historical founding at all.
On.
I mean, the order that the concepts that the universe was ordered. Plato had that concept. Plato had a concept of a single God.
Well, hold on.
Why was the Southern Baptist Convention formed? It was to keep slavery around. Yeah. I mean, you're just everything. Practically, I've been listening in YouTube. I think everything you said for the past 15 minutes, I totally disagree with you.
Well,
what Christian principles helped architecture exactly?
Let me answer. First of all, we'll go to slavery, okay?
The Bible says people are worms. There's no such thing as human dignity.
Let's not get to slavery. There's definitely a case for architecture in that the Norman churches really did try and build. There was a lot of competition to build higher and higher churches.
Yeah.
And I think in France they built one to something like 210 feet or something, and it fell down 3 times before they finally built it to about 190 feet, and it stayed up.
Have you guys ever
really tried? But if God was there, why the hell did He let it fall 3 times before working at 190 feet? Go on.
That's
Go
the
on.
problem of
Give
evil.
us that one if churches are just, part of architecture and
That
inspired.
That right there is the problem of evil. So even though, Christians try to build certain things, if it falls down, like if it, let's say it kills 20 people, I don't know if that's a really great argument, because it sounds to me like it's the old problem of evil that has been, the logical problem of evil really is not a weapon in the atheist.
Yeah, 3 times though. Fell down 3 times though.
Yeah. Well, Yeah, I'm sure.
Building God's church.
Well,
So
God is.
if your argument is
God
that
isn't
God is
located
there to
in a
do
particular
architecture for
building.
humankind,
God
he's
is
not doing
located
it very well.
Well, hold on. God isn't located in a particular building. He's
Well, you just
located.
said he was.
Well,
You
then
said architecture was proof that God was behind all of these
It's an
things, and science seemed proving.
it's an indication of this book how
I
Christianity
haven't read that book,
influenced.
dude. I haven't read the book.
You know what? Let me finish. It's an indication of how Christianity influenced or changed the world. That's all it is.
Yeah, and I know being a European Christian, growing up through secondary school, that's all we were taught in divinity was this history, and there's some parts of it because Europe was all Christian. There's inevitably a period which happened under Christianity, but to claim that that is the most important part of science is ridiculous. The most important part of science is the last couple of years. That's the most important part.
Both Martin Luther and John Calvin were against Galileo. They're against heliocentrism.
No, that's incorrect.
They preached against it.
Okay.
They preached against it, both Martin Luther and John Calvin.
I would like to see those references.
Sure. In a lecture, in a sermon in 1950 and 1539.
Post the references because I got my own.
Can you look at the link on that I've put in the sidebar chat for us then? This was somebody who decided that Galileo was right and his views should be heard in public, and so he published a book exactly the same as Galileo's, and would not renounce it, unlike Galileo.
What you have is about three. You have three.
Did you check the link out first?
Here's what Martin Luther said.
Yeah, check the link out, then tell me about him.
I don't even understand the argument. You guys are saying that Christianity had nothing to do with progressing science, and the other side is saying what? Like, we can't believe that Christianity absolutely had nothing to do with it, as we can't believe that atheists had nothing to do with it. We know they had something to do with it.
Well, there were no atheists. There's hardly any atheists at all in Europe at the time. But to give credit to Christianity, there's no Christian concepts that preach these things. People are just living within a Christian culture. That's all. It's not like the Christian church, the Christian principle, the Bible itself was guiding these people.
And not only that, in specific cases.
Nobody's making a point. Okay,
Sorry.
let me finish. With all due respect, Simon, I've been listening to you have a two-way conversation for 30 minutes. You can listen to me for 30 seconds.
Okay, I will.
Somebody to make a statement as to what they're asserting, because it's going back and forth on like absolute ridiculousness.
Okay, I apologize.
Yeah, I tried to respond that this isn't just an apologetic, reason, and neither is this book. So I have a few books here that, again, not apologetic, that show, for example, people like Alfred White Northhead, a non-Christian philosopher, that science really arose in Christian Europe. I mean, it wasn't just incidental because they were, or everybody was a quote-unquote Christian, even though there was a lot of Christian opposition to the Roman Catholic Church before the Reformation, and the Cathars and so forth.
Well, a lot of Greek philosophy influenced Christian theology and so forth. I mean, the whole concept of the logos, for example, found in the Gospel of John, that was taken from Philo, who took it from Greek philosophers.
That's some scholars who believe that, but that's not everybody. Let's not pretend ourselves.
Oh no! I mean, where did you think Philo got the concept of the Greek logos? I mean, it's Greek philosophy.
Hold on, we're not talking.
Do you think he got that? Do you think he actually got that from like the Old Testament, for example?
No. Let me respond. If you want a sophisticated response, listen. There are scholars alive that that deny that John got his idea of the Logos being personal from Philo. That's all I'm saying. But even if he did, I'm not denying that Greek culture didn't make a lot of contributions.
Yeah, but I mean, you're saying, oh, if Christianity didn't exist, this stuff wouldn't come about. No, all this stuff predates Christianity.
Well, I don't think science, because they didn't.
Sure.
Hold on, let me make my argument. Science didn't originate in a Greek culture. They
absolutely did do.
No, they had experiment. It was based more on Aristotelianism, right? It was based on like perfect circles, like this Platonic concept of perfect circles. That kept from finding eclipses, right? So
Plato, Aristotle, they're all Greek philosophers. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's what I'm saying. In the Christian Europe, they Copernicus, from not looking at it from these perfect circles, the sun, the Earth going around the sun, but rather as an eclipse, these different eclipses and so forth. So, don't you see the Platonic influence that prohibited the progress of science?
No.
Well, I'm sorry you don't see that.
Aristotle, created logic and so forth, and that's where a lot of philosophy and stuff, and Christianity tries to, turn their God into a logical God and so forth. Again, that all came from Aristotle and Greek culture.
Well, Floyd, with all due respect, the challenge that I'm having with your argument is sometimes I hear you, and I don't think you've said it so far, is if we live in a society where maybe people are doing something negative, you attribute that to Christian. And we're living in a
No, I'm not saying Christianity was negative. What my argument is,
society when people are doing things positive, you won't attribute that to Christians. So I just like to know where it is that you stand. When is it okay to attribute the negative to Christians, but the positive to elsewhere? I think if you're going to attribute it, you've got to realize that it happens with Christianity, good and bad, and without good and bad.
No, I'm saying Christian principles are not the origins of all these things.
Yeah, and
sure, there's plenty of Christian scientists that did wonderful things. But wasn't there Christian theology which brought about these things?
Christian principles are the reason why all the negative goes on, and that's not fair either. That's the point I'm trying to assert. I don't care where you stand. I just care that you're consistent.
Well, where am I being inconsistent?
Because there's times where I've heard your arguments, and it's Christian principles. You'll say that it drove X, Y, and Z that happened that were negative. But those weren't Christian principles that drove that at all. Those were man principles using under the guise of Christianity. And now you're saying that there's good things that happened. Well, yeah, but those weren't Christian principles. So it doesn't matter what side you end on, good or bad. It just seems negative for Christians. And that's why I'm asking for some consistency.
No, where did I say Christian principles led to negative things?
You'll say, I've often heard, if it relates to, well, Hitler was in World War II. He used the Bible or he used his Christianity to blah, 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 blah.
I never said that.
Information or this or that.
When did I bring up Hitler? I didn't even talk about Hitler tonight.
But hold on, you did
that in the past, and so all I'm saying is
I never argued that Hitler used Christian views to persecute.
I've heard it for where did we kill a bunch of people? There's one other area I've heard it. So all I'm saying is I don't mind it, but my thing is I think we should just be consistent. There are some things that Christians have done that are bad. Don't doubt that in the name of Christianity. But there are some good things that they've done scientifically as well. And
I'm not talking about individual Christians at all. What I'm objecting to is it required Christianity to have science, to have reason, to have logic, and it's all Judeo-Christian principles. It's not Judeo-Christian principles. That's what I'm arguing against.
Yeah, in my view is that philosophers, historians, and sociologists, though not all, but a lot of them, would say that science arose in Christian Europe and not in Greek culture, even though you had elements there. but that helped over time progress.
Well, Christianity took over Europe, so I mean,
Yeah.
how else would it develop? It has to develop within the
It
culture.
wasn't natural. The development of science isn't natural. I think that's what you're presupposing. It only happened.
It pre-existed Christianity.
No.
Yes, it was. It was being practicing in Greece before Christianity came about.
This is why the scientists like Alfred White Northhead, he was before he died.
Have you read any other? I mean, you keep on bringing up him, but there's plenty of others that would disagree with him.
How can we say that science didn't happen before Christianity? This is foolishness. We can't make that argument.
I'm not. I'm saying the view of science really emerged in Christian Europe, even though you had just singular elements in Aristotelian physics and so forth.
Yeah, I mean, you're mentioning pre-Christian science.
Yeah,
and you're saying what unique concepts did Christianity bring that we didn't previously have?
Copernicus viewed eclipses rather than the Greek or Platonic view of a perfect circle. That's why he was able to see.
Well, the Catholic Church objected to looking in Galileo's telescope to see the imperfections of the moon.
Then we're going to go to the Catholic Church. Now, have you read? Hold on. Where is it?
I don't understand.
Here's a book.
Christianity is not in the business of making scientific predictions and adjustments.
Did though it spurred and gave rise to a lot of science.
What Christian principles led to that?
Well, this is it. The view that the universe was created in a rational way, that it could be understood by observers to be rationally understandable, rather than a chaotic mess, such as a lot of Greeks had it. The atomists.
No, all the cultures said order came out of chaos. There are many creation stories where order came out of chaos, including the Jewish story in Genesis 1.
Yeah, and that's why it prohibited. No, there wasn't chaos in Genesis 1.
Absolutely.
There was nothing.
It had nothing to do with chaos.
No,
the chaotic orders.
The Christian understanding is not the pre-existence of matter. Hold on. It's not the pre-existence of matter.
Josh, you're not the only one in this hangout. Other people can talk too. You got to wait your turn.
Okay.
There's things I can support that Flipper's saying, and there's things that I can support that you're saying. I'm just trying to wait for you guys to get to a point.
Let me.
Middle ground on this one.
Can I ask you?
Divisive.
Have you actually studied any of this?
Were you asking me?
Yeah.
To a degree, probably not to the level that you have.
That's why on certain issues, everybody is good at different issues. That's why I was trying to talk more on this issue.
Well, that's great, but there's 9 other people in the room.
Fair enough. When God created the universe, He created ex nihilo. That means out of nothing. Out of nothing, nothing comes. Nihilo fit. It wasn't a great concept of pre-existent matter. That was a distinctively Greek concept, and other cultures had that concept.
And that exists in Genesis 1 as well.
No, Genesis 1, there was nothing. In the beginning was only...
No, you're not reading it. In Genesis 1, tell me when the waters were created.
They weren't eternal. The only thing eternal, and this is the picture from Genesis and all throughout the Old Testament narrative.
There's nothing in Genesis that says that the universe was created ex
with
nihilo.
all due respect,
Nothing in
Floyd,
Genesis 1 says that.
let me finish, Floyd.
But you're making one incorrect statement after another. It's unbelievable. Of all the incorrect statements, it's like every other sentence you say is incorrect. It's amazing.
Well, let me finish, Floyd, instead of alleging
Like
things to
5.5 chapters of each and every single tiny little thing he did, but
Yeah,
he didn't want to do that. He wanted to make it simple. I mean, why make something complex? Why try to make something overly complex? I mean, you could have read the whole book of Genesis on just 6 days.
I don't think there are any Old Testament scholars who thinks that God was dealing with pre-existent matter. Rather, Old Testament scholars view
That's totally false. That's totally false. Are you aware that Teom and Tiamat share the same root? You know what Tiamat was? You familiar with Tiamat?
What I am familiar with, Floyd, is that everything, the universe included, was created at the beginning of time. There wasn't anything like a Greek mindset that matter also existed or that was also eternal in essence.
And there's nothing in Genesis 1 that says what you're saying.
Okay. Well, I don't know. If you're
Floyd,
are you familiar? Are you familiar with the Greek word teom? You're familiar with the Hebrew word teom that's actually used in Genesis 1?
Majority, if not like overwhelming majority opinion. So I mean, you're just pumping like a minority view and getting that.
No, this is the majority view.
What?
It's the majority view that teom shares the same root as Tiamat.
Okay, and now you're just pumping etymology to try to pump some conspiracy theory or something.
This is not a conspiracy theory at all.
Dude, I'm going to give you a chance.
Many scholars agree that teom, which is in the Hebrew account, and Tiamat share the same ancient root. Revel says deep and chaotic waters. Many scholars have that view. If you never heard this before, then you really haven't studied this matter.
I want to know. So, you're saying that this is like the majority Jewish opinion that that there was chaos pre-existing and God just this infinite chaos and God just worked with that and created.
Well, tell me in Genesis 1. Tell me when the waters were created. When were the waters created in Genesis?
Why do you keep asking that?
Because I want you to answer. I want you to think. I want you to actually address what the text.
I want you to get to your point.
The point is, they were never made. They were never created. They were pre-existent chaotic waters. So just the way Marduk divides Tiamat to create the heavens, the earth, Elohim, the gods, separate Teom to create the heavens and the earth.
Yeah,
there's nothing ex nihilo in Genesis 1.
I don't think that's the prevalent Old Testament interpretation of that, especially among Jews. I don't think Floyd's interpretation should be, trump all the Jewish interpretations of what Genesis means.
What Jewish interpretations are you?
Orthodox Judaism in particular. Yeah. This is completely contradictory to Orthodox Judaism.
So they claim Genesis 1 is ex nihilo?
It's almost...
I'd like to see that. Ex nihilo is a very later concept.
Oh. You seem to be surprised that you're putting out this concept and that it's not widely held. Are you really honestly surprised, Floyd, or?
Oh no, I'm not surprised at all. I'm not surprised at all that fundamentalists have these ignorant views and they really haven't studied what scholars actually say. I've heard all these bad arguments before, and it's just out of plain ignorance. I'm sorry.
But surely it's not just from fundamentalists. Surely it's from
that's not fair.
history. I don't see how some novel interpretation by...
This isn't novel at all. This has been around for a long time. This is the majority view of critical scholars.
It is not the majority.
Absolutely it is. If you go to any Ivy League college, you're going to learn these things.
I didn't go to the Ivy League. I'm sorry. I must not know. I can't take an online class.
Yeah, I mean, that's just some kind of appeal to some type of authority or whatever you're trying to pull there. I mean, Floyd.
Absolutely not. I brought up the in language, Teom and Tiamat share the same root, ancient root. You can Google this. I mean, it's this is not, you know, you don't have to dig somewhere and find some obscure college book somewhere to learn this stuff.
So the words, look, I'm not even going to grant you that they have the same root. I just grant you that they're similar words, and from that someone can derive that the triliteral root must be the same since it's a short word that sounds the same, which is just like, okay, that holds how much weight? I don't know, not as much as I would prescribe it. So I mean, it's just like etymology.
Where do you think the Hebrews got these stories from? They got it from
etymological conspiracy theories, which
these
is fine.
These are not conspiracy theories.
Listen, what
the
okay,
Israelites
let me tell you what is known.
Do you agree that the Israelites were former Canaanites? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, let me.
Okay,
so
where do you
want
think?
to go there now?
So read the Ugaritic text. What does the Ugaritic text say about all this stuff?
I want to know what modern Jewish, Orthodox Jewish thought, and as well as Christian, like Catholic and Protestant Christians stand united in this, on this front. I know for certain. So we're talking about like the majority of Judeo-Christian tradition as it stands right now. And you're just like saying that this is a majority view, and you're going to do that with a straight face.
If you go to any mainstream seminary, they're going to be teaching
okay, keep appealing to it.
Well, you say you
post a link if you want.
You're flip-flopping back and forth. You say I'm playing some.
Let me say something to you. Say something. You can't.
And then I say how it's all mainstream. You say then you're appeal authority. You're contradicting yourself left and right.
You understand that worship means in the beginning in Genesis 1.
Right. What about that?
Well, do you agree that it means in the beginning or origin? You understand that?
Well, sure. In the beginning is a fine translation. I have no problem with that.
So you agree that the Old Testament narrative is portraying an absolute beginning of all things apart from God, who is sovereign over all creation?
No, it doesn't necessarily that. It's the beginning of it's the beginning of when the universe when the sky and the dry land came about. It doesn't necessarily have the absolute beginning. They didn't have a concept of absolute beginning of time and so forth.
Hold on, you're not taking seriously the other mentions of different words in the portrayal and narrative in the Bible that says that God is sovereign in that He created the whole universe, everything.
Well, in Genesis 1, it talks about the skies. The word for the skies, heavens, is the same word as sky.
You're not reading it in context, then.
No, I'm absolutely reading it in context.
From the other books of the Old Testament, from other books and narratives and so forth.
Oh no, I'm taking context of the Old Testament and other origin myths that existed at the time.
Because it's mentioned in other stories, right? You're not taking into the context of its surrounding, even it's surrounding 5 books, right, of Moses, right?
I
think that's the Achilles heel here.
No, it's consistent with that and neighboring culture myths. It's all consistent.
Again, you're not reading it in the context of the whole of Moses' 5 books.
Oh, I absolutely am.
Okay. Well,
and you don't actually think Moses wrote those books, do you?
You did.
I do, but that's a different topic.
Yeah. You go to any mainstream seminary or go to any Ivy League college, and you're gonna
Why
learn.
do you keep saying that? I'm just curious.
Because you said my views are radical and minority view.
No, I don't, Floyd. I could sit here and say whatever I wanted to say about whatever I wanted to say, and then say that it's pumping out at some Ivy League college. But what I'm trying to get you to say is, dude, you sound really just like massive appeal to authority right now, and I think that you can argue it in such a way where you don't have to
I'm also giving my reasons too.
Okay,
my
then
arguments
I think your
too.
reasons and your arguments should stand on their own merit, and if they can't stand on their own merit, and you got to keep lauding these Ivy League colleges, then Floyd, we have a problem here because.
Well, because you've been saying that I have some like minority view conspiracy theory, and it's just not the case.
Floyd, what I'm telling you is that this is not a consistent theological position within Judeo-Christian theological tradition. It's just not. What you're trying to promote is just, I mean, it's a minority view amongst theological tradition. It's just kind of like.
Well, like Anselm, and Augustine, and Aquinas, with their maximally great being, they, that came from Greek culture and stuff like that. That's later theology that got adopted into Christian thought.
Yeah, my argument was never that.
You go back to the Old Testament, you have a Zeus type of God.
Hold on, let me finish, Floyd. Let me finish. My argument was never that God hasn't worked through different cultures, such as Greek culture, in perfecting, theological concepts for Aquinas and Augustine.
But your original argument is Christianity had unique thought, which no other cultures or nothing before had, which brought about architecture, science, logic, all those things.
Floyd, if you're so convinced of what I said, let me say what I said, actually. What I said is I brought up this one book by Alvin Smith, How Christianity Changed the World. And it argues that it and other books and other authors argue that science and different concepts arose in Christian Europe and nowhere else. Now, you had elements in these other cultures, but it was really in Christian Europe that these elements saw their light of day, that they were brought from a Christian viewpoint and so forth. And
as mentioned before, the Muslim culture had wonderful advances in math and science and so forth until they turned dogmatic.
Astronomy, advanced mathematics, number series, adopting the zero.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm not denying the contributions of Arabic culture and so forth.
So we know it's not Christianity.
We know there's nothing unique.
You're not denying it. If you're not denying it, if you're not denying it, if you're not denying it, that means you accept that it's not Christianity.
What I'm saying is that science, by the most part, did not arise in Arabic culture. Remember the argument that I gave from that? Do y'all remember? Because y'all been quoting me, right? My argument was that because Allah was transcendent, that is, apart from the created order, okay, you can't really talk about him because he's not immanent, like in the Christian concept of God.
You don't have to go around it again.
That means natural laws and so forth come at his whim and his will, his personal will. So God, therefore, does not work according to secondary natural causes. So
right,
that's
so we established that, though, didn't we?
Rise in Arabic culture, but
we established that. We established that, and that just led on to the fact pagan cultures before both of these religions also used the same method and documented it and worked out what Pythagoras' theorem was. These things, the Babylonians, for instance, worked out the first irrational number to something like 3 decimal places.
Science has
science.
Well, let me finish. Science, you have to actually do observation and theorizing about your findings, not just gather information. So
How about building a pyramid?
what Aristotle and Plato did, that they viewed the world from their principles, that they're perfect principles that govern the universe, govern the world.
I mean,
So,
a non-Christian scientist was able to figure out the circumference of the Earth well before Christianity even came about.
Okay, but before we go on to that, let's stick with the Genesis one, because I want to stick with that instead of getting onto the other.
All right. Yeah.
I mean, hold on. Is that supposed to be profound or something, Floyd? Like, there's going to be really smart people throughout history.
Right.
Like, you're posting something that.
But the argument Josh was making that there are unique things in Christianity that brought about those things. I'm saying that is totally false.
That's again a caricature of my argument. Remember, my argument was, by and large, science arose in Christian Europe and nowhere else. It's not to say God didn't inspire the other people with their limited worldview, like a Greek or Roman worldview, but that God showed himself through the historic process, through the Middle Ages, to the eventual emergence of science, and that's why science...
So can we just have a definition from your book of science? Because I think that's where the equivocation is. You're kind of using science as this... there was a guy in the Middle Ages that wrote down something called the scientific method, which was just clarifying all of the theories that had gone before him. That was a very important advance in science.
You really had people during the Scholastic period.
Can you read out the definition of the word science in your book? Is what I'm asking you to do.
The definition of science
in your book. The one that the guy's saying, science evolved in Christianity. What is his definition of the word science?
He probably defined science in probably his introduction.
Could you read it out to us, please?
No, I'm not going to find it for you.
Well, you just showed the book to us 3 times. You say it's in the introduction. It's not going to be difficult, is it?
Well, it's 400 pages, and it is a little difficult, with all due respect. And I'm not going to find it.
Books. They are pretty tricky things in this modern age.
See, now you just insulted me instead of dealing with these arguments.
Because the point I made was a very accurate point to get to the heart of what this argument is about. And you just sidestepped it as quick as you possibly could. Waving a book around, appealing to authority, I'm asking you to read the definition of the word science that this man is using. Or at least explain it to me.
Yeah, you want a definition? I don't think that's an argument.
It is when someone claims that science was originated in Christianity.
That's not my point, that's his point. And that's
well, what does he say science is then?
Hold on. It's a number of sociologists, let's be fair. It's also a number of non-Christians who have said this and continue to say this.
Well, if their definition of the word science means the man who wrote down the words scientific method, then I would agree. If they mean science in general, in a generic term, I would disagree.
I remember that. I would have remembered if the author would have said that. Now,
he wouldn't have taken 400 pages to do it. I can tell you that.
Yeah, I don't think he would have said that. I don't think he did either. But I don't see how this. I think this is just
it hangs on the word science. What is his definition of the word science?
With all due respect, I think this is kind of petty what you're doing.
Not if the question is, all right, science evolved in Christianity or came about in Christianity. That the word science is in the question.
Oh, okay. The word science. No, that the Greeks certainly knew of different words, science and theology. Yeah.
So this man's claim is what exactly? Not science then, because we've already agreed that science was around before. So what is his definition of the word science?
They didn't have the scientific method of testing something, observation. What they did instead of testing and observation is they would have something called Aristotelian physics. That is, something would reach its end, its goal or end, its telos. So it was based on a priori notions rather than observation.
A Greek notion, obviously, pre-Christian.
Yeah, the a priori was Greek. the observation, the testability,
Mm-hmm.
was based on God creating a rational world, and mankind can discover that rational world.
Right. I think
Plato
Thales,
had that. Plato
right?
had that view.
Thales,
Yeah,
Democritus,
it's
all
not just
followed
my
similar
view
lines.
here. I mean,
Well,
like
that's why I'm asking you, Josh, for his
Here's another
definition
book.
of the word science. It's most important. If you can't understand why it's really important to know what he means by science when he makes this claim, I don't know where logic is anymore.
This is just a petty argument, what you're
It's-
doing. I'm sorry.
Do you not understand the word science is in the claim? Would you accept that?
What claim?
The claim is that science arose under Christianity. Now, I can't understand. I know what Christianity is in the terms that he's referring to it, European Christianity. I know that history. Okay, arose, I know that word. It means came about. Okay, but his definition of the word science, well, my definition is lighting a fire. That's a kind of science.
That's observation.
It's a practical science, all right?
It's observation.
Mathematics. That's a kind of
something
science.
Greeks didn't do, though.
Well, here, let me tell you about
Everybody
a
likes lit
Greek
fires, dude.
scientist. Let me actually tell you about a Greek scientist. His name is Eratosthenes of Cyrene.
Oh,
He was a Greek mathematician. He lived. He was born 276 BCE and he died 194 BC, well before Christianity came about. What is he accredited for? He is accredited for. He invented the discipline of geography. He measured the circumference of the Earth. He was the founder of scientific chronology. He was a mathematician, a poet, an astronomer, a music theorist. He did all these things. Yet Christianity didn't exist, and he certainly wasn't a Jew. Oh, and he was also the chief librarian of the Library of Alexandria. You familiar with the Library of Alexandria? Do you know how that got? You know who destroyed that library?
Not Christians. That's an infidel type myth.
Oh, really?
Filthy
Yeah.
lie, filthy lie.
Well, I'm sorry you say that, but that's not a part of the scholarly community. What you're doing
Right.
is you're reading infidel literature.
Sure. Yeah, I do actually, and I know for a fact that there are about 6 sources on it. 6, maybe. I know
I mean,
4.
I don't see why you keep bringing up like
I
one.
guess there were frequent burnings.
There were some brilliant guys back in the day. Floyd, I mean,
The last
that's
one
not
was-
Josh's point.
It's my understanding, Josh's point that Christianity brought a unique worldview which made all these wonderful things possible, and it's just not true. I mean, that's what Josh seems to be arguing, that Christianity alone brought some great concepts, brought a new worldview, which society in general benefited from.
You're saying not at all.
No.
Not even 1%.
It evolved through Christianity, and a lot of those things already existed. I mean, things certainly evolved and came through.
Let me read.
But there's nothing unique in Christianity. If Christianity didn't exist, you can't say this stuff wouldn't come about through other means.
Shamos, let me read from the book.
You say, "Oh, Christianity brought an end to slavery." You'll hear all these things, like it's nonsense. Christians were arguing over each other about whether slavery was moral or not.
Killing.
I'm not going to mention Wilberforce that brought about slavery in England, but what I am going to do is read this very short piece. Okay.
Could you find a definition of science?
Alfred North Whitehead. No, I didn't. I'm not going to do your research for you. Alfred White Northhead, the renowned philosopher of science, once said that, in quotation marks, faith in the possibility of science generated to the development of the modern scientific theory is an unconscious derivative from medieval theology. Now that's Alfred White Northhead.
Yes, I agree with that statement.
It's not from Greek. It's not.
No, I agree. I agree with that statement.
Similarly, Lynn White, the historian of medieval science, has stated, in quotation marks, the medieval monk was an intellectual ancestor of the scientist. And the Australian physicist Ernest Mach once remarked, every unbiased mind must admit that the age in which the chief development of the science of mechanics took place was an age of predominantly theological cast.
I agree with that.
This isn't just, me, Josh, saying this.
Yeah,
This
Josh,
book.
Josh, did you hear what I said? I agree with both those statements. That you draw from. Sorry, was that me? I hope not.
Can I ask you if you've read the book?
So, yeah, I agree with both those statements. The scientific method, something called the scientific method, was first written down under a Christian rule.
Not
Absolutely. Well, that's what. Sorry, sir. Excuse me.
Yeah,
that's what the first. Read the first statement again.
Not what he says.
Read the first statement again, then.
Hold on. Here's the quote. I'm gonna paste.
I would like you to read the same quote, but of course you're not going to.
Okay. Well, I'll read it.
Read the same quote again, and he specifically refers to the scientific method.
Faith in the possibility of science generated antecedently to the development of modern scientific theory is an unconscious derivative from medieval theology, not from Greek thought. Now hold on. I'm gonna put something in the text. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait. We did say not from Greek. Does it say that from not from Greek?
No, that's not in quotation marks. That was mine.
Right. So, well, Greek culture came about pre-Christian.
Hold on. Let me get this quote. Now this is a long quote.
You're talking different periods. So I don't understand why you're bringing up Greek culture.
Okay. I'm gonna read that. Do you want me to?
So what you're saying is totally non sequitur.
You know what? Let's see. I'm gonna read this whole quote.
Plus, most of these, prominent scientists actually were mostly deists.
This is Alfred White Northhead. Here's the whole quote.
It was developing out of Anselm and Aquinas and stuff like that.
Here it goes.
You said it twice tonight.
Yeah, and he's talking about like Leibniz and Descartes.
Let me read the quote, okay? I do not think, however, that I have even yet brought out the greatest contribution of medievalism to the formation of the scientific movement. I mean the inaugural belief that every detailed occurrence can be correlated with its antecedent in a perfectly definitive manner, exemplifying general principles causality. Without this belief, the incredible labors of scientists would be without hope. It is this instinctive conviction, vividly poised before the imagination, which is the motive power of research, that there is a secret which can be unveiled. How has this conviction been so vividly implanted in the European mind? When we compare the tone of thought in Europe with the attitude of other civilizations, when left to themselves, there seems only one source for its origin. It must come from the medieval insistence on the rationality of God, conceived as with the personal energy of Jehovah and with the rationality of Greek philosophers.
Yeah. So you're right back to Greek philosophers.
Yeah, I'm not denying.
Josh, you need to look one person.
I mean, this is ridiculous.
Every detail was.
You made your point. You've really made your point. You really have.
Yeah. I think I've heard enough tonight. I mean, this is absurd.
Josh, so you really need to look up someone called Francis Bacon.
Yeah, I do know. I know all about Francis Bacon.
Oh, so this is what he's referring to here: Francis Bacon and the medieval monks, Bede, that kind of thing. And nobody would deny that these were scientific advancements. These things led directly, okay, to the Industrial Revolution. Okay, this is what's being referred to here. Okay, but during that period, there was also a massive movement. All right, or during that period, there wasn't a massive movement. During that period, there was also a movement to atheism, especially deism at first, and then towards atheism. And most of these geniuses that pushed us forward, okay, like Watt and Kuhn and loads,
You're talking about
Brunel,
methodological
etc. Hang
naturalism.
on a minute, these people were generally deists. So again, the argument falls.
They were
Okay,
trying to see the handiwork of God apart from any of his,
I didn't
you
dispute
know,
that because they were believing. They presupposed God. If you
yeah,
presuppose
they were
God,
trying to separate
everything
God's
you do,
intervention
you will
from
rationalize as
the
being
natural
for
order.
God.
Did you just hear me? They were trying to see God's his handiwork in creation apart from his divine action agency in the created order. That's what
I concur. I concur,
methodological
but that just says to me
naturalism
that just says to me that's a presupposition.
It is.
Okay, so we're now agreeing that they base their logic on presupposition, and that is not scientific.
Based on philosophy, philosophical principles of a worldview that gave them those planetary
It's on the
resources.
presupposition that God exists. It's on the presupposition that God exists. Is that correct?
Do what now?
Is it correct that they have the presupposition that God exists?
Who do? The people who
The people that you are talking about. That
methodological.
I'm specifically referring to Francis Bacon and Bede and.
Oh, okay. Well, I was talking about after them.
You know, yeah, I know.
Yeah,
You're
Francis Bacon.
but
Yeah,
the last
yeah.
quote you read was about Bacon. Okay,
Yeah.
that's what he's saying is the antecedents of people like Leibniz. And there's a whole chain of them. If you go through history, it's an amazing chain. You can follow one to the other, to the other, to the other, until you get right up into the 1800s. The same thing with pianists as well. You can follow classical composer pianists, student to students to student, right for about 200 years. And they're all the greatest composers.
Okay, let me finish this. Quote, by this I mean the instinctive tone of thought and not a mere creed of words. In Asia, the conceptions of God were of a being who was either too arbitrary or too impersonal for such ideas to have much effect, or instinctive habits of mind. Any definite occurrence might be due to the fiat of the rational despot, or might issue from some impersonal, inscrutable origin of things.
Right.
There was not the same confidence as in the intelligible rationality of a personal being. I'm not arguing that the European trust in the scrutability of nature was logically justified even by its own theology. My only point is to understand how it arose. My explanation is that the faith in the possibility of science generated antecedently in the development of modern scientific theory is an unconscious derivative of medieval theology.
Yeah, I would agree to some points on that. Let me just let you
argue
said it. Let me respond to it.
strongly.
You said it. Let me respond to it. You said it. Let me respond to it. Yeah. Okay. So I would agree on the count that the Christians of medieval Europe were very keen on logic. They were very keen on Aristotle in particular, but certain parts of Aristotle more importantly. And as such, they were very rigid in the way they wanted to make sure that they faithfully copied and faithfully interpreted the words that they were being given in the Greek. Okay, so when it came to translations, they were very, very diligent, and that goes across the whole of Christian theology for a good 200 years. That is very important in setting up the idea of the Greek sense of proof, and how you can then take proof and mix it with empirical and inductive logic, okay, and find out things. That's what science is. So from that aspect, Okay, the fact that they realised that induction is a valid form of logic, I think is the point that this scholar is making, which I think is a very valid point. Okay, but that's only a part of the story of science within Europe. Okay, and because all of Europe was Christian, the argument is there is no other way that it could have arisen that
It could
other
have
than the
arisen
way it did.
in
And I
Arabia.
fully grant you that the
Arisen.
early medieval monks started this chain off, and the Jesuits in France. I fully grant you that they are presuppositionists. They took the view that God existed in a very literal sense. Okay, and they were very hard on themselves as a result. Okay, so this is a very aesthetic type of religion. Okay, and that's very important. And I think that's the point this gentleman is making. And I do think that's an important point, mainly because when it got to translating the Bible into the languages of Europe, okay, the resistance, although it was quite firm by the Catholics at first, quickly gave way to the monarchies, and the monarchies in Northern Europe became Protestant as a result. Okay, and that's a major point, because then the Protestant theology depended on science.
Let's go to the Scholastic period.
That's my bit. Anyway, thank you.
Okay. The Scholastic period, you mentioned Francis Bacon, right? But Roger Bacon before that.
Roger, yeah.
Yeah, he argued all things must be verified by observation. This was in the Scholastic period. William introduced the principle of Occam's razor. Others, Nicholas of Orsini, introduced the mean speed theorem. Then, of course, you have Nicholas Copernicus. A lot of bishops urged Copernicus, to publish his views. There was an old caricature that said, the Catholic Church was really against Copernicus. But no, once I started studying this, not just this book, but in other books too, I see it as a real caricature. Like this, the Christian Church taught the earth was flat. It's complete rubbish. They did not. What all this is based on is a book. Okay, it's based on a book published 1896 by Andrew Dickinson White. The book is called A History of the Warfare of Science with Theology in Christendom.
Yeah.
This is what he writes, and I'm not going to read much, I promise.
Please don't. Because I grant you what's in the book seems very interesting, and the things that you've read to me so far I agree with. I just think your interpretation is coming from the same position that theirs is, which is God pre-exists, is a presuppositional situation which is justified by these findings.
He is not.
I fundamentally disagree with that point of view, and I would go further to say I have reasons for disagreeing with it, okay, which we haven't even got onto, okay, so it's not like I haven't heard your point and understood it. Does anybody else want to say anything on the subject?
With all due respect, he is a learned scholar. He's taught at Illinois University. It's not just him. I quoted a philosopher, one of the most prominent non-Christian philosophers of all time. There's people from different fields arguing this. It's really, as time goes on, we're going to see more and more of this caricature, this, the Catholic Church supplanting science and progress, falling to the wayside. And basically, this is just, one of the books that's being published in this regard. He's not an apologist or whatever.
Yeah, I've heard of this guy.
Okay.
I'm aware of his work, so again, I'm not disputing some of the individual facts that you're saying. I'm merely pointing out once again that the position that these people are taking is presuppositionalist, and I have a problem with that. Okay, so it's not that I dispute the facts themselves. It's just the conclusion that is drawn from the facts. Okay, I disagree with. Okay, so that's why I point these people out to you, Bacon and all of these people. I mean, I know this history, it's Anglo-Saxon history. If you want to go before these people, there are a few scholars which are pagan, and really the tradition comes out of the pride in metalwork that
I'm
Northern
saying,
Europeans had because of their easy access to iron ore.
I'm saying by and
But that
large,
goes back another 10,000 years, so you don't even want to go there.
I'm not saying that other cultures didn't contribute some. I'm saying my original argument was by and large, Christianity has shown, given the world this progress of the scientific method through,
Sure.
and has a whole history. And you, look, here's something I'm pretty sure that you would agree on.
I mean, you just used the word scientific method. So having just spent an hour or two arguing about it, you've now just agreed with my original point, which is Christianity gave the world something called the scientific method.
Because
Okay, so I just want to point that out. I want to point that out, that I did not disagree with that point right at the beginning. Okay? So you can't argue about that with me.
Okay.
So if you have another point that you're making, which is a different point to the point you said originally, okay, you didn't say scientific method, you said science. And that's why I was trying to get you to define what this book meant by science. And we now know what this book means by science. It means scientific method.
That's fair enough. Fair enough.
Which I never disagreed with, and I know the history of it. Okay, and not just the scientific method, but also the mathematical method and the proofs that came through from Greece in that way, through the Arab world.
Yeah. Do you think Floyd disagreed with him?
Floyd who?
The person that was in here earlier.
Would he disagree with me? I think he was just putting forward consensus views, which are pretty middle of the road.
Yeah, that is totally on science. We've really seen a caricature, and
you said yourself scientific method. I am not going to argue scientific method with you. Do you understand me?
Fair enough. Fair enough. Let me get
change your proposition.
Fair enough.
Change your proposition back to what it was and argue that point, or make a new one.
I'm not arguing any of those points. What I'm saying is the book.
Okay, make a new one.
I'm trying to. Andrew Dickinson White, who published in 1896 A History of the Warfare of Science with Theology in Christendom. That book was the essence of a caricature of this somehow war between science and Christianity. That is what the Internet Infidel website.
Right. Okay. Well, this is the new point, isn't it? That we want to get to. Yeah. Okay. So I believe that the link that I put up ages ago, which I'll find for you again, is a very good example of where specifically Christians, specifically Catholic Christians, okay, withheld science for some time before allowing it to go ahead.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find that book on infidels.org. Hang on.
The book I quoted?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's good, man. I've heard
the
about
one by Andrew Dickinson White?
Mm-hmm. It is
okay. Something Dickinson White? Okay.
Yeah, Andrew Dickinson White. Andrew Dixon White.
I think it's like a mathematical Descartesian kind of dualist presuppositional view, if I remember rightly. I looked into it a few years ago. I thought it was very interesting, so I'm not disagreeing with the points you're making. Say again? No, I think he's a theist, though.
Andrew Dickinson White?
Yeah, I believe so.
Oh, gosh.
You don't think
so?
Look
him up on Wikipedia.
You don't think so, reading what you've read?
Yeah.
I mean, you've read the book, you know. What do you think? Do you think he believes in God or not?
I don't think so. I think he ascribes it all to myth.
You think he's an atheist?
Yeah.
Okay, yes, possible. I mean, they were connected with Bertrand Russell, so.
Okay, I found it.
Yeah.
Okay, so everybody can read it now.
Oh, great.
Now hold on. Let's all take a couple hours out and go ahead and read this book, and then we'll be back in about 4 or 5 hours to discuss it. Okay?
I think I just need to read the intro, actually. Yeah, have a look at that link while you've done it since you've read the book.
Okay, so there's a click-through thing you have to go to, but it's not like it asks you for personal information or anything. Yeah.
Okay, you have to take over then, Nadia, because I won't be able to do that.
Acknowledge the disclaimer. All right. Well, I would challenge the necessity or even pertinence of Christianity to the development of science. I mean, to the extent we have an association demonstrated, it's just the historical happenstance. Right. What we would need for an adequate demonstration is some kind of causative factor, and I think you've posited some aspects of the theology would would provide a causal force for
that's what
the
that
development of science. And
that's what that quote by Northhead was about, really. That these Christians, they viewed that the manipulation of nature as science, like observation and testability.
Okay. And
rather than on a priori assumptions, like philosophical assumptions that the Greeks held to. I mean, you can do a lot of that in math, right? And I'm not denying that. These Greeks certainly did, and Arabic culture certainly did have a lot of math and astronomical discoveries. But I'm saying that the testability, the scientific method that he was really dealing with, that's more a distinctively Christian viewpoint.
Yeah, but how far back do you want to go, though, before you say, all right, well, fair enough then.
Yeah.
It's far enough back now not to be Christian.
Yeah.
I would actually say
you have to be careful with. Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying like, there we have science, therefore Christianity is proof. I mean, I think it's much more difficult than that, which I thus would agree with you, and say. What I would say is that God worked through not just Christianity, but worked through a lot of these different cultures to bring about different things.
That I fully accepted as well. That's a presuppositional view of God, and I accept that as your position. I can't, if you want to say, oh well, God, therefore everything, then okay, there you go.
Well,
then end of discussion, because all the bad shit that happens goes down on his watch as well. But I don't want to go around those circles, because for me, presuppositionalist is just another form of making things more complicated.
I'm not arguing a presupposition. I'm not even giving an argument. I'm giving a context into which the non-theist, the non-Christian, should feel very indebted to Christianity.
I am.
Because of the discoveries, because of not just discoveries, but because of progress in different ways.
I am.
Yeah,
I am for all of that.
and I think we should also be indebted to not just Christian culture, but we should also be indebted to a lot of cultures. But I'm saying, by and large, certain things progressed more in Christian Europe than other cultures.
Yes. Okay. So that's really fine to say, and thank you very much. As a European, it's a compliment, and that's great. But all of this Christian overlayer with which science grew beneath, okay, all of it, it's like roots coming up through earth, okay, and it's struggling to get to the light, okay, and basically Christianity dried out, and it kind of hardened, and it made the seeds very difficult to get through the earth to get to the light. But eventually, when deism first came in, and then following that, forms of atheism came in, eventually it made it there.
Yeah.
Okay? And it got to the light. And Newton
I would
came
disagree
around and
with
said,
that.
this is what light is. Okay? And from then, we just blossomed. And here we are, speaking over the internet around the world.
Do you know when deism came on?
About whether God is presuppositional or not.
No. Do you know when deism came on the scene? In the I guess what you would call it the Enlightenment, really.
Yeah, I'm pretty aware of Enlightenment history as well. Yeah.
About 1750, right? 1650.
In France, yeah, probably about. I don't know the dates, dude. You know, I did this stuff years ago, so it's kind of like.
It was around in the 18th century, I believe.
My point is that a lot of these scholastic scholars that I quoted are way before the Enlightenment, like Roger Bacon, William of Ockham.
Yeah, of course, and no one has ever denied, as my analogy said, right? It's like a seed, okay? And what happens is it's trying to get through the earth to get to the light, okay? And this is what was going on. It was a struggle to get to the light because Christianity dried up. It didn't let the nutrients get to the seeds.
Now, deism was able to flourish. The methodological, naturalism was able to flourish because Christians were trying to divide or show God's handiwork in the natural process alone, his secondary causal agency.
Yeah. There were definitely Christians who forwarded the march of science. They've been very noticeable. There have been very. I'll finish. There have been some very notable Christians, especially during the Christian period when everybody was a Christian. That is the kind of telltale sign that we're pointing at here. That all of the stuff these guys are pointing to are all through the period where there were no other faiths other than Christianity. Okay, you could rarely meet a Muslim. You could rarely meet a Jew. Okay, not until you get to like 1100 do the Jews really come into Europe.
Let me say something to that point. Before this book, not this book, but another book, not just one, but lots of them.
You to point someone out on that list which doesn't occur between these dates.
Between what dates?
The dates when pre-Christianity to let's say
hold on.
atheism. Let's say atheism in the 19th century with existentialism.
There were. Let me just make this point first. There were mystics, Christian mystics, who weren't for the Catholic Church. You know, but before even Martin Luther.
Right. There were many different Christian sects in Europe. They fought for 1,000 years over who was right.
Before even Martin Luther. So, when they did their science, or a lot of them explicitly said that it's because of my, belief in God that I can.
Presuppositional belief in God. Yeah.
Again, you're trying to ignore what they're saying, or
I'm not
ignore
ignoring
their.
what they're saying. I'm trying to point
Yeah,
out
but
to you that they have a definite prescription to why they're doing what they're doing. And that prescription is Jesus Christ is saving me for the afterlife.
No, it's
That's the
given.
point you're
No,
making.
no,
That's
it's
the point
given
you're
them.
making. That's
No,
the
no,
point you're
I mean,
making, and that's the point I'm
I'll
making.
throw you. I'll throw you a bone. I'll throw you a
Thanks,
bone and say
Wolf. Yeah.
this. That yeah, sure, sure. The scientists that did is that did the science, in their personal time did subscribe to a religion. Sure, Isaac Newton was a brilliant scientist. We understand this. Galileo and sure. However, with regard to their achievements in science, the methodology they used was a scientific method. The religion, that's subjective in their personal life. That didn't contribute anything to the actual science. So it's kind of, I mean, your case would be if like someone would say religious people weren't capable of doing science, and yeah, religious people are capable of doing science, but that being said, that's sort of irrelevant to the case being made. Like what method is the best to understand reality, more or less, and that's science.
I think if you take these men and seriously, you're gonna see that they attributed why or what allowed them or enabled them to try to see, you know, in their findings why they were doing science, how it could be discovered. It was like their foundation, because God had created a rational world. They could test and observe and do different experiments and find out the secrets of God's creation.
Well, I mean, yeah, well, I think someone could just as easily make an argument from the non-theistic side that the more that the scientists uncover about the universe, from the atomic to the to the ecosystem, to some total of ecosystem, to the biosphere and the rest of the cosmos, the more they fall away from a belief in personal deity. In fact, I mean, a majority in the National Academy of Sciences are atheists now. So I mean, you could just as easily as one could actually be made by that as well.
I think when the methodological naturalism emerged, it emerged because of Christians trying to,
Yes.
you know what I'm saying.
I do. Yeah. The methodological part comes
Yeah,
from
and that
Christian
was
theology.
Christian. Well, this is to.
Exactly what you're saying, Josh. I know exactly what you're saying. That's we don't need to go around methodologicalism. Okay,
So
that
what?
comes from Christian theology without a shadow of a doubt, in the extreme form that it ended up as. Okay, which is
Well,
pure science. Okay, so there
don't
was
you
problems in
think?
Islam,
Well, here's
but
my
they
question.
stopped at a
Don't
certain
you?
point.
Here's my question then.
Yeah.
Don't you think that a lot of these physicists and scientists, though not all, when they say, I'm an atheist, or Stephen Hawking makes a point that, um, don't you think they're trying to have their cake and eat it too?
In some sense, yes. I can understand why you would think that. I don't think that, of course, because I come from a counter view, which is we need to put science first before God. Okay, not in terms of our morality, not in terms of the way we structure our societies, not in terms of the way we communicate. Okay, all of that beautiful stuff that comes from the King James Bible, we don't want to destroy. We want to keep the poetry and the excellence that it provides some people, and other people just inspiration in other ways. Inspiration's a good thing. Okay, so that's why I can agree with you on that these people, although they were Christians, they were progressing science. Okay, that's not the issue. Okay, my issue is that they didn't always do that. Okay, in fact, like in the Islamic world, when science started getting ahead of itself and almost disproving God, the churches came down quite heavily on it. Okay, and basically that's what the Inquisition was about. Okay, So those examples, they're not examples of
That
typical
wasn't what the
Christians. They're not
Inquisition was
examples of people who believe in God. They're just examples of the church power, and it's trying to control theology.
But that
Okay,
wasn't what
that's why I need to finish this. That's why when the Enlightenment happened, it happened through Christianity, because the first thing the people of Europe did was go, we no longer accept reading the Bible in Latin because we can't read Latin. We want to read the Bible in our own language. Okay, so they then went out en masse, caused revolutions, and printed their own Bibles. Okay, the first reaction of the church at this time, right, was to try and suppress the people. They burnt the people that translated the Bibles and tried to burn the Bibles. That lasted a short period of time because there was a massive revolution in Europe about it, and lots of people died. Okay, then once the King James Bible came along, okay, and then Europe was set because Northern Europe was already Protestant and away from the Catholic Church. That's the
because of
history.
why? Because of Martin Luther, right?
Amongst other things, there's many contributing factors.
So theological sophistication gave way to science and gave way to all of these things. So it's because of theology that you should be grateful for science.
Okay, can I just say the incident you're referring to is the printing of the Gutenberg Bible. Okay, using modern technology, a printing press. Okay, they printed lots of these Bibles, so many Bibles that there was no way the Catholics could get rid of it. Okay, this was majorly important. Okay, when the Bible was first translated into Latin, okay, it was taken into Scandinavia, okay, and it was used to literate the population. That's a really important thing, and the theology that follows it meant that all of these nations had a scientific outset from the beginning, because their Bibles were created through science. Okay? And spread through science.
Through rational
This was their belief that this was the work of God. Clearly, because there are many more Protestants now, we can fight the Catholics. This is going to take over the world, because we now print all of these Bibles. This is how it happens.
This isn't science. Again, you're making a bifurcation between science
and population.
Oh, let me finish.
Having a book to read educates the entire population.
Well, yes, let me finish. Because of Martin Luther and a lot of what he did, and there was a lot of opposition against the Catholic Church even before Martin Luther.
Indeed.
And science arose in Christianity, even from Catholic proponents of it, and from Protestant proponents. Yes, there were times, and certain people, there were opponents, but by and far, the most, there were proponents of these things.
When they weren't trying to kill him like Galileo or Bruno.
No, that's false. That's false about Galileo.
Yeah, he only got locked up for the rest of his life. Yeah, that's more accurate.
Yeah, but it's not false about Bruno. And Bruno
he got burned.
Galileo said.
Yeah, he got burned to death.
Cheers, Tanya.
Well, the argument is not that the Catholic Church hasn't done a lot of wrong things. I'm saying
a lot.
So much to progress with Western civilization that even the ardent atheist needs to really be thankful to God.
Yeah, well, only in your view, obviously, because they're atheists.
Can we discuss Galileo now?
Dude, they can't be in their view because there is no God. So it can only be in your view that that's the case. Okay, and I fully accept that is your view, but I am pointing out to you that it is a presuppositional view.
Yeah.
Okay, and therefore I'm not going to argue it with you because there is no point.
Do you think Richard Dawkins should maybe be a little more thankful to his Christian heritage?
No, I don't. It's his point of view. It's his point of view. If he wants to do what he wants to do, then that's great.
Even though he went to schools or taught at schools that were originally founded, that were Christian institutions.
Yeah, Anglican schools. I mean, my personal experience of Anglican schools is that I was an atheist through all of it, and they didn't bother me one bit. I never said I wasn't an atheist. They did not bother me one bit. If anything, I got a special treatment in some ways because some of the people there thought that I needed help. So when I actually was struggling with my academic work, I would get some extra help.
Oh, hi, Pillbox.
And I think that's a very generous view.
Christians caring for people, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I've got no issue with doing that. And I try, as a result of that, I try and take that example as an atheist and do the same.
So as an atheist, you try to copy Christian ethics.
If it's good, yeah. If it's not good, I do not copy it.
I wished a lot more atheists acted like you.
Well, I think a lot do in reality, but the actual issue is that
It also
accept the
depends. It depends on
presuppositional
what you
statement.
mean. It depends on what you.
Actually,
Hey.
I would.
Yeah, it also
strongly
depends on
dispute.
like what are you defining as ethics?
Hey,
I would actually.
'Cause, like, I mean, if you're just saying that like ethics derive only from Christianity, then you're coming from it at a very subjective standpoint.
I didn't make that point.
I would actually very
I will say compassion and charity were that's what Christianity introduced into the Roman world. Slavery, 2/3 of their people were slaves. Manual labor was done by slaves. I tried to make this point before that work was something that could be something God acting. For us to worship God would be work, our daily work. So that was a huge improvement. It really
I would actually strongly
liberated slavery in the end because it liberated slavery by that.
No, that's
atheists can't understand the enjoyment of work, so they wouldn't understand that because atheists don't want to work. The easier is better is the atheist way.
Yeah, okay. Then Pillbox comes with his usual propaganda machine.
Propaganda. I love working. How about you?
to the extent that
it's kind of basic.
To the extent that easier is better.
It's kind
on
of.
account of being.
What do you mean? It's kind of.
Right? Do you mind?
About your emotions being basic. Or?
The extent that easier is better is that.
I'm just gonna let Nadia talk because.
Yeah, the extent that easier is better is that you can get more done with the same effort.
We'll talk. Come on, Nadia.
To the extent that easier is better is that you can get more done with the same effort. It also
is better, Nadia.
Christian ethics overall. I'm sorry?
I don't think easier is better. I think it makes people lazy. That's just my opinion.
None of us know what the hell you're talking about, so I mean, how it's sort of like difficult to even engage when you created a straw man. But Nadia, could you please finish your point, please?
Yeah, I would strongly dispute Christian ethics overall. They're number one, not very clearly articulated. Number two, the deontological basis is something I regard as essentially a fatal flaw. And number three, the overemphasis on intent and the poor association or accounting for consequentialism and such is a pretty fatal blow. Go ahead.
Yeah, Josh brought up the point about working and how he understands, I guess, a little bit. Why don't you go a little bit into that, Josh, and tell us about the enjoyment of working?
He didn't mention working, you donut.
No.
Oh, you didn't mention labor? You didn't mention working, Josh?
No, I did mention work.
Oh, that's what I thought. Wolf's an idiot. Okay, go on.
No, hold on, guys. Let's stop it right here. This is why I don't come into these rooms. Everybody, let's just be nice to everybody, okay?
Can't we be nice, Wolf? Come on.
And not call people names. Both of you are doing
Well, then don't make ridiculous straw men against people, so then maybe people won't have to call you out on nonsense.
I know, you're adorable, Wolf. It's hilarious every time with you.
Look, let's just start over and let's say, hi, Wolf, and shake hands. Just Clean slate. Come on.
But I will contend that what you just said about like society being based on Christian ethics, I will actually contest that that's bullshit.
Josh, why don't you tell us about the enjoyment of work? I want to hear it.
Well, in ancient times, especially in Greek and Roman culture, philosophers looked upon it as degrading. That's why they had slaves do their work.
And slavery is still everywhere today. I mean, that's every company is pretty much abusing its employees the way that they get treated. I mean, they're basically controlled. It's just another form of slavery.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think those are the same types of slavery, right?
Yeah, it's pretty much, I guess, your presupposition is going to dictate that, but slavery is very common everywhere.
Now, my presupposition is, logic, really, in this regard, that even though companies can abuse different people, I think Christians, we have a responsibility to make sure they don't. And one other thing, Christians need not confuse capitalism with Christianity. I think they both help each other, but we need to have compassion. And historically, we have had compassion. Church history isn't perfect, as all y'all know, but it has really been great. It's helped in the progress of mankind. And even if other Christians don't agree, they're too persuaded by a capitalist mindset of earning money, they're wrong. And we need to stand up for people who need help.
Well, you were definitely right about speaking about Christians basically being the fathers of all modern science, because obviously that's true. Christians have been by far the majority of the technological advancements in the just about everything we have, any machine you have, especially computers. I mean, they're all creationist technologies. They don't want to, acknowledge that.
Such thing. There's no such thing.
I know there's no such thing. I know.
No, like the term creationist technology, that term doesn't exist.
Use those terminologies. Atheists, they are forced to use those terminologies. So now we have to call things by either this is creationist invented or atheist invented.
Yeah. Look.
Well, beliefs. Well, I'm just saying beliefs are relevant to how we actually apply ideas. It's all about whether or not we could actually apply something like something to the real world. Exactly. Something with actual purpose. But it's a matter of whether or not you can apply mathematics to it.
Well,
I want to say something about what he said, Josh, and that's the fact of the matter is that all the advancements in science have been done. They started doing this evolution bullshit, 150 years ago. The science has actually lessened.
I know. Makes your religion seems irrelevant. I know, in that sense.
Theory, as we advance in science, we obviously find that evolution is impossible. That's why they continue to change the theory of evolution.
Well, hold on. I strongly believe in evolution, just not strictly by or without God. I think God guided it at various points, but I think you can be a consistent Christian that holds to evolution. There are a lot. Look, I'm not going to say that
you got brainwashed by the same methods they got brainwashed with. It's all pseudoscience. There is no evidence for evolution. That's been proven over and over again. It's just something that people believe in because of their pride.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with what you were talking about before, which is this idea, which doesn't, to me, make sense, that only the people who are Christians were the great scientists. Now, granted, there was tons of them, like throughout the history books, pages, Boyle and Copernicus, Kepler, Pascal, Galileo, Newton, Hooke, Christopher Wren, Faraday, Kelvin, Dalton, Ramsey, Linnaeus. I mean, the list can go on and on. Pasteur. But the point is not how many people can you get on your side and say, oh, look, they were following my philosophy. matter.
I wanna raise a point. Hold on. I wanna raise a point that I don't understand what the obsession is with what the scientists align with, their viewpoint. What matters is that they use the scientific method, and that's how we have our discoveries today. Whether or not they personally believe that God plays a role or it's purely nature is completely irrelevant. They're using the scientific method. That's really what counts. And through the scientific method, we have this technology, computers and all of that. And we've also discovered that evolution is a process that occurs in nature through the scientific method. So
Scientific, we wouldn't be talking about evolution, but because of the scientific method, and we base pseudoscience and normal reproduction, we continue to teach evolution.
But even from a
basically, you lost Christians brainwashed by pseudoscience, which makes it impossible to understand reality. That's why very little of it is advancing science. Evolution is hindering science.
Okay, then explain the past 100 years of extremely fast progression in science and technology.
the only thing he could say that evolution is slowing down as far as the process is concerned.
Evolution has nothing to do with science. All the advancements came from creationists anyway, with creationist technology like the computer.
How is that creationist? How does the conclusion of intelligent design and creation result in a computer? That doesn't make any sense.
It takes intelligent design to make a computer, Jackie. They don't evolve on their own.
Okay, but then how does that even apply to nature?
It doesn't.
What's the connection?
It doesn't apply to nature, right? Because you don't believe nature was intelligently designed, even though we know it is, and it has to be.
We don't know that it is.
We absolutely. All the scientists have.
Then how?
Get them.
Tell me how everything in nature was created intelligently.
You keep backing evolution. You do this every time. It's all good.
Yeah, because you could actually you could look at the genetic changes add up in the population, and he's gone. I guess that's a miracle right there.
He just came in control.
Yeah, can I, by the principle of analogy, which we use every day, this is what philosophers and scientists do all the time. They see something analogous and that they apply it. Let's say, for example, a watch, right? A watch is analogous because it has so many parts and it's irreducibly complex. Some of the parts, some of the gears, and so forth.
It's not irreducibly complex. That's just
nature
factually incorrect.
Hold on. When you
let's let him finish first.
So many things have to come about for evolution to even take place, and that's the main argument. So from the principle of analogy, something which we use every day, analogy.
Okay, but what about something like the biosphere, which sort of arises as emergent properties from the subcellular to the ecosystem to the subtotal ecosystems?
Yeah, science doesn't
something that is.
Any of that.
Let me finish. So forming something that is actually a whole that is actually greater than the sum of its parts through self-organization. What about that?
Yeah, that's called pseudoscience, Wolf. You're just talking about things assimilating themselves for no reason. That's pseudoscience. We don't have the origins of anything. Zero origin.
You're giving pillbox.
Zero.
Okay, I have a
Zero.
I have a good way.
You're giving an appeal to ignorance.
I understand.
You're giving an appeal to ignorance. That means nothing.
Zero.
Hold on. Can I speak?
Yeah, dude. Let the lady talk now.
All right. I have a way.
Reality.
Hold on.
Shut the hell up and be polite. Let the lady talk.
I have a way to get us all on the same page here. Okay. We constantly use the example of a watch and a watchmaker, right? To explain intelligent design. Now, anyone can claim that, okay, there's a watchmaker, sure. And that's the equivalent to saying that God made the universe, God made the world. But what science is concerned with is not the who, but the how. We want to know how the watchmaker made the watch, right? We want to, oh, sorry, I'm hearing echo. We want to explore how the watchmaker put together the watch and the gears and making it work and all that, the little fun stuff involved with it. Is it a digital watch? Is it an analog watch? Etc., etc. There's a ton of things involved in making this watch. What science is answering is the how. But we probably will never be able to know who, right? So Pillbox's claim is that, God did it, it's God's creation. But the only thing that science can work out is how maybe, perhaps, and I don't believe this, but perhaps God did it. Right? So it seems like maybe we can work out a way where, yeah, maybe God created the universe, but how he did it, it's been proven, and it is reality that the process of evolution resulted in the diversity of species. And now the next step is to figure out the origins of life, and then another step after that is to figure out the origins of the universe.
Yeah.
Science.
Yeah, you have zero origins, Jackie. You're speaking from a religious viewpoint. You have no methods to how anything, time, space, matter, gravity, and life were ever designed or made from nothing or whatever you believe in. You have zero answers from science so far. Zero.
But even
which is why I don't think that when you make the claim that God did it, I don't assert the fact that you're wrong, because I don't know. Science can't determine who's the what.
Yes, but Jackie, if you believed in entropy, but Jackie, you're not believing in entropy. We have laws that show us what it can't be. That's why we understand entropy. We know what it can't be.
The ultimate point of what I'm trying to say is science can't determine who the watchmaker is or what the watchmaker is, but we can see how the watchmaker did it.
Yeah, we can't. So far, we can't see how the watchmaker did it, Jackie. We have zero origins in science for time, space, matter, gravity, and life. Zero origins so far, Jackie. Zero.
But we do. Have you not done the research? Have you not Googled all this?
Yes, I don't know what world are you living in, Jackie. I research this every day. I study these things every day. I've been doing it for 7 years. We have zero origins for anything with science.
I mean, how come you haven't learned for the last 7 years?
Zero. We don't have any give me the methods of any origins of time, space, matter, gravity, or life. You have zero. Science has given us zero. We can see how the systems work. We can study the systems working. We have zero information how it originated, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Dude, stop. You keep doing this appeal to. Here's the problem. You keep trying to build up this God of the gaps hypothesis, and it's.
All I'm talking about is science. You can't discuss science, Wolf. Evolutionists cannot discuss science. There's nothing you can do about it. This is reality. It's called entropy.
Life is anti-entropic, dipshit.
Yeah, that's what a psychotic, brainwashed pseudoscience believer would say. Life has to go. Why do you think we have a skyrocketing amount of birth defects? Because DNA breaks down. You don't even listen. That's the problem with evolutionists. Evolutionists think that evolution doesn't have to follow entropy. Everything in the universe. You understand that, Jackie? Jackie agrees with that.
No,
I'm sure Tom agrees. That's beautiful.
Are you done now?
What you said, I want you to repeat it because you were speaking so fast.
Jackie, for God's sake.
Yeah, Jackie, it's impossible for me to get these things in here because nobody wants to believe in science. Nobody wants to believe in entropy that believes in evolution because we know DNA breaks down over time. It does not get new information added to it because of mutations like cancer. It's just a psychotic, brainwashed religion that evolution is, and you guys don't believe in science, and I just don't understand why would you deny reality when we have the scientific method? We have all this information that destroys evolution, but you can't believe in it.
Pillbox. Just because you didn't learn Dick in high school, that doesn't mean you get to frickin' plague us with your ignorance. I mean, seriously.
Wolf, please, you're a complete idiot, Wolf. I actually raise these animals. I do farming. I raise the animals. I observe mutations, son. You're a child. Wolf, I've completely exposed you. Wolf, please. Please, Wolf, you gotta get over yourself, Wolf, because you don't even know the basics of science. You admitted you don't believe in entropy. Come on. It's just so sad.
I don't have a problem
guy.
with people coming in here and proposing other hypotheses about the world and how the world started. What I have a problem with is people coming in here accusing other people of being brainwashed and psychotic.
I know, but that's what you. I know, but Jackie, when you're talking, you're asking me if I found the information. You just asked me if I've done any research on it, which proves you don't even know what you're talking about.
That is the dumbest fucking thing you literally
No, Wolf,
said.
you say the dumbest fucking thing. Wolf,
how is
entropy doesn't have to happen to genetics.
How is asking
Wolf, you're a psychotic idiot. Wolf, listen to yourselves. Evolution is such a failure. Do you guys realize evolutionists are going to go down as the biggest disgraces in human history? It's so sad. But you guys don't believe in any reality. It's so sad that people fall for this pseudoscience. It's just so sad that people want to think they're an animal and that they come from monkeys because monkeys have hands.
Are you
Do you even know what an animal is? Do you even know what an animal is in the science?
No, Jackie, please, you pretend to understand. Jackie, you're pretending to understand pseudoscience. You're pretending.
Okay.
You're playing make-believe, Jackie. You guys are all playing make-believe.
If you came in here with like actual like data and facts and stuff and actual like evidence, I can have a conversation with you.
Life is
but I can't have a conversation
Life is
with
anti-entropic,
you
you
when you're
moron.
screaming at me.
Could I very briefly ask? I mean, are people dealing? Are people dealing with?
I'm sorry. I came in here to have a good conversation. I can't.
Right. My thing is, are people dealing with pillbox okay, or would it be better if you took off or something?
Could you just stop repeating
I think
yourself?
Josh as well. What's that? Josh, are you able to get your points through?
Listen, I'm just gonna sit here quietly
because you
until
want
we're done.
attention.
Yeah. I wish people would.
Yeah. Good for you. You people let you have animals. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. You're.
Are you still hearing him, or?
I don't.
Okay.
Dude, you keep. Where do you pull this out of your ass?
Wolf, his mic's cut.
Okay.
I don't know why you're still only hearing him by glitch.
Wow, she asked that only once, and you keep repeating it like you're so. How insecure are you?
I want him to.
Oh my God, you are such a fucking baby.
I want him to define what animal is.
Yeah, seriously. Do you know what animal is in the scientific definition?
Wait.
Human's an animal. You think you're an animal.
I want to
I'm
say
asking
something.
you, do you know what animal is in the scientific definition? Can you tell me that creation is?
No, go ahead and let's hear your definition, Wolf. Give me your definition of that.
So you don't know. So why should we listen?
So can you give me your definition? Because you're the one claiming there's a new meaning that I don't know about.
Well, animal in the scientific definition is multicellular eukaryotic organism by which humans fit the criteria for.
Yes, we had to be compatible with them, Wolf, because we have to live with them. So I think we have to be compatible. Yes.
No. We fit the We're multicellular organisms. We have eukaryotic.
Yes, biologically. Yes, biologically we're mammals. Yes, biologically we're mammals. Wolf, yes.
Right, we fit that animal kingdom, right? So you agree with that?
Yes, biologically we are mammals, but we're not related to whales or dogs or cats. They are separate gene pools.
Yes, but
including orangutan. Do you know that the orangutan genome is 10% longer than the humans? You know the primate genome is longer than the humans. If they lost 10% of it to become a human, they would lose billions of nucleotides, and it takes 3 to be fatal. Well, that makes sense.
We share a common ancestry with every living thing on the planet.
Do you want any more facts about the differences in the gene pool? Do you guys want some more facts?
Just let me finish. We share a common ancestry with every living thing on the planet. It's based on the same genetic.
No, we don't. That's a psychotic lie. You gotta stop telling those lies, Wolf. We don't share a common ancestor. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but wolves only make wolves, Wolf. No, Wolf. I'm sorry. Where did you think wolves came from a non-wolf, right?
Wait, dude. Okay, see, the fact that you're giving that ridiculous.
Bro, it's not ridiculous. You're psychotic, bro. You're psychotic. Listen to what you're saying. You believe in evolution, but you don't think wolves came from non-wolves.
Not yet.
Okay, it's not that wolves came from non-wolves. Okay, obviously, species have common ancestors.
So you're saying wolves didn't come from non-wolves? You're saying they didn't.
This is not how
I'm saying you don't know.
So elephants came from non-elephants, right? And fish came from non-fish, and humans came from orangutans, right?
I'm saying you don't know dick about it.
You don't know shit from Shinola, son. You understand that you pretend to.
Species diverged from common ancestors.
Okay, I can't deal with
Species
this. So
diverged from common ancestors. That's it.
hold on.
Hang on. If this is scaring people away, he can be gotten rid of.
Hold on. I hope.
Well, this isn't your hang on now, is it?
No. Pillbox. Okay, Pillbox. I hope we can have.
Dude, you could leave.
No,
if you want to pick on a little. You could be a dick if you want to be. Dude, you can leave. You can leave if you want to be a dick and pick on chicks.
Pillbox, I'm trying to say.
Hey, Nadia, can you do this dude a favor, please?
Okay, sure.
Oh my god. I just wanted to say, like, have a nice.
There's a glitch here.
Pillbox, I'm not mad at you. I'm just.
Is his name Pillsbury Doughboy?
But I'm just saying, I hope you have a good night, and like, I hope we can have a better conversation sometime.
Yeah, are people still hearing him?
You will be an asshole. If we ask you, if we get into science, you'll become an asshole.
Pillbox. Hang on, are people still hearing Pillbox? I was supposed to be using moderation
controls to quiet him down for long enough to ask if he's scaring people away. And if so, well, probably best he goes and
Well, I mean, you know, we get. Well. See, here's the thing. We can actually see. Yeah, we can actually see evolution. We can actually, you know, see the genetic changes that we can't do it. We can't do the same with God did it. Antibiotic resistance, pesticide resistance. You know.
God. Well, God is not a scientific explanation. God is a philosophical or theological explanation.
Okay. Hey, dumbass. So obviously someone else is trying to talk. Could you be nice for like 2 seconds? Josh is trying to talk. No, your denialism doesn't bother me.
Did you just call me a dumbass?
No. Yeah. I mean, obviously he was talking over you. That's why I was trying to get him to shut up for 2 seconds. Go ahead. Pillbox, for God's sake, shut up.
Are the moderation controls not working?
Why don't they just evolve since they had a problem? Shouldn't they now have... There you go. Now you can...
Are the moderation controls not working?
Just go to the kick. Where's the kick button, Nadia? Just kick me out of here. Come on.
Well, I can do that.
Why can't I get kicked? Listen how hard it is, Josh, to get kicked from the room with these guys. This is ridiculous. I just want to get kicked out of here. Come on.
Personally.
I mean, if you really dislike it, you can just leave, but apparently you want to stay and spite it.
Well, I just don't understand what's taking so long. Shouldn't I be causing a problem in the system?
The important part is if he's scaring people away, he goes first. So, you know, say the word and then he goes. But,
he's a jerk.
I am a jerk. I can't stand when people lie to me. I am. I turn into a jerk when people just start foaming at the mouth and giving me pseudoscience. It makes me turn into a jerk.
I'm just saying, if you expect antibiotic resistance and
I know, Wolf. I know antiviruses. Viruses making viruses is how we all got here. I got it, buddy. Yeah, virus.
Not just the
Christian's
fact that
evolution. I got it.
and, you know, you're.
Okay.
Thank you, and the retard has been
Sorry about
removed.
that, but
Jeez.
It doesn't help to call him a retard, and then you're just no different than him. He's got a real problem with.
I don't care, sir.
That was funny.
That human being chased an innocent person out of here. That being said, I don't really care very much.
Well, if the moderation controls were actually working, I had been doing things like cutting his mic, but it looks like about half the room could still hear him, and then I also hit him from broadcast, and people could still hear him. I also hit him from broadcast, and it looks like people were still able to hear him, so he was disrupting the flow of conversation even while that was ongoing. So
I don't understand why he was being entertaining. I mean, I see him do that every time I see him go into an atheist-based chat room. He says the same things, and he steps over people the same way. Why do you entertain it? He should be kicked on sight.
I will not operate on a presumption of that. He will get the chance and basically end up having to prove himself a bad actor every time. Anyway,
I like your optimism.
main thing is, I believe Josh was trying to make some more points about the relationship between science and religion.
Well, I was trying to make a point about 45 minutes ago. I forgot. Well, I forgot. Sorry. Shamos, do you have a point?
He's probably AFK.
No,
Yeah,
I'm here. I'm eating, actually. I have a lot of points to make, but give me a few minutes.
Yeah, I just want to throw it out there that I was trying to let I was honestly trying to let Josh talk, but you know, like when you have people in here that can get loud and obnoxious, you know, it's sort of hard to keep like some flow of the conversation going. So yeah, there's that.
Yeah, I think there was no need to be loud to Jackie. I know he wasn't being directly offensive, but there was no need to be loud.
Oh, if you say stuff that I disagree with, I will become an obnoxious asshole to you, and I will make you leave the room. What the fuck?
Yeah. What seems to happen is if I've ever reloaded, like if I'm fresh off of having spawned the window from the start button on a on-air hangout and such, moderator controls won't glitch. But then if I ever have like a connection interruption or reload or anything, I'll get the glitches and such happening like we just saw happen. So unfortunately, the moderation controls weren't quite working the way they should. Sorry about that.
Yeah. There's only two things that can, I think, bring both our community together, and I think one of them is, you know what I think, right? And the other is this. Coke.
That'll do it. It's Coke for sure.
Hey, I endorse Diet Mountain Dew.
Same company.
Get that stuff out of here.
Watch that stuff. I had pancreatitis.
It's a competition. Pancreatitis, so silly.
Stuff will kill you. But if
The main thing is, I think religion has a relationship to these kind of social movements and things on the order of like a kind of organization principle or a banner that people rally around, and things like science, technology, or military prowess and so on, I don't think have a very direct, if any, relationship at all to it.
To science?
No, to the religions. I think science also is a relatively orthogonal factor too.
Yeah, big star to science.
And
You don't think science has anything to do with religion or theology?
I think it's so distant a relationship. The contribution to it as a causal force is negligible beside things like the environmental conditions of the continent, like the guns, germs, and steel sort of affair from Jared Diamond and such.
The main argument that non-Christians give to the proposition that science was, heavily influenced by Christian theism is that, well, everybody was a Christian, and therefore their beliefs in their theological beliefs were simply incidental. That isn't a good argument because they were many of them, like Faraday, just many of them saw theological implications from their science, or scientific implications from their theology also.
Sure.
Newton was like this.
But then we've kind of covered that by the presupposition, haven't we?
Yeah.
So we kind of know that argument states
Well, it's a
Newton
powerful argument.
a Bible-believing Christian who practiced alchemy, the work of the devil, and therefore disagreed with his church strongly, and never went as a result. But he was, through his own word, divinely revealed the word in the Bible.
Yeah, and I think
absolute faith, absolute faith and presupposition.
If I could just throw this out here, if I could just throw this out here real quick, I mean, I think you can make a point that, in every particular culture you have some, like in terms of history, there have been general scientific rise within particularly various cultures. Like Egyptians, contributed to medicine and chemistry and stuff like that. The Arabs, generally contributed greatly to mathematics and astronomy, as well as the Babylonians as well. I mean, however, in all cases, it was the scientific method that gave them understanding of the real world. The religion contributed nothing to that scientific progress. It was all about the physical evidence and the reason logic.
We just
I would say nothing.
Not nothing. Not nothing. Just not very much.
Before you came in here, Wolf, we discussed that, showing that belief in God was belief in the reliable and rational foundation or structure of the world, as opposed to the chaotic Greek structure, which precluded the testability and observation of things inside or from science, and rather had a priori notions of things like a perfect circle and so forth. That's why eclipses and so forth, were ignored.
I mean, it's like I said, I grant you. I mean, those various cultures had beliefs in gods, too. Arabs were, the Arabs, a lot of Arabs back in the day, back in historical times, they were Muslim. Like Egyptians were polytheists, believed in Ra and Horus, and Babylonians had their mythology. But still, that their advancements through science,
mathematics,
was done through scientific method, through the physical evidence and the reason logic. I mean, that was the core. Yeah, it is.
More like collecting information based on mathematics and astronomical observation, not theorizing or testing their hypothesis. That was a distinctively Christian viewpoint that said that the external world could be manipulated to the benefit of mankind.
So Stonehenge was a Christian thing, right?
No.
Right.
I actually would argue that this notion that the external world can be manipulated to the benefit of mankind is actually too fundamental to, well, maybe the human experience isn't the right way to describe it, but I guess the way humans operate, the way humans have achieved any kind of, well, never mind success, but even survival, given that we are so much weaker than our predecessors, that attributing it to religion is not really possible. And I mean, essentially anticipating, you know, the effects of actions, so we know what actions to take that would help us the most, and you know, anticipating again, you know, what's coming at us from, be it from nature or from agents, is, you know, so crucial to, you know, survival, to any kind of well-being, to achieving anything at all, that you know, the extension of it, you know, that we call science, it's only really sort of formalistic phrasing around it is a pretty slight thing, and these the attribution of that to Christianity is just not really defensible. Well, that's kind of my take on it.
That would be basically what you just said would be something called a happy coincidence. It's the same thing with morality, by saying that morality evolved because of our survival inclinations or instincts and so forth. That ignores any kind of path to true knowledge, or really gets to the point of an ontology guiding this. So you can't really differentiate, on your view, from, you know, magic or young earth creationism, magic, to really true scientific facts, because there's nothing guiding it. You lack an ontology for it. It's just
Ma's a predictive power of utility when making or at least determining statements, the truth value of statements about reality. You know, so reason, you know, I mean, you know, whether or not you could actually make sense of this, I mean, it's limited. Reality is limited by, you know, your sensory experience or ascertained directly by reason. So what we have within the scientific model, the scientific method, is a model of predictive power that can actually, you know, attain, you know, claims that are consistent, coherent, and predictable when, you know, forming bodies of knowledge that explain, you know, various X phenomena, and it's been outrageously successful. You know, from explaining, you know, various phenomena, and actually, you know, delivering technological advances that actually lend toward the discoveries about the real world that we're in. So.
Well, but I would say that the outrageously successful aspect is really a matter of, you know, the instrumental value being sort of metric by which it's included and excluded and so on. I mean, the instrumental value again is really what ended up casting out those what is it? Did you say alchemy and magic and such? So,
but the main thing I just want to bring up real quick is the matter of convergence. As more physical evidence is gathered, a more converged, clear model has been made, you know, about reality. I mean, you could claim, you know, with religion that there's some inspiration behind it or something like that, but, you know, with regard to the claims that it makes on that basis, you know, with regard to faith, prayer, and revelation, it more or less works on a more divergent model in that it sprouts about different claims that really have no predictive power behind them.
Hold on. Well, I don't think predictability is the only guide for truth, right? You have to have a theory that explains all different types of phenomenon. For example, you have to be able to explain not just predictable things, like in the scientific method, but unpredictable things like human agency, right? Like morality or ethical statements or something like that. So you have to have a more comprehensive theory. And methodological naturalism simply fails as an explanation because it's limited in its explanatory power. So you really need something that has more explanatory scope. And that's why theism can account for both natural phenomenon and intelligent phenomenon like acts of the will or moral action. Thus, theism should be preferred.
Yeah,
Well, I
you're assuming
mean,
a Jewish
sort of.
position there. Sorry,
Yeah,
Will.
well, I mean,
You're
well,
assuming
I
a
mean, just to respond real quick, I'm pretty sure that, I mean, we could actually study our species to a degree in terms of like how we, form culture and civilization, just for the sake of maintaining that rate of reproductive differential reproductive success. But not necessarily invoke that Izzat thing. But to say that I'm just saying, to say that we don't necessarily have an understanding of that, on a naturalistic basis is kind of fallacious. But Simon, you were saying.
Well, I was just pointing out that Josh. Sorry, Nadia, do you wish to speak?
At some point, I can wait till after you.
You go first.
Okay. Well, I'd
What's
say
so
in this
polite?
abductive reasoning and such, there's a matter of what constitutes a better explanation. What makes one explanation better than another? And you're arguing that these, having an explanation at all for various things, having explanations for things where otherwise there'd be none is better. Where in other cases, one would regard that an explanation is only good and worthwhile and so on if it's say fully defensible, fully justifiable, has some kind of verification and withstands falsification and so on. Clearly covering more cases is deemed a worthwhile thing to enhance something, but at the same time, which has priority is in terms of rendering something better. It seems to differ, and in some respects, we would say it's better to have no explanation at all than to have one that doesn't have the kind of verification and survival of falsification that we demand. And in like fashion, the Occam's razor principle again, right? The extraneous entities and such, or in some cases are, so by some metrics, you would not deem them harmful, but in others, it's almost mandatory.
That's why you want to have multiple gods. That's why Occam's razor would shade that to one god as being the explanation being the ontology that provides an explanation for various types of phenomena.
But being that it's an extra claim in addition to nature, wouldn't that be a violation of Occam's razor?
Not by the criteria of simplicity, because nature wouldn't be able to give a simple explanation for why the universe exists rather than just nothing at all, why it began to exist rather than an eternal universe, why the resurrection of Jesus occurred. Of course, we'd have to go into an investigation, but why it occurred rather than, being or why they would simply, the witnesses would die for what they knew to be true. I mean, you have all different types of things, and yeah.
Yeah, but the problem with that is you've used Occam's razor to say, well, it's not many gods, it's one. But Occam's razor can be pushed further than that, which is to say it's not one god, it's none.
Sure, and that would violate any explanation at all. I mean,
Well, it's the
that would
logical
mean
conclusion.
the
It's
universe.
the logical conclusion of
Well,
Occam's
hold
razor.
on.
But that's the most simple explanation given the history and achievement of scientific progress.
Okay, let's say if someone robbed a bank and the police came and they asked a witness, well, what happened, Johnny? What happened to this bank? Why are the doors open? Why is all the money gone? And Johnny says, well, you should look for no explanation because it simply happened. You see, you should postulate an explanation when you think there's good reason to. And I think the theist has good reason to, based on why the universe exists rather than nothing at all, and based on why it began to exist rather than being eternal. So you have a ready-made explanation given theism, and no good explanation why the universe exists given
Sure,
atheism.
I get that. Yeah, I understand
It's
that.
already
And I
made.
grant you that to a presupposition of God existing is the correct answer.
Yeah, I'm not using.
But because it's the simplest answer, and I understand your logic there.
Oh, no.
But the atheist logic isn't the same. The atheist logic is, if science works without the preposition or presupposition of God, then Occam's razor says that the simplest explanation, that we don't need the explanation of God, is the correct one.
Yeah, I don't know
Maybe it could be
if science. I don't know if science would work without an ontology. I mean, it's like we talked about before. It's trying to have its cake and eat it too. It's just trying to arbitrarily knock out the middle point of science and what the ontology of science, which was God gave men and women the impetus to discover things based on a rational world that was discoverable. So I don't think that's a good reason to knock out the middleman.
Yeah, again, you contradicted yourself because you said that logically the simplest explanation is more likely to be true, and then you've gone on to posit a more complex answer to the simplest explanation.
No.
Yeah, and also I just shared a link in the side chat just real quick, by Richard Carrier. No other worldview is directly and substantially supported by any scientific evidence, whereas all scientific evidence so far does support metaphysical naturalism, often directly, sometimes substantially. Though naturalism has not yet been proved, it is the best bet going. So yeah, given the scientific evidence, it is most likely the best ontological foundation going.
So because Richard Carrier said it, then therefore it's true? It's simply a matter of opinion.
No, but I'm just saying it is factual.
Wolf, I would love.
Go ahead, Josh.
I would, with all due respect to Richard Carrier, I would love to debate him because I think that's completely false. I think a theist could say, based on various types of evidence, based on the objective standard of morality that we presuppose God when we live in everyday life, okay, based on the origin of the universe, based on a different argument that it's called the contingency of the universe, why the universe exists rather than just
Dude.
Hold on. Can I finish, please, for God's sake?
Presuppositional argument. We are moving topic if you go down a presuppositional argument. Before we do the presuppositional argument, we need to finish with the last topic. I appreciate that the point you're making is a very valid point.
Well,
but do we wish to leave the topic? Do you want to leave the topic?
No, I want to respond to one thing before we do.
Yeah, do it. If you're not leaving the topic, I'm happy.
Okay. what I wanted to say is, you said God isn't the shouldn't be preferred as the simplest explanation. A better explanation would be to postulate no explanation. And you remember my little analogy, or my example of Johnny Skeptic. You know, the policeman asking Johnny Skeptic in front of the bank, or what happened? Why are the doors open? The policeman would think the Johnny Skeptic would be absurd if he said, well, you shouldn't seek an explanation, officer. The money just vanished. I think the same way, when we see effects, our universe, we automatically think of causes, that there needs to be some cause. But that's not the only argument. There's a whole bunch of arguments.
I've heard all 5 arguments, yeah.
Well, then the simplest explanation would be to produce an explanation, produce God, and the more complex explanation would be to say that those things happen, because for no reason at all. So the atheist
That's just a straw man of my position, because I'm not saying it happens for no reason at all, am I? I'm saying the best explanation is the current scientific explanation seems to be the best way to progress.
Then you're having faith in your scientific explanation.
Let me finish, because you made a point. So if that is the best way to progress, then we should do that. Okay. If that postulates that the presupposition view of God does not need to exist, then by Occam's razor, we can postulate that it may not exist.
Yeah, I don't.
You are postulating that it does exist,
I don't.
And I am postulating that it may not exist.
Well, okay, and in that case,
so that's why I'm saying your argument is a presuppositional argument.
Oh, no. I'm not saying God.
Because you went straight to presupposition.
I'm saying based on argument and evidence, based on what we know from everyday life, that things can't pop into existence uncaused out of nothing, in that it's rational to say.
Sounds like Kalam to me, which is presuppositional, is it not?
It's rational to say why anything exists. Hold on, this is not Kalam. Let me say it again. It's rational to ask why anything exists rather than just nothing. So something must have its existence in itself, either the universe or God.
Okay.
So if
I'm with the universe. I'm with the universe. Hooray, the universe.
If it began, it's probably not self-sufficient.
That's not necessarily true, and actually, that's a supposition by you in science.
Yeah, it's not eternal. I mean, all the most of the evidence.
Have you ever seen a circle with your eyes? Yeah. That's the philosophical question you need to answer before you can presuppose God.
Mm-hmm. I'm giving because an actual.
Sorry, I just noticed Nadia's got a hand up. Can we just stop for a moment, have a think about each other's points, because you made some points which I need to think about, and let Nadia talk for a little while.
Okay. Well, if you want to go out that way.
I'm just saying, have a think about it for a moment, and let Nadia get a bit in.
Okay.
Are you? So if you're positing the argument from contingency, is that it?
Two arguments.
Two arguments?
Yeah.
What's the other one?
Based on the origin of the universe, and then based on why anything at all exists instead of just nothing at all. So there must be something external to the universe that there must be something that exists by the necessity of its own nature. Yeah. So it's either the universe or it's God.
Cause. Yeah, you missed out a line there of it. Yeah, the line is to cause existence, which then must be God.
No, it's two different arguments.
No. You just missed out a line of the argument. I was just putting it in.
Well, okay.
The universe exists by necessity. The necessity must need a cause. The
No,
cause must
no.
be external, that therefore it must be God.
No, whatever that exists by the necessity of its own nature.
Okay. And you're saying that that nature must have a cause, and that cause must be God.
Or it must be something. It could be the
or
universe.
God. You just call it by the name you want to call it
Is
by,
cause
because I
and
don't
effect the same
equivocate over
way?
terms.
Is cause and effect the same in this particular case?
I think we have an inclination, even apart from cause and effect, that the universe, it's possibly true that the universe does not have to exist. I mean, what argument could we possibly give that the universe is necessary in its state? But God would seem to have, I'm just saying, if he existed, he would exist in all worlds. So something does have to exist necessarily. The question is, what is that something? And I don't think the atheist has ever been able to provide a sufficient argument for that. So that's why I think theism is the simplest explanation.
Cool. Nadia.
Okay, well, if I can rewind temporarily to Occam's razor, it's not actually that simplest explanation is most likely. It's that the introduction of unnecessary objects, or in the model, so to speak, well, it lets almost anything in the door, right? It lets any one thing that's unnecessary, it lets in, well, a rather large universe of unnecessary things. And that's ultimately why these things, I guess you might call like initial algebras or minimal models, or whatever, be it universal algebra or logic semantics or whatever you want to refer to, are strongly preferred. And the necessity of the deity as an explanation is demonstrably not the case, because you can posit, other things besides deity that would cover the cases in a similar way. Be they, frankly, just other religions are already enough, right? So when that's well clear, when that's well clear, again, it comes down to something like an aesthetic or a moral or whatever thing guiding the epistemology, but still the way the epistemology is formed its way has a pretty strong rationale. And okay, so the argument from contingency. Again, the contingency of the universe is not entirely clear. Uncaused events and such are also deemed rather likely to be the case, given given your current understandings of things like quantum mechanics. In radioactive decay, for instance, appears to be some kind of uncaused phenomenon, or the emission of individual particles within radioactive decay. So there are other cases too, like virtual particle antiparticle pairs, and so on. There is a bit more. What was the other argument again? Why does something exist rather than nothing? Well, again, it's rather simple explanations that don't trip over introducing new entities, like well, things have always existed, and our universe came from another as a pocket universe, something like that, or floating around out there, and we can deem them plausible and unconfirmed, and not hold a not even say hold a belief in them, but at least keep
So-
them out there as potential prospects while still acknowledging, we don't have full knowledge. So it's a question of maybe fallibility. Go ahead.
You would say the atheist typically has said that the reason for the existence or for anything is it's a brute fact. That's been the typical response. Okay, without
that is a typical response, yes.
so there's no cause. It's just a brute fact. So
Yeah, in principle, one can unwind like the infinite regression of pocket universes spawning off other universes and say why are those there? And
or the quantum gravity holds weight.
We could just apply that to all the universe that could possibly exist. Why do they exist rather than nothing? So it would just be a brute fact. So the point is that if it can be shown that our observable universe did have a beginning, then it arose. It's uncaused, right?
By definition, beginning means not having something before it, which means no
I would
cause.
say that that's unintelligible. If it can be shown that the universe had a cause and just didn't arise without a cause, then I think if it did have a beginning.
Okay. So once again, we end up at the situation where I'm saying, okay, I don't know what the cause is, but the best explanation is no God, and you're saying the best explanation is God.
But I have an argument.
We have a presupposition.
I have an argument.
I'm saying it on the basis of Occam's razor. You're saying it on the basis of you believing God before science.
No, I have an argument for this.
I'm just.
Yeah, but you're sort of. It sounds like you're sort of betting the question when you're talking about time before time began.
No, because
it's sort of asking. It's sort of same as asking like what's north of the North Pole.
Hold on. Let me answer that. That's a typical atheist objection. If the cause and effect were simultaneous, and I think
but that's not the definition of cause.
No, but if it's possible that it's true.
It's not possible because
you don't know that.
I do know that because the definition of cause itself inherently contains.
Hold on. Immanuel Kant gave this illustration of a ball from eternity. Okay, right? Didn't it?
Sure. I've heard of it. I know it. It's an easy defeat. But anyway, the point being is that the word cause itself.
That's a bad.
The word cause itself. I'm just saying the word cause. I don't want to get derailed. But the word cause itself has an implication of time.
Yeah,
okay?
I think.
So when you say two causes, something happened that caused the other, and they happened at the same time. That is an incorrect word usage. Now let me finish.
Time, right? What we're familiar with is preceded by time, right?
Let me finish.
There is no logical contradiction. Metaphysical claim to saying that the cause and effect are simultaneous.
You can't use the word cause because it's simultaneous.
Why?
The word cause has a link to time. It's implicit in the use of the word cause. Okay? And you can't get around that, so you cannot use the word cause as a simultaneous event.
No, let me answer.
Time.
Okay, let me answer.
If you want to be physics about it.
Okay, fair enough. Let me answer now. What we experience is only we see the effect preceded, or the cause preceded by the effect, right? We see a time lapse, right? But we don't say that it's an essential thing that the cause and effect can't be simultaneous. In fact, they can be. It's just because there's a time element, a time dimension. So there is no logical contradiction in semantic terms by saying that a cause can produce an effect at time t, and then at t1 the effect just starts. If the cause was, let's say, existed in a timeless, undifferentiated space or state, okay, then the cause could will an effect from eternity, and thus God
proper time
with the effect.
Yeah, say proper time when you mean that. But yeah, all of this
I mean, is it
presupposes, hang on a minute, dude, all of this presupposes that cause doesn't have a time component to it, and that I dispute.
Yeah, well,
Now, if you want to, quote a philosopher that thinks,
hold on, here's my argument.
Non-being
can produce being.
Sorry, I listened to you. I did listen to you, didn't I? Sorry, I did listen to you, so I'd just like to say why I'm objecting to what you said. Yeah, I heard your argument, and now I'm objecting to it. So halfway through the objection, if you stop listening, there's a problem.
Well, all due respect, you've been doing this all night, so don't play the
I'm trying to press one point at a time. You seem to want to throw out 3 points at a time.
Because you were doing this all night, with all due respect.
Well, I'm trying to get to 1 point at a time.
Okay.
Whenever have I put forward 2 points, other than to argue against your 5 minute or 10 minute?
That's the point. That's the whole point. This whole tonight, you've been doing that. So I do it one time, and boom.
So you agree to stick to 1 point, yeah?
I do. You agree not to speak over me because you have all night. Let's go. Hear it.
Okay, let's move forward then. So my argument is, in all the examples you're giving, okay, they all presuppose God first. And in my examples, I'm saying I don't know if God exists, but Occam's razor tells me the simplest explanation is the best. Because we are specifically talking about science, that means no presupposition of God. If we were talking about metaphysics, then I grant you all of your points. But we aren't. We're talking about science. So I don't grant you any of those points. And I just don't want to even talk about presupposition, really. But you keep dragging it back to that.
But because I think you criticize basic assumptions like causality, non-being, okay, can't produce being. That's a basic scientific principle, that things don't pop into existence uncaused out of nothing. We automatically look for a rational justification or a rational cause. So when we say that the universe or that everything that exists has an explanation in its existence, either in the necessity of its own nature or an external cause, premise 2, if the universe has an explanation of its existence, that explanation is an external, transcendent, personal agent. So I think the argument... hold on, let me finish. I think the argument, if it's possibly true, it's not because you're claiming that it's not the simplest explanation, because it does account for various phenomenon that your explanation simply can't account for, or maybe tries to do it, in a non-rational way. Like, I try to account for everything, historical, scientific, existential. So theism provides that overarching type of explanation that naturalism simply can't offer when it comes to personal agents.
Yeah, I fully grant you metaphysical claims. No problem. We're talking specifically about science.
No problem. Fair enough.
We have an issue because, you're mangling the English language when you talk about it. And I don't mean to be offensive by that, but the word cause, in my mind, has an implicit definition, okay, in its meaning, which is related to time, always. And because of that, all of what you said, just because of that, the word cause in it is wrong. And if you put any other word other than cause in that statement, it becomes meaningless.
Something that
just a quick thing. You also said that things don't come into existence without a cause. That's not necessarily true. Radioactive decay comes about uncaused. Although decay follows certain statistical laws, it's almost impossible to predict when a specific atom will disintegrate. I mean, that's more or less spontaneous, so it doesn't necessarily follow that syllogism.
No, I disagree.
And even at that point, I mean, you'd have to ask, like, where did this theory come from?
Just because it's unpredictable in nature, because we don't have the hindsight to, predict it, we can't predict what a person will do for 100% certainty. That doesn't mean that it doesn't have a cause. So if you're really going to say that things in nature happen without a cause, then that's tantamount to saying that, you know, magic, right? I mean, if you're going to really claim that, you're going to have to claim magic.
Yeah,
that
that's
things
just a
can
straw
just
man.
happen without a cause.
That's a complete straw man. You know, again, you're just mangling the English language.
No, cause is producing an effect, right? It's something producing an effect.
Actually, one precedes the other.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be in time.
Preceding means in
Our
time.
experience, hold on, our
Preceding
experience
means
is
in
just
time.
in time. It doesn't have to be in time because you can say non-being can't produce being. That's the whole point.
Say it, but it doesn't mean anything because preceding means in time.
Yeah.
I would actually refer people to Quentin Smith's argument on the logical impossibility of divine causation.
I've read it. I've read
not
it.
For its direct, if not for its direct impact, and because it actually enumerates a number of notions or definitions of causation, and those can be,
I've read
referred to, explicitly discussed, and so on. Yeah, of course you have. So you have at least Hume's, spatial adjacency, temporal precedence, and nomological relation.
Hume believed in causation also. He just said he couldn't prove it. But he wrote in a letter that he said there would be nothing more absurd for me than to say, to deny that time or that cause and effect relationships really do exist. He just simply said he can't prove it. That's the whole point. And Kant, by the way, said pretty much, something similar to that. I have quotes on them too. But Quentin Smith, let's get back to him. Him and William Lane Craig wrote a whole book together called Theism, Atheism, and Big Bang Cosmology. I read that. Okay. Yeah. So I mean, I'm not gonna.
I would argue that's probably the problem. Because the logic is a presuppositional logic. And
I'm not using presuppositional logic. I'm
saying
based on things.
Dude, if anybody says to me, I believe in God, therefore, okay, then straight away you've committed the sin of every.
I'm not giving an a deductive argument. I think God does explain various things, but it's woven together like the chainmail of a medieval knight. They're all pieced together, okay, like they're a web.
That's fair.
Yeah, there's no one. It's not like a causal chain, okay, like you knock one out or something like that. I think the atheist is dealing more with a chainmail of a knot.
I understand your analogy.
Okay. Well, hey guys, it was great, but I have to teach tomorrow, so I have
Can you think about one thing before I let Nadia speak and before you go? Can you just think about that? Have you ever seen a circle?
Yes.
All right, just give it some thought because it's an interesting little mathematical problem comes out of it.
I'll do that for you because you know what?
Yeah.
I respect you and I respect everybody here, so I will do that. Yes.
I would really appreciate that, Josh, and I look forward to seeing you again. Nadia.
Yeah. Well, actually, referring to Quentin Smith's paper was probably more needed for Simon and Rob because they wanted to give counters to causation being there, and without like a rigorous definition that's actually from philosophical literature as opposed to random colloquial dictionaries, you can't really do that very solidly. So at least Quentin Smith's paper presents like a spectrum of definitions of causation.
Did you say Simon and Garfunkel?
Simon and Rob in this hangout. They're the ones who actually probably need to see the paper more than you because you've already seen it. So.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've read his main book, and I'm sure it's part of his main book. So that's pretty much what I was referring to. I mean, not his main book, but his book where he talks about all of this. Okay. Well, it's great talking, everybody.
All right. It was great having you on.
Thanks, Josh.
Sorry about the interruption.
Good job, Josh.
Thanks, Josh.
Hey, there were so many interruptions today that I'm thinking of suing.
Yeah, good luck with that, mate.
Josh. We can do it.
Hopefully things go smoother next time.
Yeah.
If we did it in court, I'm sure you'd be poor.
Yeah. I mean, even if there might be some kind of topical or EHCAL type things, we do have to avoid scaring them off. If we're going to engage them, we need to, I guess, accommodate them a bit.
Yeah.
And welcome, B.
I think it's good to accept the position that metaphysical claims of a God existing is a not an irrational position. It's not a correct position, but it's not completely irrational. So I think that's quite important to accept.
Well, strictly speaking, rationality is a matter of degree, and any kind of error is a deviation from rationality. So the trouble is, of course, using rational and irrational in kind of this binaristic sense.
But we have to use it because it's inherent in the argument. So that's why we must grant that on the extreme end of rationality lies this area of metaphysical claim of dualism, which is almost unprovable.
Well,
So what were you?
I'd literally say it's... Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to ask, I kind of was listening before I came in, and Simon was saying something about, have you ever seen a circle? And maybe I just didn't catch the rest of the conversation, so I didn't quite get what you were trying to point out with that question.
It's just a thought experiment. In mathematics, it's a kind of thought experiment to show that geometrics is not an accurate representation of the world in absolute terms, but only merely the best explanation.
Okay. All right, I'll have to think about it. But I just didn't know where it was going, so.
It's a simple kind of thought experiment to say, basically, you can't see a perfect circle in nature because there aren't perfect circles in nature. So the geometric shape of a circle itself is an abstract concept. Yeah.
I'd say our empirical evidence.
Okay, all right, I think I see what you mean.
I'd say our empirical evidence from quantum strongly suggests the time and space are discrete, and so circles are actually literally impossible.
Yeah, although
and certainly as they're comprised of matter, or to the extent they're comprised of matter, they're likewise so, even with a continuous space and time.
Although at CERN they were measuring the properties of an electron, and they found it to be circular. So that might be different, but I don't know what the implications of that are, and I don't know. Physics predicts that it shouldn't be circular, so and obviously it's just down to the fact that we can't measure at such a short length to find the irregularity in the circle.
I'm leery if I don't know. Try to interpret recent results like that. But...
Yeah, just philosophically, it's interesting. What would the consequences be if a circle really did exist in nature? But it is an abstract thought, completely, and irrelevant.
Formerly known as Shun, welcome.
Rob, you've been in here for a while. Have you got anything to add?
Yeah, I was just thinking as you were talking that actually science makes the concept that you were talking about what is a circle, or have you seen a circle, it kind of complicates it a little bit when you think about the origin of the eye. Has anybody really seen a circle and what it really is?
Yeah, I get that. That's a new direction. I like it. Nadia? Wolf?
What's that?
Yeah, basically, when you consider photons coming into the eye, um, how do we see effectively? How do photons produce this information and model in our head that we can three-dimensionally visualize? Was that roughly what you were saying, Rob?
I don't know.
Did I get muted? Sorry, I might have muted myself. Yeah, it's the limitation because has a snail ever seen an eye? And is our eye, our own eye, I mean, have the ability to properly see what a circle really is when it's merely nothing but an evolved skin cell or a group of them?
Sure. Nadia?
I couldn't understand that.
Okay. Yeah, I
Sound
mean, I think
quality.
it's to do with the fact that photons are massless.
My headset just cut out. Say it again.
It's to do with photons being massless, really. And so, the energy they impart is radiation, and that's the process which makes the surface upon which the photon is falling react in the way it does. Okay, so that's the simple explanation of.
You're making it much more complicated. I wouldn't call it at the simple explanation time. That's right. It's just very simply that evolution says that our eyes, which is what we use for observation, which is a key thing with science, obviously, is what we can see. We can't necessarily trust that, and evolution is what tells us that. Okay? Because
no.
Well, evolution tells us that our eyes are nothing more than evolved skin cells. Started with cells that were sensitive to focus. But you don't need to take it and make it that complicated. It's simply that's the belief is that they were skin cells. So it's really what we see right now, observed, upon which we trust our scientific observations, may not in fact be what reality is. We may not see reality yet. We might have a couple more billion years to evolve before we can really see what a circle is.
Yeah, okay, I get the point, but I would say try not opening a door and walking through it. You can trust your senses and your eyes because you can walk through the door when you open it. In fact, you open the door because you know you can trust your senses because you know what happens when you don't open the door.
Yeah, and a snail is the same way. Snail has enough sensitivity to determine.
This is the property of a photon.
And yet, the snail doesn't see what we see.
It sees the same photons. It just interprets them in a different way.
That's correct.
I've been leaning toward, I guess, some kind of biological determinism with respect to, atheism and deism. And it's not too strictly grounded, but there are apparently brain differences between religious believers and non-believers, as well as, of course, the right and left wing, and between, LGBT and cisgender heterosexual. So there's a lot of things burners in the brain. I think there's kind of epistemic considerations that give rise to, the way we address the minimal model or initial algebra sorts of semantics versus whatever the theist thing is. We I don't know, teleology and such is essentially demanded from, I guess, religious believers, where we can see large swaths of the world absent of teleology, apart from where some kind of intelligent agent actually goes on, actually really is acting. I think those brain scans show it's coming about from neurological structure, and they are locked into it. There's no they can't escape from it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the first point you made is an interesting point I'd like to reiterate, if I may, which is the treatment to basically minorities and basically minorities that comes from this way of thinking. Just alone, doesn't account for all of it. Obviously, bigotry, racism, nationalism, these are very big parts of it, if not the major parts of it. But if you think badly one way about one of these, it's very easy to think badly another way about another one of them. And so these concepts get linked very easily, and it's a big danger. European history is very clear on this in the last century. The biggest danger was linking irrational ideas with extreme ideology. Okay, and that's the danger we've got to face, and that shows up first in and through discrimination to people which don't necessarily deserve it, of course.
Well, there's a fundamental aspect of what's called the right-wing cognitive frame. It actually is more part of the sort of theory behind ideology and such, or at least in terms of things like brain scans, things like I guess psychological cognitive science and so on type models. And tolerance of ambiguity is truly deep. It goes on to almost entirely discount multifactorial and indirect causation, or systemic causation is one of the phrases used in, I think, Lakoff's actual own discussions. Another, of course, is that, well, there's a mystery in this, and that almost directly what was under discussion. There's something not explained, right? That's deemed as being at least one of the metrics of what a good explanation is, covering everything instead of leaving some things mysteries, right? And that's pretty clear to see. So, and of course, for some of the particular social biases, right, or prejudices, intolerance of gender nonconformity is, kind of very directly arises from it. So, I mean, these things are, I think, almost inextricably linked. I think that some of the neurological characteristics we're actually seeing there are, well, share between various cases, number one. Number two, perhaps rooted in that bit of cognitive science effect. So, and also, we might notice that in the religious case, there's the theory of mind is one of the observed differences. Let me find the brain scan article. That theory of mind is the attribution of beliefs, desires, and intents to others. So here we are. The ability to attribute mental states known in scientific communities is theory of mind. Okay, there we go. So, in a number of respects, the theory of mind attribution of agency, teleological, intentional thinking, and so on, is deemed to be, one of the things behind religious thought and such. And in the brain scan, they pretty much, find the piece of the brain that is involved in, see that religious believers have that going overboard as well. So I think there we go. Go ahead. And welcome, James Paul.
Thanks for the link. I was just reading something similar to this the other day that was talking about brain differences, and I think they were correlating it to political, whether Democrat, Republican, that kind of thing, but it's kind of the same kind of idea, so that's cool. I'm going to check that out.
Yeah, we can dig those up too. Okay, here we go. Brain scan split political party. So we can do that. And obviously we know LGBT brain scans show things. That's a pretty curious assumption. It floats around some places. That sort of neuroplasticity is sort of unlimited. These structures in the brain that these brain scans are finding, in essentially all the cases, are, well, literally or almost literally can be changed by force of will. Okay, so all three. Oh, it'd be ducked out.
She said her connection was bad and she ducked out.
I didn't see his text chat. Okay. Connection bad, gotta reset. Yeah. So I can fish those up. But I think the brain scans refute the Bible. Only in a very specific way. For instance, Romans 1:20 has, I guess, the assertion that everyone, quote unquote, knows God exists and such. And well, if it's burned into atheist brains, or vice versa and such, then, well, their brain scans basically refute Romans 1:20. Maybe not the whole of the Bible. There's something else in there, essentially Arminianism. There's kind of like the free will choice to, quote unquote, come to God and such. And that would again be refuted by the brain scans. So essentially Arminianism and Romans 1:20. Romans 1:20 being shared by all, but I think some have interpretations that the Dutch basically don't claim it's like a universal thing.
Do you have any
Either restricted
ideas
to
of why there is rather than isn't?
Again, I pretty much say brute fact. But again, I mean, they're gods of brute fact, so you're not doing any better there.
I don't see it as refuting the Bible, just on the basis that what that article that you posted, I read it, simply goes towards, which is really, I think, the difference, shows the difference between a human and a monkey, too, is that humans, biologically, we have this desire to find answers, which is why science exists in the first place. And so it's really whatever happened evolutionarily in the brain that made us care about cause and made us care about where we came from, that made us care about trying to explain creation in some way, so that Romans 1:20 is actually supported by it. I would say, as a Christian, I would say that the brain evolved such that we can recognize God, such that pursuant to Romans 1:20, we have the ability to look at and see God's eternal power and divine nature in what we can see in nature. So I don't think it refutes.
Well, someone whose brain is structured in such a fashion as an atheist could never come to quote-unquote recognize God.
I disagree. Well, an atheist is just simply lacking a belief in God, but I think that the whole reason that everyone is here, believer or non-believer, is because of our interest in the question itself, which sort of supports that. Even an atheist, I would say, we all have that same innate desire to want to find answers. It intrigues us.
That's the trouble, though, right? You
There's
just
no
said
trouble.
atheism is some belief. Hang on, atheism is the quote-unquote, some mere belief, but a brain scan say it's more than just a belief. The structure of the brain is actually different between atheists and Christians. Yeah, and that structure is not something that's mutable by mere force of will.
Well, there is a thing called left brain thinking and right brain thinking. And if you tend to use your left brain more than your right, then that would show up on the scan, I would think. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they lack the ability to believe in a God. It's just that they use their left brain more than they use their right brain. I don't see how these tests are conclusive of anything. It just, all they show is that the person is using one side of their brain more than the other.
I don't know the details, but the left brain, right brain thing has been long since trashed.
It's an accepted
They
adult
actually
version of Dungeons and Dragons.
They actually narrow it down much more narrowly than left and right brains. By and large, the right temporal lobe is the primary thing people hold up as associated with religion. For instance, the God helmet sort of thing is associated with trying to stimulate the right temporal lobe through that as magnetic fields and such. The specific parts of the brain identified aren't anatomically named, but they are associated with visual spatial cognition, which are higher in atheists, and the theory of mind, which is apparently lower in atheists, or less active anyway. So in those two cases, these things are both known to be effectively inborn, right?
I'm ambidextrous.
Right. So these characteristics in terms of visual spatial cognition and theory of mind in terms of the neurological structure supporting them, are known to be inborn. They are
Right.
immutable within
Right.
any
Right. But
available human agency. Right?
Right, but what I'm saying is if you have a proclivity to use one area of your brain more than the other, that's all that test is showing. Okay, I want to think about chocolate-covered donuts, and I think about chocolate-covered donuts more than I think about powdered-covered donuts. That's all this test is showing me, is that, somebody likes chocolate-covered donuts instead of powdered. And because of that, there's an area in their brain that is getting more stimuli than another area of the brain. So what? I mean, that doesn't mean they can't utilize the other areas of their brain. It just means that they have a proclivity for a certain way of thinking, or certain ideologies, or certain patterns of thought. So what?
Well, this is the notion of what's effectively, I don't know, a sort of infinite neuroplasticity hypothesis of sorts, which I would say is almost certainly false. I mean, for instance, intelligence is probably the one that's least controversial, even though there's plenty of controversy still regarding intelligence. You can pick up intelligence. You can pick up intelligence in brain scans. In fact, the visual spatial cognition is one of the components of intelligence. It's a very specific one, very narrow one, and when by and large, intelligence is not something you can enhance by force of will. You are not going to make yourself a genius by elbow grease and other sorts of effort.
I did think this was kind of...
fashion, you are not going to... in like fashion, you're not going to alter any other structures. Welcome stock account by force of will, any more than you're going to make yourself a genius.
Sorry, Nadia. I thought there was something interesting with in terms of Bible proof. It's not proof, but it's just an interesting aside. That the article that you put up about the differences between religious and atheist minds. There's what they particularly found. It says where it's the region where there's fear.
That's one of the cases. Linguistic reasoning is the other. There's a divide between groups of religious people. Some are fear, some are linguistic.
I didn't see the linguistic. I saw the fear, and then I immediately thought of the proverb that says, "The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom." So you're speaking my language.
Sure. I'm not sure these are so contrary to Christianity overall. I mean, you might demand a different interpretation of 120, but different interpretations that aren't contradictions are available. I mean, for instance, it applies only to the members of the church that it's being written to. Is an easy way to duck out of it. And then it pretty much does refute or serve as contrary evidence to Arminianism. So demand Calvinism, or if you're Orthodox or Catholic, then Monergism as a big part of it. Okay. Subjects with religious beliefs based on doctrine, such as knowledge of religious scripture, tend to use pathways associated with language when they contemplate religion. So there we go. The article actually falls short of my claim of atheism being burned into the brain and religion being burned into the brain. But I feel comfortable leaping beyond the article.
Well, there's a theory too about the God gene. I don't know much about it, but I don't think that it's been disproved or proven.
I'd be careful calling it a gene. These neurological structures don't necessarily can arise from a lot more than genes. They can arise from, well, first off, epigenetics. Second off, also, just embryological development has more influences than just genes, like whatever hormones or anything else that goes on in the uterus. So.
Well,
there's,
genes control all that stuff, you know. So I would say that there would have to be a gene. You know, it's a gene that regulates
really
the hormones, and it's a gene that regulates how our brains work, right?
No, genes don't fully control it. No, they certainly are strong influences. Yeah, in some respects, you know, in the ideal scenario, left undisturbed, you know, they'd be kind of a controlling influence. But nothing truly is undisturbed, and something's always, you know, nudging things in one direction or another, at the very least, if not dominating it. I mean, for instance, in 1947, you know, you had the idea basically that, you know, XY chromosomes make something male and XX makes it female, as per undisturbed, quote unquote, normal development and according to the genes. Well, somebody goes in, you know, plays a few games with the hormones of a rabbit embryo, and makes it come out fully female-bodied. You know, that's the kind of stuff you get if your things in the uterus are fiddled around with, and there are other potential ways things can get influenced, right? So the structure of the brain, you know, is narrower scope than the structure of the whole body, but you can make that turn out various ways by, you know, whatever chemical.
In principle, if they figure out what chemicals in the uterus, you might be able to reliably, be able to make everybody a religious believer. You know, make sure that everyone's brain structure pops out in such a way that
they end up believing in religions. And just make sure you teach them the right religion when they're growing up.
What if that would be good or bad?
Yeah. I don't know. I think Christians might think it's a good idea because, of course, the atheists are damned to hell.
Oof.
You know.
Yeah, that's the bad
I'll
part.
see you there.
Well, I'm not so convinced there's a hell out there, but anyway.
I'm kind of hoping there is.
Soul to you. You can go there.
I'm just kind of hoping there is.
I hate to disappoint you. I hate to disappoint you, but it isn't going to be a party. And it isn't going to be flames. And it isn't going to be a lot of the things we think. All it's going to be is a dark pit with you in it, nobody else. Basically an isolation from anything that's supernatural. Well, hell, you don't believe in it any damn way. So, I mean, you know.
Yeah. How dark? How dark is the pit?
If you can handle being in the dark by yourself,
yeah,
you might be
how dark is the pit?
Pretty damn dark.
Yeah, darker than the cover of a Spinal Tap album?
Probably.
I think James Paul.
Now that is some claim. That is an extraordinary claim, I grant you.
I think, James Paul, that you just described your own hell, because everybody has their own hell. You're probably afraid of the dark.
No, I'm telling you, the whole thing with the flames. All right, like I said, I talked to a Jewish rabbi about some of this stuff. I asked him what his opinion was on it. All right, where they got the flames and all this stuff from. There used to be a place outside of Jerusalem's walls where they would take diseased bodies and they would burn them. That's where this whole concept of the flames of hell came from. But it has nothing to do with the reality of the situation. What hell is. It's separation from God. It's separation from anything supernatural. But there's no flames. There's no demons running around, essentially. It's just a dark place with you in it by yourself. And, you know, obviously, if you're in there for an extended period of time, you will eventually go mad. You will eventually go mad. But, you know, but aside from that, no.
Sounds
It's
a
not.
doddle. Sounds a doddle.
As long as there are no beaches there, I'm cool.
You said the reality of it. The reality of it is not real. There is no reality of hell. It's just not real.
Patrick, I could do it standing on my head. I could do it standing on my head.
We'll find out. See, I've been dead before. You,
no,
and when I died, I was put into a dark pit. All right, that's what
I've
I
been
was.
dead before.
You have? Okay.
I've been dead before a lot more times than you have.
No, I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one.
How many times?
But when
I've got
I'm
2.
going on 100.
I've lost count.
I'm going on 100. I'm going on 100.
Okay, then I defer to you.
Beginning of a game show.
I don't have an exact count.
You definitely got me beat because it ain't no 100. That's for sure.
Yeah.
But
I can name that death in 5 notes.
When I died,
Every time
it
I
was
show up in the ICU.
Huh? What?
Every
Nadia?
time I show up in the every time I show up on Hangouts from the hospital or ICU, that's what's happened.
Did you see anything when you died? Did you experience
seen
anything when you died? Nothing. Nothing
I've never
at all.
seen anything.
Okay. Because when I died, on one occasion, one of the few that I remember, obviously I don't remember everything, but one of the few times that I died, I was in a dark pit. I was surrounded by monsters trying to kick my ass, and that was it. There was no flames. There was no screaming. There was none of the things that we traditionally associate with hell. I was in a dark pit. I was surrounded by monsters trying to kick my ass, and I wasn't even in there long enough to even get an assessment of what was going on, basically, before I was back out of it again. But, you know, I was in there long enough to see that there was no flames, there was no, you know, the traditional things we think of as hell. It wasn't there. All right.
Was John Tesh there?
Every time.
Well, if Justin Bieber had been in there, then we would have really we'd had something. But
You didn't mention the monsters kicking the ass.
Well, that's one.
I'd probably want to do that standing up.
Well,
every time.
Every time. You know, it could be like somebody said earlier, well, that's your personal hell. Well, maybe everybody does have a personal hell that they experience once they're cut off from the supernatural. You know, that could very well be.
Every time it's happened to me, well, okay, sometimes basically it was just going unconscious and not even knowing what hit me. And when I woke up, all there was a gap, you know, no memory of a dream or anything like that. And other times I grayed out slowly enough, and as I grayed out, everything I saw was pretty much innocuous. It was, you know, the room was bright. I see the doctors and nurses milling around me, and then the doctors and nurses still mill around, but the room starts getting gray and goes dark. And that's all there is leading up to basically just waking up again. Just like nothing more than going unconscious.
What about the waking up bit?
Yeah, but now could your mind be suppressing those things to protect you? Maybe, you know. I mean, the mind does that sometimes. It will shield us from ourselves. It'll protect us from things. You know, a particularly traumatic event. The mind will actually suppress that and not allow you to experience it.
Were you pronounced dead?
Best I can tell. I believe I was only resuscitated, essentially, in these various occasions. Not every time I've been in the hospital have I been resuscitated, but majority of times. And most of the times it happened, I was unconscious while the resuscitation was happening. Basically, I was told after that I was just resuscitated. So
You never had any of the
depends.
out of body things or out of body experiences?
No out of body, no visions, no anything.
Yeah, it sounds scary.
It's not scary. It's yeah. For once, I'm not tortured by the sight of a man's face staring back at me in the mirror. Not tortured by trying to speak and having a man's voice coming out instead of what should be, and not having some kind of alien parasite in my crotch. Not so bad. Fear would be nothing at all compared to that.
Yeah.
It's a
I
relief, if
understand
anything.
that. I understand waking up is very, very disorientating. I've had it a couple of times, 3 times, I think. Don't remember 2 of them. One of them was quite vivid. And when waking up, I remember seeing a picture on the wall with a pink sky and a blue ground with an odd-shaped tree in it. And as I came round, I noticed this and was so disorientated, but it was the only thing I did notice. I went back to sleep again, not knowing my name, not knowing anything. I went back to sleep again and woke up. I had a really disorientating feeling where I didn't really know I was in my body, so to speak. A few seconds later, I recognized I was. I looked over at the wall where the picture was, and of course it was a window, and it was a blue sky and green grass. So the point being is that those few seconds where I became aware of myself, I can now understand that there's another way where you can wake up and be in your conscious self as you really are, and then find the discontinuity between your present situation. And that really came across to me.
But I'm not sure exactly what the distinction is, but the nature of the disorientation seems to consist more of, I guess, responding to my environment. I don't seem to lose track that badly of my whereabouts or my identity. But on the other hand, like being able to intelligently respond to, I don't know, requests to, say, cooperate with moving between beds when I'm being transferred, or I guess to avoid pulling on IV lines and so on. That seems to go. I get foggy in that kind of judgment instead of forgetting concrete facts. And you can kind of sort of figure it out. I guess it's kind of like I get an initial impression that I'm not disoriented from the, I guess, reciting of those facts, but then they also notice that a little bit later that the judgment is impaired. So. And welcome, Prahan.
Howdy. I don't know if this has anything to do with it, but that sounds like waking dreams. You know, like you can literally be dreaming something, and while you're waking up, the thing that's in the dream could literally have physical form until you fully awaken, and all of a sudden it just sort of vanishes.
All right, good having you on, Rob. it's all the kind of judgment too, because things like arithmetic, they've actually asked. I can still do, but the sort of like practical judgment, real world judgment, and so on is what ends up going.
Can I just correct something I said earlier? And I think it was a couple of hours earlier, but now is that Farhan is here? I've seen him in a few hangouts, and yeah, so I'd like to say hello.
How's it going, Simon?
I'd just also like to say that in the conversation I had with that Christian gentleman, I had presupposed some things that occurred in Europe first, when in actual fact they did occur in the Arab world and strictly under Islam. So yeah.
What are we talking
I'd
about?
like to make. I realised after I said it that I was wrong, and yeah, I just wanted to correct that.
What are we talking about? What strictly occurred or whatever?
Well, we were having a discussion about how science originated in Europe under Christianity, and I'd stated a few things about sciences which had started in Christendom, and in fact I was wrong. They had started under Islam, not Christendom. It was just a few things.
I think they were formalized under Muslim rule. I think they were formalized, like for example, like the idea of repeatable tests and like the whole principle of science was actually formalized under. I think it was the Persians, but I think some of the philosophy that comes with it was formalized under the Greeks.
Yes, specifically, I was referring to the scientific method. So
yeah,
you're
the scientific
correct.
method. Yeah.
I wanted to get that straight out there, because I guess if some people from Islam, the faith, were listening, they would be going, "Oh no, he's wrong, he's wrong." So yeah, just wanted to say that.
Cool. Yeah, a lot of Muslims don't really know about that, but yeah, the scientific method was actually formally produced under Muslims. I didn't know it was Arabs. I thought it was Persians. But,
do you know, you're probably more correct. My history is bad.
Probably not.
So I claim ignorance if I'm wrong.
Well, you'll have to keep the back and forth going. I need to drop by the bodega.
What is the bodega I keep hearing about?
Corner store, convenience store.
So Ibn al-Haytham was considered the father, according to Wikipedia. Ibn al-Haytham was considered the founder of modern science. Is that right? Abu Ali Hussein ibn Hassan ibn Haytham.
Yeah, I think that's the one that I've heard. Although I could never pronounce that, and you do it very well.
You could say Haytham. I guess he's called Al-Hazan, I guess in English. Al-Hazan. I'm not sure how that's pronounced. I'm curious what he was, because he was... Okay, I was wrong. He was actually an Arab. But I'm wondering if he was He was under the Fatimids, so he probably wasn't Sunni. I'm just curious. I don't know much about him. I've heard of him, but I never looked into him.
Okay, I could show some more ignorance if you want.
No. I probably don't have anything more than you do.
No, I'm remembering. I'm not looking up, so it's bad of me to even speculate and say what I thought he might be. But nonetheless, you know, the way is quite clear as far as I can see. That progress has been made through many different ways, and to say that science is the only progress, philosophy has contributed. Going back previously, then theology has contributed. So I kind of feel the discussion is a bit mute on that basis. You know, we can go back and go, well, fire, and if you saw fire for the first time, you'd be pretty amazed.
Philosophy is kind of a foundation of science. If you don't have science, you're not gonna or philosophy, you're not gonna have science, because the scientific method kind of rests on some premises um, that you kind of need to have. And if you don't have them, like you can kind of just say like, yeah, that's one method of doing it, but scientific method is not the only way. You can kind of say whatever you want to, and historically, the Muslims, at least the Muslims, they saw philosophy, or rather science, as a branch of philosophy, what they called natural philosophy. So they did not see like science as like an end all. They said that it's one branch of science or study,
Yeah.
and it's just there's many different other kinds.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
that's why they never really saw, like, if you look at like a miracle, for example, like a Moses splitting the sea, for example, like some splitting the sea and walking through it. That's like a miracle, right? And I mean, unless you have some kind of weird rationalization, anyone who sees that is going to be like, okay, that has to, or hears about that, or reads about it, is going to have to say that defies the laws of science, because we know that unless there's like, I don't know, like some kind of weird polar shift, like you're not going to have like the oceans just splitting, right? And
Yeah.
like the tides aren't just going to automatically happen right in front of you. It's some kind of supernatural event. But and so I think if you look at it that way, you're going to say, well, it defies the laws of science, therefore it's impossible. But I think the way the Muslims classically saw it was they said that God is doing everything, and so like, well, I don't want to get into the whole thing about it, but basically they didn't see that as a contradiction in any way.
Yeah, I understand the point about God is active in everything. You know. So yeah, I accept that. I mean, for me, it's a question of rationalization, and I think philosophy is extremely good at displaying how rationalization can be irrational. But at the same time, for me, there's a point in philosophy where it diverges from talking about what is rational to talking about things that are irrational by my definition, not obviously everybody else's. But where it starts talking about metaphysics in particular, that the issues are quite difficult. But I fully accept that in talking about those metaphysical issues, that's progressed mankind in a way which is can be seen overall as positive, despite the war, despite the conflicts, despite the hates, despite the tribalism, despite the nationalism, the socialism, despite all of this being done by people of faith as well as non-faith. You can still see that there is some gain in society from it.
From religious.
But that's where I then start differing from other people's views in terms of saying that we need to keep hold of the literature as something which is anything other than literature, and just accept it as a beautiful past.
Are you? Can I ask? May I ask your religious background?
I'm atheist.
Atheist. I was gonna say, like, I think even like from an atheist perspective, like one thing I don't like about modernity, when I use the term secularism, I don't necessarily, I mean, I use it in two different ways, but like if I'm talking about like secular societies, I don't necessarily just mean like lacking the belief in God. I mean also there's certain, like, one of the things about modernity is that there's no meaning in anything. It's a completely nihilistic culture. And feel free to disagree with me. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I agree with that in terms of philosophy has steered a course which I don't agree with, and that ends up in nihilism in some respects. But that charge for me is a very empty charge because in the absolute terms, nihilism is for me just an acceptance of death as the final place.
Okay.
Nothing
Yeah,
else.
fair.
And that has a different connotation to you who feel perhaps that that's not the point of finish.
Right.
And so our definition of nihilism means different things.
What I meant was
so
like,
I don't see it as hopeless. I don't see it as hopeless or any way worthy of despair.
well, okay, I guess what I mean is like like if you looked at like a lot of modern stories, for example, like movies, TV, which I mean, in TV shows, mass culture, and if you look at some of the stories, sometimes there's no clear good guy, there's no clear bad guy, there's no clear And I mean that's okay sometimes, but there's no moral to a story. It's just interesting things happening. You know, A happens, then B happens, then C happens, then and you know, there's no like message in a lot of these stories. Like if you looked at TV shows when I was younger, TV shows always, I mean, they were kind of almost like formulaic. They had a beginning where everything was good, and then like we would kind of reach like you would introduce a conflict and it would rise up, and there'd be a problem, and then things would get better, and that was every episode. Whereas nowadays TV shows aren't like that. I guess what I'm getting at is that literature, for example, or I guess you're from the UK, literature, yeah, doesn't have a meaning anymore. It just kind of like goes from here to like it's just an interesting story that has no message behind it, and we are abandoning like wisdoms of the past. We're abandoning like your grandmother telling you like how to behave and stuff like that. We don't care about that sort of thing, and I can't articulate it very well, but when I say secular society, I don't necessarily just mean like at least in this context, this usage. I don't necessarily just mean like lacking the belief in God. I also mean like moving away from that. And if you look at like classical stories, yeah, they were influenced by religion, but if you're an atheist, look at it also like just the morals of the stories or the lessons that they're taught or the wisdoms that are imparted from them. And unfortunately, I don't really see that in modernity.
Well, to give you a personal example, I came into contact with the Quran when I was 19, and as a result, I took two things from it which I thought were good.
By all means.
Say again?
Go ahead, by all means.
Well, no, I'm just saying that's what happened. That's my personal experience. Is I came into contact with the book, read through the book as far as I understood it, which was in a very basic manner, and decided that there was something in there which I thought was quite useful for my life.
What was that thing?
Well, two things really: gambling and alcohol.
I think that's the same verse.
I have no idea, but it's what I read, and I thought, yeah, okay, let's try it. Let's give that a go. If that works.
What religion is that?
You know, I stopped crashing my motorbike so much, and I wasn't so poor. You know, two very practical things that occurred. But so for me personally, you know, the arguments of it not being literature, yeah, is fully accepted on my point because there are things that I read in it which I felt were beneficial. But that's what I do with Shakespeare. That's what I do with, you know, everything, even modern movies. Not so much with Hollywood movies.
Yeah.
You know, I'm sorry about American TV, but it just doesn't have the same depth of content of philosophical discussion that you might get in some European countries.
You need to stop, you redcoat, before we attack your country.
Thank you for saying that. I felt like I needed beating down.
Where are you from, Simon? England? Right.
Yeah, of course.
I'll be right back.
So you have the intelligent programs there, right?
Well, I don't know
like,
about intelligent programs.
Like AbFab, right?
Yeah, funny programs. I think we do comedy quite well.
We got that over here for a few years.
Yeah, yeah.
It's kind of funny.
I can't take more than a few episodes myself, but I wouldn't
like
have missed not watching it. You know.
It's like a female Cheech and Chong, I guess.
Yeah, very much. I never thought of that. Yeah.
You have to be drunk to watch it, though.
I wouldn't know. I'm teetotal.
Teetotal?
Yep. I don't drink alcohol.
Oh. Yeah, I stopped myself for quite a while. I had my fun.
Yeah, cool.
Simon, did you earlier? Did you want to tell me something? I think you mentioned my name. I don't know if you were.
I think I was saying hi.
Oh, hello. No, I heard my name and I didn't know what you said. Okay. Hello.
Okay.
Good. Nice to see you again.
I can't find it, but I have this big American flag, and I was gonna put I was gonna have it draped over my back with like with a rifle, and
yeah.
But I can't find it. Yeah, I don't know.
No, I'm pro Constitution, by the way. Just to let you know that as well. Yeah.
These topics, I don't even have a view on anymore. Sometimes I just get so confused. Like libertarianism versus this versus that. I don't know, man.
It's madness, is what it is. It's human madness. All right. How we ever got to the situation where we decided that that we should, the best way to go forward would be to fight each other to make each other rich. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm actually really anti-war, and I'm not even like a pacifist, but I just like as time passes, I'm just like, you know what, there needs to just be more peace. And that sounds really trite and trivial, but I really mean it like sincerely. I have a friend of mine who's former military. He's actually was in Iraq, was actually injured in the war, and he's kind of like he's not like a military kind of guy, like a militia type of guy, but he has like the same like ideological leaning, like you know those like patriot groups that like carry guns and whatever. Like I can see him being one of those guys. And I was telling him, I was like, man, do you really want that? Like, don't you think that like, don't you realize that like eventually like, you know, war is not like the war of like 1776. We're talking about war of like the 21st century where people like entire cities get destroyed. And as time passes, I just think like you just need to tolerate people. You just need to have, even if you don't agree with them, just I don't know, just have more like.
Well, I definitely think there's a point of not tolerating the intolerant.
It's never going to go back to that kind of
That's
republic.
got to be done. You know, if we don't make a stand at that point, then we're definitely lost. You know, so if someone comes on with bigoted views, then we all have a duty on us to say that's wrong and we disagree with it.
Right, definitely.
You know, and the more people that do that at one time, following each other, then the more that person thinks I'm in a minority in this room. Perhaps I shouldn't express that view in this room.
Holy crap! I didn't know that Al-Hazm was a Sunni. I thought it was Mu'tazili. You just reminded me. He was?
Right,
Wow,
okay.
that's kind of rare because most of the major Muslim scientists are actually not Sunni. Like they're pretty much not.
Are they Sufi?
I wouldn't say they're Sufi because Sufis are Sunnis. I would say like they're like either Mu'tazili or they're some kind of like Shia group.
Right, really.
Yeah, they're not really. No, I mean some of them are, but.
I mean, time was different back then anyway, because you know that period after the Prophet was a very different period after the Reformation, so to speak. So you can't really judge what the sects were really doing at that time. I mean, I know that you know without the contribution to Europe through the Middle Ages from both Spain and from Baghdad, Europe would have just come nowhere near getting close to an industrial revolution.
That's true. But like I think we Muslims we like to talk about like our glorious past and we alhamdulillah we do really stuttering. We really do have a glorious past. But I think right now we're in our dark ages. Like just it's obvious we're in our dark ages. And I don't know, man, we need to get out of that. And it's really tough, it's really painful because there's a lot of legitimate pain out there. But it's got to get out of it.
It is a matter of accepting those Arab philosophers, those Islamic philosophers' words when they really talked about the contradictions.
Are you a Muslim, Farhan?
You have to have understanding of their work. You know, it influenced Europe in such a major way. The face completely changed. They ripped themselves apart. You know, in the progress of trying to find a solution.
Can I ask you a question?
But it's got to be done.
Really quickly, I think when Simon you're speaking, I think Flip can't when he speaks. I don't know if you can hear him, and I'm not sure.
No, I can't. Sorry, I'll shut up.
No. It's not that. It's that I noticed that Flip when you're saying something and Simon's speaking, Simon you don't hear him. I noticed that 3 times.
Oh really?
Yeah. Whatever.
Oh okay. No, I was just wondering, do you know, or as kind of like an average, how do Muslims feel about like Catholics or like the Pope and all that? Is there any views on that? Or?
That's a good question. We don't really talk about it that much. I know that a lot of Muslims really liked Pope John Paul, like a lot. He's actually very very widely respected. The previous Pope not so much, but I didn't really hear a lot of talks about him. And then this one I haven't really heard much. I think people might like him overall, but there's not really like a general. People don't really talk about the Catholics that much.
So there's no conflict really between like Catholicism and Muslim faith, really, then?
No, I mean religiously, of course there is, but like
But overall,
I mean, I would say like Muslims kind of don't see Catholics really any different than like Protestants or Orthodox, just
okay.
overall. But I mean, like I think like there seems to be like kind of like a historical stability that's been achieved to some degree between like at least like modern Catholics and uh, Muslims, just like Muslim like intelligentsia, you could say, or like this speakers, scholars, and like big time, not just like the average Joe and Catholicism. Your
I don't know.
cross, I think, is an Orthodox cross, isn't it?
I'm not sure. I really don't know the history, between the Catholic Church and Muslim countries too much, but
Yeah,
I'm
looks
just
like a
kind of
Celtic
curious.
cross.
What's
Looks like a
that?
Celtic cross to me.
Where?
In your thing.
No, that's probably a Celtic cross.
Yeah, actually, I was gonna. I meant to say that actually. I think it looks like a Celtic cross.
Simon, you may possibly might be able to figure out what that is from, but I don't know.
No, because there's another two symbols. There's a normal cross in the background and a Norman burial gravestone.
What do you see on the right side of the cross, the Celtic cross?
Well, that was probably a depiction of Arthur, I would have thought.
I mean, you see a guy on a horse?
Yeah, Arthur
Okay.
probably.
Okay.
Because he's got his sword out. Normally you see Arthur with his sword out because he's just pulled it out of the stone.
No, you're on the wrong track.
Oh, am I? Okay. Can you tell me who it really is now?
No, I'll tell nobody never.
Oh, it's you, isn't it?
Welcome back, Nadia.
So there's like a theory, Philip, that like Pope John Paul. I mean, I don't know how, whatever, but a lot of people are like, oh, he was actually Muslim. He was actually Muslim. Probably not, but a lot of people say that. Like he converted like in secret. I mean, I don't know. When I hear those things, I kind of just like take it with a grain of salt.
Who was that?
Pope John Paul.
Oh no chance with him. I mean, all of the church hierarchy in the Vatican is, I mean, they're so entrenched in theology that, they could argue their way out of a paper bag. Not a problem. And most of them, are highly scientifically, well, not most, some of them are very highly scientifically versed. So, they keep across the board, keep their options open. As you may have heard from the non-retraction of guilt over the affairs in the recent church history. It's a disgusting thing in itself. So, Flip, does that mean you're a Celt?
No.
Oh, I was hoping.
You're hoping I was a Celt?
Yeah, you go, right now I've traced my descendancy and I was descended on to,
It's possible. Who knows?
It's quite likely, I would think.
Are you Celtic?
Yeah.
Oh.
By the sound of your accent, anyway.
My accent?
Yeah.
Well, I come from immigrants from Europe, so...
Yeah.
Probably got a lot of gypsy in me.
Gypsies are Indian. I didn't learn that until recently. Like, they're originally Indian.
Really?
Yeah, they're basically they're called Romani, and they're basically like a Indian ethnic group that I guess went into like around the world or whatever, or like in Europe somehow. And I heard their accounting system, and I can like basically it's the same as the language that my family speaks.
Wow.
Yeah, it's really weird. And their language is actually pretty similar too.
Yeah.
So I wonder if I want to hear it. Like, oh, here it is on Wikipedia. Their numbering system in Romani is like ek, dush, trin, sar, pans, sov, ifta. Like I can't read this properly, but okta, inja, des, bis, sel. In
Very
Urdu,
good.
it would be ek, do, teen, like ek, do, duj, teen, trin, char, star. Like it's not that different.
Yeah. No, I got it on 7.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, there is a really good program if you get a chance to watch it. Sorry to keep harking on about this unbiased British TV, but there was a program called Before Babel,
Okay.
and basically it's on the history of language and how, or what is the work that's been done to try and trace languages back through common usages and common spellings and that kind of thing. And it basically predicted with fairly accurate results on the link between the Semitic peoples' languages and European directly. Also through to also with connection with the Hindu language as well, and Latin. It was through Latin that the connection was actually.
Yeah, they're called
So it's kind of
Indo-European
strange,
languages.
you know.
Indo-European.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Or that was what came out of it. Yeah. Obviously, it wasn't at the time because almost certainly Egyptian is the key to it because it seems that the hieroglyphs did have some vowel usage or some not vowel usage but consonant usage. So you could actually speak, certainly in the New Kingdom, you could speak the language. And that's key. So presumably this is the beginning of our common languages, Although that tongue's been lost.
I noticed that what's it called? I speak Urdu or Hindi, same thing, similar enough, I should say.
Wow.
And the grammar is, I mean, it's actually pretty different in a lot of ways, but the basic grammar is actually comparable to English. It's like if you speak one, like the word order is different. I'm talking basic grammar. The word order would be different, but there's a one-to-one, a word-to-word comparison. Whereas if in Arabic or Arabic, it's actually quite different.
Is it really? Okay.
Yeah.
Again, with the Hindi, it was a question of even just sometimes switching individual letters, like a K for a Q. Yeah, it was quite fascinating. Anyway, it's called Before Babel. If you get a chance to check it out, it's a fascinating look at how language can be used to bind us together.
Yeah, Tower of Babel claim is interesting in terms of the biblical literalism.
There's something.
It's not just language; it's also early human migration. Go ahead.
There's something. There's a sheikh who I was listening to once, and he was talking about stories of the Quran. Now, Muslims actually do pretty much treat stories as they're presented, like in other words, literally. But he was saying, and he's like a very well-respected sheikh. He was saying that the purpose of stories is not to say like this is like a historical presentation. He was talking about how historians get really frustrated with the Quran because they're like, oh, well, when did this occur? Where did this occur? And the Quran doesn't really provide like any details. It doesn't provide like this happened first and this happened really at all. It just kind of like just says the story, and that's it. And so when you read it, you're like, well, there's no details here, and I would frustrate a lot of historians. And the sheikh was saying that the purpose of the story is not to listen to and like trace back when it happened. The purpose, it's not even important, and this is what got me. He said the story isn't even important whether or not it happened. It doesn't even matter if it really didn't happen. The purpose of the story is to teach. And he was saying, now we believe that they did happen, but that's not the point of the story. And there's a thing in the Quran, like, like Abraham had 2 sons, Isaac and Ishmael, And the Quran actually does not. Muslims generally believe that it was Ismail who was taken up to be sacrificed. That whole story, if you guys are familiar with it. But the Quran actually does not say Ishmael. It doesn't. It just says his son. And the reason why people say is because it doesn't matter who it was. What matters is the point of the story. And if you look at that, you're kind of missing the point of the story.
Right.
And
right.
there's like another example where it says, if you guys know the story of the sleepers of the cave, I don't know if you guys are familiar with that, where there were these young kids who were living in a city that was like filled with sin, and they left the city and they went to a cave, and they basically fell asleep for like 300 years or something like that. And then they came out of it and they went to the city, and it was like obviously completely different people. It was talking about how those people, like the Quran mentions, like some people, it says like literally, some people say it was like 5 people and a dog. Some people say it was like 12 people and a dog. And the answer, the truth is, it doesn't matter how many people it was. It very clearly says that you're not supposed to even talk about that.
How it's changed over 300 years. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I rambled on for a while. Go ahead.
Yeah, the point is how it's changed over 300 years. Yeah.
I mean, I think the point of the story was like the lesson of it, of like trust in God, or I mean, there's many lessons you can take, but you're not supposed to get caught up in the details.
Other than the 300 years.
It doesn't say 300. I don't remember what it says. I made the number up.
Essentially, it sounds like you're arguing for like parabolic or similar kind of interpretation.
I don't know what that is.
As a parable or a little bit like a fable, maybe.
Yeah, very much so. But he's saying that it's not true. It's just that the meaning of it.
Oh no, we say it's true. We do say it's literal.
Yeah,
like we
exactly.
say,
Yeah. So it's not that it's not true. It's just that the meaning of it should be taken as parable.
Yeah, you could say that. I don't know what the word. When I hear the term parable, I think not true, but whatever.
No, not necessarily, but in terms of the meaning from it should be taken not so precisely that it distorts the message.
Yeah.
That's kind of what it should be meant as.
Yeah, I like that. That's a good one.
Yeah. And I've had this exact argument with my grocer down the road. He's a very lovely chap as well. Where are you from?
Where's who from?
I was going to ask you, Farhan.
Oh, how do I answer that question? I'm from the
Everywhere.
DC area. I'm sorry?
Everywhere.
I'm from the DC area. I'm by blood Afghan, but that's too many generations ago. And I'm Pakistani by parentage, I guess.
I see. Thank you. Did Flip or did Desert want to get in? I heard he said something earlier.
Oh no, I just said welcome back, Nadia.
Cool.
Not Oceans, rather. Simon, I heard that in your country, like the word "packy" is like a curse word.
Yeah. In olden days, I would like to think. Obviously, that's not true of all people, and in certain areas, it's still used as a racial discrimination tag.
That never will not be funny to me, because like I use that word like all the time, and I wouldn't even think I wouldn't even blink an eye if somebody said it to me. I would think like, oh, they're just shortening the country name, and
right. It's like me, someone going, yeah, England at me, and I go, oh yeah, right. They're trying to be insulting.
But like I mean, I know that it is, right? In the British context, it is. But to me, it's like someone just said like, oh, he's a, I don't know, I mean, there's no really equivalent in any other language. Like if someone said like,
how about a Brit?
A Brit,
Yeah,
there we go, a Brit,
yeah. Exactly.
A Brit,
Or an Anglo, or
or a red coat or something like that. Well, red coat maybe is offensive. But
exactly.
That you know what I want to do? I'm not even kidding. And let me just show myself on camera for a second. So I don't look
flag.
I don't know where it is. I can't find it. But I don't look traditionally Pakistani, like in any respect, right? And people usually don't think that I am. I have brown hair. I don't know if you guys can see it.
Right.
And I have pretty light skin. So I was thinking about going to like the UK and like getting like a big American flag and a cowboy hat, and like getting like on a bus and just being like, I claim, you know, like speaking in like an accent, like, I claim this land for America, and I want you people to get out of here. We taught you guys how to speak English. Like, just say stuff that doesn't make any sense, you know? And like going around and like just saying stupid crap, you know, and going to like Pakistani people and like saying weird stuff to them, and then when they get offended, being like, "Koi nahi guy, koi baat nahi, mujhko bhi Urdu boलना आता है, मैं भी Pakistani हूँ." Like that would be so funny. Like I want to.
Yeah, no, you should get arrested in this country for doing that.
No,
The
because
Queen don't like it.
you
Ooh.
can't. Because like, okay,
Hi,
I'm being
Ocean.
obviously
Desert
stupid.
together again.
Oh, it's that.
Oh shit! One of us has to desert. One of us has to leave. We can do this.
That damn pagan ocean.
I like it when the two of you are together. So happy together.
Maybe if he gives me some of his water. It's all dry here.
Well, I'm keeping it.
You still on the ocean?
You are the ocean that is the drop.
No.
Hey, Ocean, shouldn't you be in the forest right now, dancing with the devil naked?
What?
Never mind.
Well, it's not Walpurgisnacht.
Oh.
There's
Oh, it is in bulk right now, isn't it?
It is what?
It
Yeah, it's totally in bulk.
In bulk, okay.
was till 12.
Well, it's tonight actually. It's a nighttime festival.
So Groundhog Day
Well,
is in
actually, it was
bulk, or
last night. To be fair.
in bulk coincides with Groundhog Day? Oh dear.
I
Here
think it
comes
must
the
be
conspiracy theories.
I think
Is
it
there a
must
way
be
to work?
true.
Oh. Is there a way to work a groundhog into the pagan celebration? I don't know.
We killed them.
Oh yeah,
Oh, dear.
hogs.
Oh crap.
We like hogs. Us druids. No, actually,
Yeah.
druids don't. I think. If I'm not
The best way to
mistaken.
celebrate Groundhog Day is to stab one on an altar and watch its blood cover the whole thing. So just slowly seep into the altar.
I'm sure that
Sacrificial
I am
groundhog.
sure that.
And then it
sacrifice-
pools into it goes down the grooves and pools into this little cup and you drink it. And it's pretty awesome. That was how my night was last night.
Well, hopefully if he brings us 7 more weeks of winter, then I'll kill him.
Is that before or after the wine?
Before or after the what?
The wine.
Oh, that is the wine. What are you talking about?
Oh.
But that's before the orgy, which is what you really meant to ask.
No, you have an orgy on top of it. You just throw the carcass into the middle of it.
Oh, in that case, I'll sign me up.
No, the celebration of Imbolc is you put shit outside at the night of Imbolc, and then Bridget comes by and blesses it for you.
Isn't it weird? Tomorrow is the Catholic holiday, Saint Blaise. Not a holiday, but blessing of the throat.
Is it really?
I'm sorry?
Is it really?
Well, I mean,
I think it's tomorrow, blessing of the throat, Saint Blaise or something. Interesting.
Yeah, that's funny. I never even heard of that.
There are saints for every day of the year.
Yeah, Catholics are like that. They like their saints.
It goes to show you how long I've been away from that damn religion.
yeah,
It's got it all.
this would have been January 31st and February 1st, not February 2nd and or February 1st and 2nd. but not February 2nd and 3rd, which is where we are right now.
The eve of the first and the second.
Right. Well, I mean, or it could have been, you slide it back a little bit. It's based on the lunar calendar, so...
But you don't celebrate that, you said, right?
Well, they're
No.
supposed to be astronomical. Like
I mean,
15,
it's...
like 15 degrees Scorpio or something? For Samhain or something like that?
I don't know how they would do it. There is no real data about when these things would have been celebrated in the era that I care about. A lot of this stuff has just been kind of attempted to be revived.
Okay.
The Romans were very specific about wiping it out.
Well, sort of. I mean, there was Druidry all the way into the 10th century, but it's largely ignored. I mean, they were mostly discredited and looked at as magicians at that point.
Oh, you got a link there.
Alakazam.
Well, I think the thing with the English uprising with Boadicea, the reason that she actually managed to do anything was because most of the Roman force was off killing the Druids, the last pocket of Druids that were left in the country. In Anglesey, yeah, Anglesey.
Oh, she was the Iceni, that's right.
Yeah, yeah, that was going on the other side of the country at the same time that the Druids were being wiped out in Wales.
Right. Well, I mean, probably not being wiped out. There were plenty of them up north.
Not completely, yeah, but the main sect, I should say. They've been persecuted for quite a number of years before that, I think. And there was specific literature to say that the Roman Senate were worried specifically about the Druids and that they had to be annihilated as they were a danger to the English people. People, I should say.
Ish. Not really, because not at that point anyway. Once the Romans had gone into Britain, the Druids were not really a big deal. The concern was that the Celts would unite, which they did every once in a while in confederations.
Right.
But there was never a pan-Celtic unification or a pan-Celtic confederacy.
Yeah.
It would have been really interesting if there was, but they just weren't.
Yeah,
they just didn't have that organization. They were too split among their tribes, and the tribal differences kept them apart.
So I think that was the point about the Romans wanting to exterminate the Druids, was because the Druids were the links between the tribes.
My thing is that that would have been a concern when Gaul was still, like before Caesar conquered Gaul. After Caesar conquered Gaul, it would not have been much of a concern. It only would have been a concern with direct influence to Britain, because that was where the Druids were at that point.
So I think this is within 10 years of the beginning of the conquering of Britain.
Right. Britain would have been after the fall of Gaul.
Yes.
So the concern was minimal. There was concern that the Druids would unite in a confederacy of Brittonic tribes, and then they would force Rome out of Britain. But it was also seen as like not really worth it to actually wipe them out, because they kept winning when you went out into their territory, because they didn't care about. They met out in field of battle once, and then after that they never did it again. It was all guerrilla warfare. So whenever the Romans went in there, they would just get picked off when they were asleep. So they just stopped invading.
Yeah, I know. I've read about the march you're talking about in the retreat. I think
there several of them. There were forays all over it, and then there's the infamous 9th Legion story that may or may not be accurate. But
9th Legion? What? Was that published in Tilius Ferus?
There was the story goes that the 9th Legion was supposed to be sent in to kill the king of the Caledonians, and then they went north of Hadrian's Wall, or they went into Caledonian territory and were never heard from again. That's how the story goes, but then the Ninth Legion and people that were in the Ninth Legion kind of pop up in other areas of Roman history afterwards.
I'm sorry. I was gonna say, are you a history teacher?
No.
Oh, you sound so knowledgeable about this history. It's
I'm a history person. I have a degree in it, and I'm.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Okay. So that explains it. Okay. I just, I found you very interesting.
Cool.
Yeah, I'd echo that. Yeah, there was some stories about people. There was a small band that made it out of that legion, I think. And
I've read like a little bit about
very
that.
silly stories.
There's some historians that deny that the Ninth Legion event ever actually happened, that it was even sent up there.
Yeah, yeah.
Because
the stories that I read were quite silly in terms of they were fantastical explanations of what happened.
Right. I've heard all kinds of really neat stuff. I'm actually working on a little a screenplay about it, which because I'm just going full fantastical with it just to have fun.
Yeah, cool. Why not? It's a good period to set stuff in.
Right, because there's very little known about it, and some historians say that it did happen, some historians say that it didn't. So it's just fun to play with because there's so much uncertainty around it.
There was an English historian who did a documentary on it, specifically.
Yeah. If they had found the eagle, that would confirm it. But there has been they haven't found the legion, so.
Yeah, I just think they found some very tentative evidence of potentially a camp. I think that was it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think that was it. There was just a particular.
The problem is that the Romans have been in the area that is supposed that they were there, because they've pushed north of that and built a wall, kind of like Hadrian's Wall in northern Scotland, but then they had to fall back and to the Hadrian's Wall point.
Right, I'm not sure they built the wall, even the first one, by this time. I'm not sure. I could be completely wrong. We could be talking about different points in history.
This would have been around 100 or so AD.
Oh, no, okay, I'm talking before that, yeah. I'm talking the Iceni Revolution.
Oh, yeah, the Iceni Revolution would have been around 60 or so.
Yeah,
and
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, it was, the reason why that was done is the Romans actually disarmed them. They didn't let them keep swords, and then they broke in and grabbed their swords and decided to go rampage across Britain until they were defeated.
Yeah. The point about that story that I was making earlier was that the reason that the Romans were defeated initially was because most of the force was
over in Wales, yeah.
Yeah. Confronting the Druids. Or trying
There
to.
were Druid warlord leaders in Britain.
Trying to. Say again?
There were Druid warlord leaders in Britain. One of the ideas is that the story of Merlin comes from a Druid warlord that would have been around that period of time after the Romans were forced out of Britain.
Right. I think warlord and Druid, I'm not certain if the Druids had a structure which would incorporate an actual warlord.
Well, yes.
Although in that revolution of the resistance to Rome, they very much served as leaders and uniters of the tribes. That was their main function, really.
Sometimes they would pick up a sword.
Yeah,
absolutely. Very rarely, but they would do it. And
sure
when they did, it was usually under the head of the Confederacy.
Yeah. I would say almost certainly they would. Every Englishman would. Or Britain. Sorry.
Well, I mean, the Druids specifically were not. It wasn't a group of people. They were the intellectual class of tribes. Like you would have a tribe that was, say, take the Iceni for example, or the Iceni, whichever you want to refer to them as. You would have the tribes people, you'd have the freemen, you would have the warriors, you might have a chieftain, and then beside that you would have druids, which were kind of shamans or just very intellectual people. And They would be advisors to the kings, but they would not be leaders themselves unless a certain situation called for them to actually be a leader. And usually not in warfare, but sometimes yes. It's very mysterious as to what their function actually was, and if their function was even consistent. They might have just been wise people that were called upon in times of need.
Yeah, I mean, my own personal understanding, and this is not through research, but it's just through what I've gleaned over the lifetime of living in the country, I guess, is that they were more a band of intellectuals who would tell stories and preserve myth and do ritual like healing and all of the things you need to do, burial, etc., and that they would very much be migratory, so they would pass between settlements quite a lot.
Yes. Yeah, they would travel from place to place, and sometimes they would bring the concept of certain gods back with them. Their version of polytheism, as far as we know, was very open. So, say a druid could be influenced by a Roman god and bring it back, and they would worship that. I was talking with Kevin, and he supports the idea that Apollo might have originated in among Celtic druids, and then was brought to Greece.
Right.
And that's his primary god, is Apollon.
My own theory is that the religion is descended from the iron workers.
Iron workers?
Yeah, the people who first were doing metallurgy.
Why is that? I haven't heard that before.
Probably not, because it's mine own. No, just that, that's the high technology and the magic to make swords. And swords are what the Celtic race depend upon. And they have a particular...
Yes and no, and they definitely personified their swords. Like, if you look at their hilts look like little people.
And the water magic, especially, which is very druidical. But I don't know whether that's just a false claim. That could well be a false claim. I don't have any proof for it. I
think you might be mixing some folklore.
Yeah,
but
it's an interesting theory, though.
Yeah, I'm very strict archaeology when I'm looking at it, because
they relate back to the Beaker people. Just if you want to get the full idea of where I'm going with it.
I read a thing about the concept of the Beaker people being a farce, because I'd have to go back and read it, but it's clear that beakers were built, but it's not clear that it was a group of people moving in.
No, not a group. No, just a cultural.
Right. The shift might have been independent of immigration or movement of peoples. The idea is that, there's another point in which the houses went from being square to being circular.
Other way around, but yeah.
Oh, never mind. You're right. Circular to being square. You're correct.
I know what you mean.
Yes. And the idea is that there might have been a migratory situation where, a different group of people moved in, forced out the people that built circular houses, and were replaced with people that built square houses. However, that's not always how it happens. People will move and adopt cultures from other people. People will move from one area to another independently, join another culture, and teach them different ways of doing things, and it's accepted. There is a culture in South America that we know has moved, and I forget the name of it, but I can dig it up for you if you really want to know, that was moving across South America and was adopting local culture as they moved, so they would have been completely invisible archaeologically.
Yeah.
But sometimes the reverse of that can happen, where it's just somebody comes in and then a culture adopts new ideas and things evolve. Sure. And an example that could be brought up is that in the 50s, Britain, for thousands of years in the future, and we look at Britain in 1950, and we see that Britain was suddenly invaded by the washing machine people, and they set up shop there, and the old custom was removed. And then in the 70s, there was a sudden invasion of Japanese people, or people that use Japanese objects.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I would just say quickly that the argument of round to square is uniquely demonstrated in a place called, I wonder if Farhan can help me out with this, Jeff Alakmar. If you could type that up for me. That would
Actually,
be
I don't know what you're referring to. So I was kind of half paying attention.
Wasn't it
just
found in
spell it as it
Cork,
goes.
County Cork?
Say again?
Wasn't it found in a dig in County Cork? I want to
No.
say that's what it was.
This place is called Jeff Alakmar, and I think it's somewhere.
You mean the Wikipedia of it?
Syria. I think it's in Syria.
Oh no, I'm talking about in Britain.
Right, in Britain, the move to square houses is a
Yeah.
Roman thing. Yeah.
Oh no,
Yeah.
I'm talking about Mesolithic. Neolithic, I mean, sorry.
Neolithic. Okay, the examples of Neolithic houses are in the Orkneys, and then the rest are kind of burial grounds, which are all square, and then they use round standing stones around the outside. The ones in the Orkneys are pretty square, but they're not square because obviously they're made out of, underground and then lined with particular kind of.
Well, where's my
the need for
boring
a
ass
shape
book
is
I've been
is
reading
taken
on
out.
this? Hold on a minute.
But the place in Jeff Alakmar, I think it's Syria, they show through the generations of development of this one city, the transformation from round houses to round houses with straight walls, and then a combination of straight walls and round ends, and then finally pure square houses, which are like 2-3 stories. And that's in Syria, dated somewhere around. Let's be generous. 6,000 BC, maybe 5,000 BC.
Yeah, that's the era that I'm talking about. Right.
So that's Syria.
The book I was reading was strictly in Britain.
Yeah, no, not in Britain. No, we didn't get square houses till the Romans, I think. Up till then, all the Anglo-Saxon tribes used round houses.
I'll have to find because I read it in this here book.
Yeah,
I'll find
it'd be
it again.
I mean, I could be wrong. There may be examples of square houses, but if there is, I think there'd be buried houses, not freestanding houses.
I don't know that they would have been freestanding. Let me see if I can find.
As I said, in a place called Skara Brae in Scotland, in the Orkneys, that's the one which is kind of square houses, and they're very ancient. They're 5,500 BC. Again. And they are fantastic. I mean, they've got a wardrobe, they've got 2 beds, they've got a square park.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. No, the houses that I'm talking about would not have been that complex at all. It's just
these date to 5,000
switching
BC
of
or something.
drawings.
But they're a rare example, I think. That's the point I was kind of making, because they're built into a hill, rather than just freestanding. Fishbourne Palace is an early villa.
I wish I had this in a PDF so I could search for things, but I do not. Oh well. I don't have the source in front of me. I mean, I have the source in front of me, but I don't have the portion that I read in front of me. And there's a chance that I could be mistaken, so I'm not gonna.
Yeah.
I won't argue with you.
I could also be wrong.
Yeah.
There was nice. I did see. There's a new historian. Well, new. I mean, she's been around a little while now, but she does things like. She did a program on the Anglo-Saxon Chronicles, and she also did stuff on the Welsh Celtic myths as well. So you might want to check that out. That's because she's gone back to original sources for that.
Type her name in the chat. I'm totally interested in reading that. I've been reading a lot of Ronald Hutton lately, so.
I cannot remember what her name is. But
well,
if you type in Anglo-Saxon Chronicles BBC, you'll get a name.
Got it.
You'll find
Okay.
something else.
Are you familiar with Ronald Hutton at all? You seem to be familiar with the
I'm
subject.
not.
Okay. He's the historian that I've been reading a lot of stuff from. He's published a few books on history of British religion and history of British peoples, going back into prehistory. And he's been my main focus. Let's see. Damn it!
It's not that interesting, actually. It's fascinating that it goes back so far, but actually what there is not that exciting. The best thing I've probably seen is a mound in Ireland, a burial mound in Ireland.
It's about Lagrange, or Newgrange, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that sounds about right, yeah.
Yeah. With the giant stone in the front with all those spirals.
Indeed, yeah.
Yeah.
That is actually a reconstruction, but yeah.
Yeah, well, it was the stone that's got all the spirals on it is legit. The building back into it is a reconstruction of what they found.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. And that's fantastic. There's a beautiful one in Scotland which lines up the sun between two mountains at a certain time of the year to shine a light.
They're both winter solstice. The Newgrange is winter solstice, and the other one that you're talking about in Scotland is also winter solstice. However, one of them is in the morning, it lines up, and the other one is at evening, it lines up to put a little dot in the back of it.
The amazing thing is how small it is, and obviously how few people built it.
Right. Yeah, because there's only 2 of them that we know of, so there could be more, but we haven't found them. There's a bunch of hills to dig through if you want to try and find them all.
Yeah, I believe so. A couple of people tried doing that, yeah.
It's a matter of figuring out which hills are man-made and which ones are not, because I think that, am I right that Newgrange is entirely man-made hill? Or is it dug into?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay.
Yep. I think there's some standing stones inside it, which meant they must have put those there before building the building around it.
Right. Really neat stuff.
Oh, yeah. Damn clever, those Celts.
Nephilim Freeze main account has to be blocked.
What's he going on about?
Nephilim Freeze main account has to be blocked.
What?
Yeah, he's got me blocked as well.
Let me see what he's up to.
That's why I have a second account. So I can go in and bother Nephilim Free.
Did Nephilim block you himself, Naya?
One of his accounts does.
Sounds like Jesus is in there, I'm not sure though.
What's the link to Nephilim's Hangout?
I don't have a link to the Hangout, just a YouTube video for it.
Let me see. See on the Evan Phillips. Oh wait, never mind. Here we go. Let's see. Who all's in here? Shock of Christ.
I can't see who's in there.
I'm gonna go bother it for a minute. I'll be right back.
All right.
Have fun.
Where did you get the link from? I don't know. I can't see it.
Oh, it's on the comments of Nephilim's video.
When I look at the comments, I can't see it.
Do you
When I
want?
look at the comments, what I see is this. Onyx Studios 720p is the only one besides my own.
You want me to post the link?
You can, but I won't be able to join. Do it anyway. I might give it a shot.
Who's that talking, saying at no point in history did that ever happen? His name Joe. Say again?
Oh, I was just saying there's the link.
I recognise the voice, that's all.
Yep, and I'm blocked.
So it is Jesus, huh?
Where is Jesus?
And Neff?
It's pretty quiet. Insomnia Shuffle, and I don't know what else have that all locked down. Yes, Interfaith, Age of Reason, New Covenant Group.
It's not allowed to listen to their hangout in here, right?
What?
It's not allowed to listen to their hangout in here, right?
Nope.
Like audibly?
Nope.
Are you looking at the stream right now, Nadia?
No. I'm trying to find my subscriptions. Or find what's live in my subscriptions.
Oh.
My subscriptions don't cover. I think a few of the people might be running stuff.
Wow.
Is it in there?
Yeah, it's Jesus and Neff. And they're arguing, and it's really funny to me.
Oh, Jesus is on a sock account. Okay.
Yeah, he's on a sock. I've got it live right now. And I went in there and I was like, okay, there's nothing I'm going to be able to add to this conversation, so I decided to fuck off.
Does Neff have Jesus blocked? Usually?
Maybe.
Not yet.
But he will.
Right. I'm
Something's
going to
going
stay
on.
up all night, or am I going to go to sleep? That is the question.
I might have to reboot to get out of this. Again. I wish I could show you what's happening on my screen. Okay. Well, it's a lockup of sorts, so.
Well, you can.
Rebooting again. I said it's a lockup of sorts, so I'm rebooting again.
I was gonna say you could probably take it up to the mirror and show us what's going on.
Well, let me see.
There you go.
That's
Can
impressive.
you see it all? Or...
That's impressive.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
That is fucked up.
What the fuck just happened to your computer?
What the fuck is going on? Is Jesus hacking?
You got like
Stuck in the. Yeah, it's stuck in this pager. Flips between like multiple pages or something like that. So I've got like the Hangout running in this page, and the some other things running in this one. There was Chrome running in this one.
Ah, now there you go. I think I found the issue.
Chrome crashed.
That's a nice laptop.
I can't get my computer, or I can't get the display unlocked out of this. So power cycling is the easy way out.
Does it mean that the Hangout will stop?
No, I just have to get back in fast enough.
Okay. Well, if you
It moves
can't,
pretty fast.
I'll drop out.
It'll come back.
Ocean, that's
Yep.
my favorite game.
I know, right?
Oh man, what's your best time?
Oh, I haven't played in years, so
Okay.
I haven't. This is like one of the first games I've played in a while.
Uh-huh. No, I do this on speed mode.
Good old Minesweeper.
Yeah. I'm not very good at it, so there's that.
The pressure's on, man. You're doing it on public TV. Yeah.
Right?
Oh God, he didn't press that one. He didn't press that one. I can't believe it. Oh, look over there. There's a 4. There's a 4.
No, there is totally a 4 in there. I'm scared to death of it.
No, I love that game. I can't play anymore because I'm on Ubuntu. I have to see if I can find the software for it. Well, I'm clicking the screen where you should be clicking, alright?
Alright.
Left click doesn't work. Or is it right click? Right click.
Welcome back.
Hello. All right, I made it.
My God, I'm seeing double.
See this one that I have my mouse over?
Yeah.
No idea whether or not that's a mine.
That
Nadia, do you see yourself in the
could
Hangout?
be a mine. You see the one next to it?
Right, it's either this one or it's this one.
Yeah, so this means this one isn't one. The one next to it again is not one.
This one isn't?
Next one along.
That one.
That one is not one.
Well then.
That means that this one isn't one either. And that one.
Oh, so we went from a really interesting history lesson to playing minefields.
Minesweeper, goddammit. Get your shit right.
Minesweeper, excuse me.
Yeah.
Where your mouse is now. Whenever you see 2 ones next to each other, the third one up can't be one.
I
And
guess that's
also
right.
then, also that the 2 above can be put in, which means the one along from that isn't one. So go up a little bit.
Wait, you talking about this one?
No, up a bit. That 2 over, but on the end, as it were. To your left.
I'm gonna just play.
Okay, I was going to show you another trick, that's all.
No, if you were able to point at the screen, I might be
Yeah, absolutely.
better about that, but that one is one. There's 2 4s out. Harumph.
You need to put the that one in. Yeah, just right and up one.
Well,
right.
Patrick,
That one is one.
And then the three.
Patrick, there's always chess.
That's it. Now all of those three go.
We should play Patrick at chess.
Yes, here I am. Here I am. I had myself muted and I was on a different tab. What's up?
Yeah.
There's always chess.
Yeah, you and Nadia should play, like, and put the screen up.
That'd be awesome.
So, what, I don't understand. What's up, Nadia?
Let's see, multiplayerchess.com.
Oh, yeah, I play on lots of places. I'm still trying to figure out how to do this in the Hangout.
It's so funny hearing Neff just jabber away in the background.
Okay, I tell you what, I'll leave myself unmuted in case that you're calling me again because I need to look at the other tabs.
Oh, Patrick!
Okay, here we are.
I can talk back to you now, even though I'm looking at my Facebook page.
Okay.
Asked to join.
There's link, Patrick.
Okay, let me go back to you. What's up? What do I say? I see you.
I was just saying hello.
Okay.
Chess game.
I see you, Nadia. I don't see you. Chess game. Oh, I see. You're giving me a link. Okay.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Heard Howard Stern plays at about a 1500 level.
Would I like to change my name, Anonymous?
Say plays it.
Patrick.
Yeah. I'm typing my name.
Yep.
I've joined a private game as a black player. Start.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
God damn it.
This is cool. Multiplayerchess.com.
You can't put it on screen?
I could screen share it. Bear with me.
Bang.
Is there a way to put this in the
Screen share.
Screen? Oh, that'd be sweet.
This is a nice board. I've never seen this one. I've never seen multiplayerchess.com. I think I've heard of it though. I just never bothered looking at it.
You guys start playing yet?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of something.
I'll be right with you.
I mean, you can get the PGN file and everything here.
Yeah.
Who's who?
I'm playing black.
Oh, Jesus.
What is that
who's
screen
here?
that keeps popping up?
No, Jesus isn't here. Jesus is in the other chat.
Yeah, what do you do over there?
He's Jesus is attempting to reason with Neff.
Oh boy.
Which is really funny because both of them, like, gods.
Yeah, that's
It's a bit of a personality clash. Oh, sweet. Look at that. That was awesome.
mildly. Put it very mildly. Hmm.
So you're sharing this, Nadia, in the room?
Yeah, screen sharing, yeah.
It's going back to the other game. Is that you, Ocean, playing?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm playing Minesweeper. Damn it. Fuck this game. Look at that. It's a 5 and a 4. And I'm alarmed.
Where's your mouse?
Huh?
Let me do a screen sharing. This is a brand new one. So I'm not used to the thing, but we'll give it a go. God, it looks weird. Yeah, it still works. Oh. Yeah, can't move my mouse properly. Ah.
What?
If you have a look on my screen.
I get mad at myself. That pawn was supposed to end up on e4. I mean d. What the hell? Wait a minute. Something's wrong. Okay, I don't like this board. But anyway, it's supposed to end up on 4, not 3, or I should say, this board is backwards, but it's supposed to end up a space higher, and I guess I misclicked. It doesn't matter. I'm gonna leave it. I can't do anything about it, but that's not where I wanted that pawn.
I prefer the old school look.
Yeah, this board is funny though. It's not correct. It's not
I used to play that game.
But wait, I want to, before I continue, do you realize that my king is on D, but it's not on D? It's not on D because actually it's E is here, but the board is labeled wrong. It's supposed to be H through A, not A through H on my side.
I don't see what you're seeing, so I don't know.
I'm gonna take a look at what. Let me see what you're seeing. I'm gonna look at your screen share.
Mine looks correct.
Look at that. I got about half the board.
Yes, yours does look correct. I'm looking at your screen share. Okay, so that is weird. That is definitely weird. Why is it like that? Well, I can't do anything about it right at the moment.
I hate this man.
Now it screwed up because I put that pawn in the wrong place. It was a misclick. I don't know what to do now.
Is there any way to keep the chess screen up, or it just goes back and forth?
If you want to keep the chess screen up, you just click on Nadia's little thing down at the bottom. Yeah, you just click on it and you keep it up.
Oh, hey, thanks, man.
Yeah, sure thing. Although, you should watch me play Minesweeper.
It's a really good game.
You're not even in the league, dude. First to do it. How about that then?
I have a hard enough time concentrating on chess, never mind both at once.
God damn it. I hear the boom and I jump. Man, I almost got halfway through too. Fuck.
First to do it.
Damn.
Damn it, that pawn misclick made me really screw up my whole idea here. I gotta try and figure out how to fix this. The pawn's not supposed to be there.
Your mom's not supposed to be there.
What's that?
Nothing. I didn't say anything.
I hear excuses. I hear excuses, Patrick.
No, when the queen was out, I was supposed to attack the queen with the pawn, but somehow it didn't click on the right square.
You're playing bad and you should feel bad.
It's not a disaster, but it's not what I wanted either.
That's not what your mom wanted. Neff's room is getting more interesting.
How so?
He's getting on to somebody about, well, I mean, you know, obviously it's Neff, so he's getting on to somebody about the whole, like, belief in God thing. Herdy-der. But, let's see, that one's not a thing. Oh.
He's recording it, right?
So what?
He's recording it, right, Neff?
Neff, yeah.
So is Neff that guy that thinks that the Grand Canyon was made in less than a month?
Yeah, that'd be him.
Okay.
Well, water will do that.
Neff is special.
Well, I was in a hangout earlier this afternoon with, you know, we were supposed to be talking about real stuff, and this guy came in and just basically caused havoc.
Oh, he
Fine,
caused havoc, did he? Good old Neff.
that's the first time I came across him. Yeah, I wonder why my screen. Yeah, maybe I should share my screen to show you what I'm talking about. You'll see. The label is wrong. The chessboard is set up right now, but the label is wrong on the bottom.
Your
It's
mom
like,
is wrong.
I don't see your screen share yet.
I'm getting it. I'm getting there. I didn't get there yet. Let me see. Screen share. Entire screen. Nadia versus. Okay, we'll do it that way. Okay, so there's my screen share. That's what mine looks like. You see the A here? That's not right.
Yeah, you're right. The
Yeah, it confused
letter
me.
labels,
You know?
file labels are wrong.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not going to mess with it now. Let me see. I got to get back to the game now. Where the hell am I? Okay, there I am. It could be because it switched to black for me, and the board didn't, the video card didn't pick it up or something. I don't know. Because when I first came on, it was white at the bottom.
God damn it.
Got a nasty one.
I'm gonna go visit Neff's room again. So I think I'm gonna start. I'm gonna stir some trouble.
What you get for this game? Oh, wrong shot. Oh, that was fun. Okay. They're both the same game. Whose move?
It's Blacksmith.
Oh, is it really?
I just moved my bishop.
I don't see it
Check.
yet.
Checky.
Hmm. As you can see, I don't see it yet.
You don't see it yet, really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Now I see it.
Wow, that's a long leg.
Where did you move, Pastor?
Bishop. Bishop C6. Okay, now let me see. If I do that, that's 1, 2, 1, 2. And I've got 1, 2. So yeah, I'm not sure what to do. Multiplayerchess.com. Actually, come to think of it, I think I have seen this site quite a few years ago. It does look familiar. I remember seeing these buttons on the bottom here: PGN, overview, resign, share, and leave. I remember seeing the captured pieces like this. Okay, now. Do I or do I not? How do I improve my position? What do I got here? The material is even. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The material is literally even.
Nadia, was your queen taken?
Yeah, we traded queens a while ago. How do I improve this position?
Zugzwang.
see a potential problem. Yeah. What happened?
Bishop takes pawn.
Huh?
Bishop takes pawn. Time controls are off, so it's all good.
No, I don't. Okay, never mind. It wasn't. I don't know. Maybe it was just me. It just didn't seem like it was. I couldn't seem to pick up the rook or something. I don't know. Might have been a lag or something.
Yeah, lag will do it.
Did you say I shouldn't have taken the pawn? Is that what you said?
I said the lag will do it.
Oh, lag. No. Yeah.
And you win.
Huh? Somebody say something?
I don't think you can.
No, he won.
I'm gonna
Um,
turn your volume up, Nadia.
Oh, hang on, you can. Yeah, there is a move actually, Nadia. Pawn to G5.
No. That doesn't save me.
It's pretty desperate though.
Yeah, what might is actually this.
Well, I tell you what you could. Yeah, I was about to tell you you could do that, but if I were to tell you that, then I'd be playing against myself. Okay.
Huh?
Yeah, that's the move actually.
Really? Doesn't do anything to me, that.
Defends the F8 square, or F1 square.
Let's checkmate. Checkmate in 4. 3.
Yeah.
Hmm. Did I make a wrong move? You said it was checkmate in 4.
Yeah, you did.
Sure.
And I didn't
How was
check.
it checkmate in 4? What did I do wrong?
Hang on a minute. How did you get your pawn taken there? Oh, I see. You went there. He took the pawn.
See, because her knight's there. That's the problem. I was trying to. Okay. Anyway.
Sorry, I missed a step. I looked away, and something's gone wrong. That often happens with me. 1.
Well, I'm gonna have to regroup. I think. Let me see.
I don't think so.
Well, when you don't know what to do, when in doubt, move a pawn. For now, that's all I can do. Maybe not.
Sure, it's not the right move.
Maybe not.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I think. Okay, I think it might be. Oh no, that wouldn't work either.
It's that damn knight. That's what it is.
Yeah,
I was actually going to tell her she could move there, but she did. So if she didn't move that knight there, it would have been checkmate.
I saw the knight, but
it was a good move, that one.
It was a different answer.
I can't hear you, Nadia.
I said I saw the knight, but there was a different move that was checkmate.
All right, you know what? I'm just going to wing it. I'm just going to see what happens. Here.
What? Yeah, okay. Okay, see now.
I'm surprised your views kind of went up since you started playing chess.
Who knows? Oh, well, that's catastrophic.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell I just did. I was looking at my Facebook page and I came back to it and I said, oh, what the hell did I just do? Oh, whoops. I wasn't supposed to do that.
That was
Oh,
pretty
well.
funny though, Patrick.
Yeah, that was a total mistake. I can't get out of this now. There it is. Go ahead and get your queen. Yeah, I was gonna win until I did that. I was winning until I did that. You know what? I'm gonna resign. You got me,
I
Nadia.
was 2 pawns up, but okay.
Yeah, you got me. There's no way I'm gonna catch that one. So
I was 2 pawns up.
that's what I get for looking at my Facebook. Just for that, I'm not gonna prove these. No, I'm gonna go ahead and prove them. Membership requests. It was membership requests that I was getting, and I was looking at it. Shit.
You want to try it as white, or?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you want to try it as white, or?
Do I want to try? I gotta turn your volume up. Where the hell is your volume control?
You want Nadia?
Do you want to try it as white?
Oh, do I want to try it as white? Okay. Just let me do one of two things here. Let me stop screen sharing myself. Let me just stop myself from seeing myself. Get to the toolbox. Turn your volume up 3 notches. And let me sign off of Facebook so I don't do that stupid thing again. Go to my Facebook page. Sign off of Facebook. And okay, now I'm on. Okay, what am I on here? Is this the Google Hangout? I'm gonna stop sharing altogether.
Yeah, it was mating for.
And what I was supposed to do? What are you looking at? You looking at a computer program?
If you'd moved the bishop 1 square less, threaten the knight, then if he'd taken the pawn, or if Nadia had taken the pawn, sorry, then
The bishop.
you would have taken the pawn with the rook. Then you would have taken the knight, and then you would have had control over the back rank to checkmate.
I think so, yeah. Well, what I just did just now was a total blunder.
1 square too many.
Yeah. Yeah, I just I wasn't paying attention. I was looking at something on Facebook and I came back to it and I moved my what did I move my bishop and
yeah.
Okay, so
That's right, but just the wrong square.
So where is
Jesus says he's reporting me for something.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
The hell would he report you for?
I don't know.
I'm trying to figure out how to start a new game here.
Maybe he thinks that chess you were playing was copyrighted or something.
Where's the start a new game, Nadia? Or do you have to do that? Do I have to leave this one?
Whoever starts it is white.
Alright, so do I have to leave this game? Let me get the PGN first.
Wow, Jesus, what the fuck?
Okay, I'm gonna copy this. How do I copy this PGN? Save as. No, that's the name HTML. I want the PGN, but I can't seem to copy it. Bear with me.
Who's taking down your page out here?
Jesus, apparently.
Not the hell with the PGN. I'm closing it. Let me. I'm gonna leave this game and see if it starts me a new one. Play against the computer. Nickname Pat. Okay, so it says single player play against your computer, nickname Pat. So how do I start playing you? Play with your
Give me the
friends?
link.
Okay, so I have to share the link with you. I can't seem to copy over here. I don't understand. You've started a new private session. Joined as the white player. Share the URL below for somebody against you. Yeah, I seem to be having a problem copying, because I couldn't copy the PGN either. It won't let me do it. I don't understand what's going on here.
Nadia, he's probably just blowing smoke.
No, it's no, here. I'll share a screen with you. I'll show you what I'm talking about.
No, I'm not talking about you.
Oh, it won't. You know how you highlight the thing and copy? I can't do it. It won't let me. Oh wait, if I double click.
Welcome back, Ocean.
Ah, I got it.
Hello.
Copy.
So Neff's room is boring every single time I walk in there.
Jesus is apparently undertaking a false flag effort against me.
Taking a false flagging against what? Against you?
Jesus is taking up a false flag effort against me.
Screen cap it in case he does.
Nadia, I'm hitting the link into the chat now. I had to click it 1,000 times to get the whole thing to highlight.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
The link for the chess game is in the chat.
So what is he doing? Jesus?
Apparently trying to false flag me.
Like, what do you mean?
The threat over here. My page will be down in less than 72 hours. Whatever that means.
Now, why would he go doing a thing like that? Like, I'm just confused as why that's happened. I mean, I know that Jesus isn't really the smartest of folk.
I don't know either.
I wrote him and asked him why you did that.
Given how easy false flagging is and how little recourse there is and all that.
Can he unflag you if he wanted to?
No.
Oh, that's pointless.
Anyway, given how easy it is to false flag and how difficult it is to do anything about it, there's pretty good odds my channel will go down. I said there's pretty good odds my channel actually will go down.
Does it have, like, why you were flagged?
Nope.
I hate this shit.
I think he's writing me back something.
He'll probably deny it. God damn it.
Well, if I lose this game now, I have no excuse because Nadia is the one that's actually being distracted.
Too true.
Right? I'll have no excuse now. I closed my Facebook page.
Jesus wrote, I told that it, he, her, what the hell ever, to check that stuff happening in the hangouts. She ignored it, laughed, and didn't care, so hey, I'm not the only one who felt she's been out of line for letting this stuff go down her hangout. I have no idea what that means.
Yeah, what is he talking about? What is that stuff? Is really I think what you should respond with.
All right. He says, but the damage is done, bro. Next time they know better. Everyone doesn't cry wolf.
Yeah, I want to know what he's talking about. The damage is done, bro. I hate when people call me bro when I'm not their fucking bro.
I don't know what his problem is.
Damn it.
Love it. I've got a good feeling about the one I'm doing. It's going to happen this time. This is the one. It's the big one.
What? I left clicked. Fuck off. Oh, this is fun.
Talking to me, Ocean?
Hmm? No.
Oh, okay.
So much for a good feeling.
I think he's done talking.
Well, he's a little shit. Jesus Christ. I'm running into all the mines.
Oh, he's typing again.
Nadia, are you playing chess still?
Yeah.
He says, excuse me, I'm not upset about anything. I'm not the only one that did it. Others flagged her for the biased treatment of me in her hangouts and the disrespect and everything that comes with it.
Wow.
Man, what the actual fuck?
Yeah, why not, Nadia? Why are you so disrespectful?
Let me tell you what.
I didn't see any disrespect. Should I write him anything back or just let it go?
Oh, he didn't say that. I thought.
You say what disrespect are you talking about? Just like, or say I'm unfamiliar with the disrespect. Can you give me an example?
Okay.
Who's talking to her, by the way?
What's that?
Oh, Desert. Oh, okay. Hey.
Oh, me.
Yeah, I was just wondering who was talking to him.
I'm talking to him. Flip.
Okay.
What should I write to him? What would you say?
Oh, Flip is okay. Sorry. That you're unfamiliar with what the disrespect was. Can he give you an example?
Flip, are you talking to Jesus?
Yeah.
I don't know if you're busy, Nadia, or you didn't see the move yet, but my last move was.
I saw the movie. Yeah.
I don't want to make things worse, right?
If you want me to wait, I'll go smoke a cigarette.
Yeah, no, you won't make anything worse for her. She's already been flagged, so I mean, you know.
You can't remove that no matter what.
No.
Are you sure I'm not flagged?
Take your time. I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette.
Okay. Is he still talking to you, Nadia?
He's talking to Flip right now.
What was that, Nadia?
I said apparently, yes.
Oh. Jesus is talking to you too?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't know how people do this with, like, how people speed this.
Hey. I'll screen share if you like. You can watch it.
Nah. I'm just gonna sit here and figure it out.
The thing about I kind of came to realize, and the reason that I do it at speed now, is that you usually get down to a point where you've got a 50-50 choice. Yeah, so you can't. There's no way to work that out. You just have to guess.
Right. I've guessed wrong every single time.
He says, I don't care to. It is what it is. Guesses. Thanks, though, bro.
But see, this is when you say that you're a friend of hers and you're confused as to why it happened.
Yeah, that'll be the last thing, alright.
I mean, I think it's like time to say that at this point.
Drama.
Drama, drama, drama.
Speaking of which, I need to title the next hangout too. 15
drama.
A drama chameleon.
Shoot, I've reached a point where I don't know where to click.
Do you want me to tell you?
Sure.
It could be a guess. Hang on a minute. I'll be right back. Let me have a look.
Hate you.
Okay, put your mouse on the 4.
Which 4?
The 4 that isn't done. No, sorry. Yeah, that one will do. That one will do. So, no, up a bit. Up 1 square. Left 1 square. 2 squares. 3 squares and click. That one. Yeah. Click there.
Oh, would you look at that?
Okay. Okay, now just to the
now, why
diagonally
do you
above
do that
to the
square?
left. Oh, because the 3 next to the 4, The 4 tells you that it must be one of the 2 blocks below, and that 3
Oh, right, and
tells
then
you
3
that if
is
it's
there.
one of those, it can't be the one above it either. So above the 2, you can click off.
Right.
And also, I don't know, that's it for the moment.
So one of those 2 is it.
So, yeah, so the 5 above the 4, the same 4 that we're talking about.
Yeah.
That 5 there. So it must be one of those 2 blocks to the left, which means the 2 just to the left of that 2 must be clear the 3 blocks below it.
You are correct.
And now you carry on.
All right. That works. Bam.
And that's how you speed do it.
Hmm.
You just work those out. Also, another little trick that early on I found was, you see that straight line on the right with all the ones? Yeah. Okay. So when you see a 1, 2, 1 like that, see in the middle?
Yeah.
1, 2,
That
1.
means it's this one?
The middle of those blocks. Yeah, that's missing. Yeah, you can click there. No, other way around. That's a free block. Yeah.
Oh, weird.
So the next 3 blocks to the right of that are also clear then. Those 3, yeah. And the next 3. Yeah.
Oh, right, because I think this one has to be 1 now.
Yeah, that's correct.
And
yeah.
so does
that
this one.
has to be 1.
So then I can figure out from there as well.
I've actually done this without putting any mines down, just clicking off the boxes which don't have mines in. Good practice as well, and really good fun.
Yeah, I've only been doing this for today, so
I've been doing it for about, I don't know, 10 years, maybe more.
Hmm. Oh, god damn it! It still could be either one of those. I'm looking at those 2 empty blocks next to the 5.
Yeah, just leave it alone for the moment and go elsewhere, and you'll find that will resolve once you get the 2 blocks below that done. So you can see the top
Oh, these
one
guys?
there.
Yeah, you're right. Okay.
So those 2 blocks, it could be either one of those, but it can't be the block below that.
Oh, this one?
Yeah.
Right.
Cool. That 3 block comes off. The one below the 2 3s.
Which one? What?
So there's 2 3s next to each other just on your left. Sorry, left. There, yeah. So the one below that. Free space, yeah.
This one?
Yep. And then a mine below that.
Oh, wait, yeah, no, those are free up, aren't they?
Exactly.
Okay, so there would be a
I
mine
knew
here, yeah. Okay. Whoop. I just wasn't paying attention to this. I hadn't looked over there yet.
Also, another trick is where you see 2 1s against a wall like that, then the 3rd one up is free.
Yeah, I've tried that a couple of times, and it's killed me a couple.
It has to be against a wall, though. So at the very top on the left, there's an instance of it where it is. No, on the top left. Up there.
Top left? These guys?
Top left. Yeah, up there. You see there's a wall, and then there's a 1 and a 1.
Uh-huh.
And whenever you see that, then the 3rd one is free. So 1, 1, free.
So the one that I'm hovering over right now is free?
No, not that one. That could be a mine. The next one down could be a mine, but the 3rd one down can't be a mine.
This one?
Yeah. And then you can add in those 2.
Okay. Oh, it has to be against the wall. I see what you're saying now.
It has to be against a wall with 2 1s like that, yeah.
Okay.
I'll shut up and let you carry on.
Okay, now I got 2 windows side by side. Okay, that's a little easier. The chessboard didn't get any smaller, so I could do 2 things at the same time now. Let me see if I can minimize this.
Your mom can do 2 things at the same time now.
I'm gonna close off this photo gallery. What else can I close off? I can close off all these pictures that I had up that I was sharing.
I'm glad somebody found that amusing.
Okay, so now... Okay, Nadia, you still playing? You still playing, Nadia?
I'm dealing with the next hangout right now. Hang on.
Okay. I'll go get myself a beverage.
Mom's gonna get herself a beverage. Oh, look at that. Doink.
It's 50-50, Ocean.
You see what I'm doing, right?
Oh yeah, 50-50. I usually do them early and then either crash out and start again, or I find that I just generally guess better when I first come across it.
Right.
But that's superstition.
I hate this.
Yeah, it's 50-50. Yeah, it's just a lucky guess, you know.
Yeah.
Do you guys have any built-in chess games on your operating system?
No.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Oh, we're getting close.
Hum-de-dum-dum-dum.
Close to the changeover, that is.
Yeah, it start at the top left again. Top left. There's
Oh,
some
this guy's?
easy options up there, yeah. That 3s can be put in.
Oh wait, these guys can go.
Yeah.
What?
Alright, carry on.
Okay, so this is what I'm seeing now. I'm sharing my whole screen. I got two windows in the side by side.
I see you. So I haven't moved.
You moved?
I haven't moved.
Oh, yeah, so I'm
I've been
sharing.
busy. I've been busy.
That's all right. Take your time. I just before I had so many windows open and one in front of the other that now I'm seeing the whole thing, both you and the chess game.
Yeah. So the first 3 you come to up the top left, Ocean. That one there. Okay. The 2
Oh,
blocks
right.
that
Here we
aren't
go.
named are definitely, yeah, that's it. And then the
Yeah.
2 below it. Got it.
Right, and then you got that. So that's fine. And then that's fine.
Yeah.
And then that's a mine.
And that means that one isn't.
That means that's free.
Cool. And then back.
So you
right
wind
back
up
to
like
the top
advancing
left.
like one row at a time slowly across this damn thing.
That's what you gotta do, yeah. That's it. Okay, now you come to a dilemma again.
I have no patience for Minesweeper.
So that 4 that you're hovering over, that you were just hovering over, that 4 there, okay. So it must be one of the 2 blocks to the left of it. So it means it can't be the 3rd one down.
It can't be this one?
Yep, can't be that one.
Oh, right, because the 3's got little backups over
I've
there.
been marked.
Now, because it's a 1, that means the 3 to the left of that also must be clear. So there's the one. Put your finger on the one left to the one. Yeah. So left one more row. Those three. That one in the middle and the one above it and below it are also free. That's likely
These
to
guys
clear
are
it.
all free? Oh, right, because one of those is a...
Exactly. Okay, so the same trick again with the 3 and the 2 below it, right below your mouse. So there's a 3 there. That 2 must be one of those 2 blocks to the left, so it can't be the 3 below it. Yeah. Okay. So here's another little trick.
I see how you're making the numbers relate. That's cool.
It's cool. So the 2 just to the right of you, above. Right. Move right. Move right. Okay. Move left. Okay. Move left. There. That 2 there. Okay. So that 2 must be one of the 2 blocks below it, which means the third one, the 1 must be one of those 2 blocks. So it can't be. You got it. That one. You can say the same thing for this one's a bit more complicated, but the 2 2s that are just to the right, those 2 2s, they must be both. All those 2 2s must be in the 3 blocks, 2 below it and 1 above. So that means the 3 to the right are free. So 1 to the right, that one, yeah, that's it.
This little row is all free?
Yeah.
This one has to be.
Jesus Christ. I don't know how you know this stuff.
This one has to be a mine.
I'm scared of you.
Up 1 square to the right. Up 1 square to the right. No, down. Down again. Down 2. Up 1. That one. Free.
Ah! How do you know? This is sorcery.
Okay, now you've still not got a free input here, so there's loads of unknowns. But now to the right, on the bottom, there's a 1 and a 2. To the furthest right bottom you can go and still be there. That's it. That 1 and the 2 there. Okay, so that 1 must be one of those. The 2 has already got 1 on it, so the third one up must be clear. And the one above that, because there's a 2.
Oh, right.
Okay, there's a new hangout.
Okay.
2.5 minutes.
Oh, new hangout. All right.
Now you can add those 3. There's the 3 just above where you are, up 3 at 2, 1 up again. That 3. So the 2 blocks below it must be mines.
Which means that's fine.
That's cool. And you can go use the same tactic and say, well, there's 2 3s there with 2 of them taken. So the ones on the left must be clear. Up, left, clear.
That's clear?
Yep. And the one below it.
You scare me. All right. We're going over to the next room.
All right. You get the idea, though. You can kind of work
yeah, I'm seeing it
the
now.
negative side of the blocks using the numbers. And that's a much more efficient way to do it. But you still use the, click as many 1s as you can just for speed.
Right.
Fun. Thanks for listening to me as well. Thanks, Nadia.
Well, if you find a way back into it. Yeah.